Where's my phone? Hi, everyone. I need to find my phone to see if we have sound. Okay, I hope someone's here. Where's my phone? Hi, you guys. It's me, Just Kaya. Okay. I don't know where my phone is. I'm here. Here. Here we go. Hi, Wally. Can you hear me? Is there sound? I can't find my phone to test it out. Can you hear me okay? All right, let me find my phone. I don't know where my phone is. Oh, you can hear me? Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know where my phone is. But hi, you guys. I'm so glad that you're here, Wally. I appreciate you. I think you're the only one here. Do you mind? I'm gonna look for my phone right quick. I'll be right back. Let me find my phone, please. I'm coming, you guys. Oh, exit. Dang it. Oh, gosh. Oh. All right, I found it. I'm back. Hi. Hi, Wally. So good to see you in the house here. I thought I had enough time. I end up after you were over at Red Lipstick Vibes channel, right? I was over there and I thought I'd saved enough time to get over here. And then of course I started doing things. I put a load of laundry in and put two little curls in my hair. Hi, trash can waves. Hi, oceans in the house. I'm going to, I did look up some things, but I really don't have like a topic. But you guys know me, I can talk. Absolutely. But I looked at what I did. Hi, Big Bad Bull. Hi, thanks for coming over. I appreciate you. Big Bad Bull says, just Kaya. I'm here barely. I know. You get some rest. I saw you over at Lipsticks Vibes Podcast. Mostly going to let the stream run. I appreciate it as long as you go to support the watch hours. I appreciate that. You know, doing these these live streams, I have, I think, like 411 watch hours already, just like in a week. I guess that's good. It's good. I'm trying to fix this camera. Oh, I gotta turn down some lights. I look kind of too yellow. Okay, but yes, absolutely. I appreciate that. We're probably just going to be silly for the rest of the night. But I did look up these great questions, you guys know, like philosophical type questions, like if you were invisible and, kind of silly things. I just thought we can have fun and just hang out tonight. Didn't really think of a topic. And so Wally said, no, I was at Trash Can Wave, K and Lapede Network. So Trash Can Wave, what his podcast? You have a channel, Trash Can? Come up early. Stop waiting for the end of it. No, I was at Trash Can Wave, K and Lapede Network. So, next time. It was really good over there. It was the men. It was blueprint of men's thoughts. So it was really good. I enjoyed it. I was over there the whole time. I didn't know Trash Can Wave had a channel. Salute to Wally, my man, Big Dog, Big Bad Bull. Salute. I have to go and look for that. Did you tell me that? Salute, salute. Yes, and that was K. So it was Trash Can K and Wally over like on the panel. I'm jealous. I didn't get an invitation. So I am jealous. I'm a person I don't like to share too much. Wink wink. I don't like to share. So next time you got to get permission from me to make sure I approve of it, Wally and Ocean. Let me look up your channel right quick. Trash Can. And is it named Trash Can? Why didn't I know this? Did I miss it? Maybe I missed it. Trash Can Waves. Is it? Maybe it's all one word. I don't know how to do this. Trash Can. Oh, you could put the thing up. Couldn't you just put the link up too? Oh, hello. Hello. I see it. Oh, Big Bad Bull, Wally, swinging, sweet love, sweet chariot. Oh, okay. I see it right here now. Okay, let me. But it won't let me click on it. Oh, maybe I have to go. It won't let me click on it, but I see it now. Oh, maybe I can highlight it. I'll figure it out. Let's see. I think I can highlight it. No, because it keeps asking me to show. Okay. And I see you laughing at me. That's okay. I love it when we laugh. We're laughing together. Sweet love. Sweet chariot. Oh, I remember that song. Is it with the S? Yeah. Waves. Okay, search. Oh, I am jealous. Why didn't you ever tell me you have a channel? I got my phone. I know. I found it. Why didn't you tell me? Why was I left out? You have all these videos. I'm sad. I feel like a stepchild. Why wasn't we even promoting your channel? Well, I mean, me. I don't know. Okay, Ocean. All right, I see you. Okay. Can you please come up so I can scorn you for a little bit? Because, oh, he's not even here, huh? Oh, yes, he is. All right, guys. So let's get talking until you guys come up and I have fun questions and everything like that. It's me, Jessica, Real Talk Daily. JUSSKYIA. Jesus unveils scripture simply. Don't ever forget that. Also, I want to share women. I like it when a 27-year-old calls me woman. I like that. Woman, I've been dropped it. Pay more attention. I sorry. If I don't have my glass, I halfway see things. I can see it, but I gotta be focused. And okay, but he should have told me verbally. He should have given me a verbal, audible invitation. You really been dropping it? I hit the bell. I did. You can tell me. He don't have to tell me. I did hit the bell. I do notification for people I want to, I want to make sure I make it over there to support. So I did hit the bell. Thank you very much. Ocean, I appreciate it. Hi. Hi, Sir Hill. I don't know why I keep saying Hill. Hell. Sir Hell speaks. Your wife, she came over and spent a little time with me. I enjoyed it. I went over to her channel and hit the gosh, I look so I think this light is too bright. I need more color. I went over to her channel and yeah, I subscribed and everything. And I haven't had a chance to look into what's up there yet, but most definitely I will. But thanks so much for coming over to support. I know kind of the later it gets, I don't think it gets a little wild. I am just that open spirit, but I understand. And is as it gets later, of course, too, it's not as structured and uh yeah, but it's fun. But yeah. But normally when I start early, like 8 or 9, is kind of like yesterday we were talking about the poverty in community. And then as like about 5-6 hours go by, and then I think we get a little delirious. I think they do. And because I'm a good girl. So it's not me, Sir Hale speaks. It's not me. It's the people, they're not here right now, right? Okay, don't tell them. It's the people that come up and then they get a little wild. So, I don't want to shut it down on them. And you know what I'm talking about between me and you. So I just want to let you know that I am a good girl. And thank you for coming over and supporting. I appreciate you. And always feel free to come up if you like. Always love hearing from you. Black Man does do a great impression of you. So when you're not here, we do have him in those moments when we need that vibe going on. Yes, you better hit that bell. For sure. I'm talking about my bell this time. I mean the bell. The subscription bell. That bell. Hi, Realistic Vibes. You can come on up if you like. I really, really enjoyed your show. Actually, I was going to bring up a question that was on there. I was. And as you saw, okay, my main man is JB. Because, last night I was teasing him about her body, her choice. I'm totally team JB, 100% now. I really am. I really like him with his Cat Williams voice. I got to turn down this light. I can't even stand to keep looking at myself. Thanks for stopping by. No, my pleasure. My pleasure. I enjoyed it. I told you I would be there, and not just because you've been here. I went there because I wanted to. I already seen previous show, and yes, I really did enjoy it. I appreciate it. Oh, and making me a moderator, girl. I ain't never been a moderator, I don't know, but I know your thing clocked me out within the first couple of minutes because of Happy Face, and then you made me a moderator. But I appreciate that. I appreciate you for trusting me to be a supporter, and yeah, I'll do what I can. And yes, this camera's wrong. Okay. All right. Maybe it's this light. Let's see. Let's turn this light down. That's too much, guys. That's a I think that's a little better. Okay. And thank you also for stopping by here. I appreciate that. This thing is all wrong. Okay. Yes. Bull, get you some rest. But I appreciate you. Just keep it on. I appreciate it. It gets wild, but informative. You know, it really does. It gets a little wild because I think we're like talking over each other and you really can't hear everybody. But I truly do believe that it is good, informative information. I wish sometimes, especially when it gets to sexual or intimacy and things like that, that it wasn't so taboo out there, that it hadn't been so corrupted that I wish it could be a more free conversation because it's a very important part of marriage, of our life, of us being. And just like over at Lipsticks vibes, E Black said a couple of times at the end, and I don't know if he was playing or not, like, oh, I guess he didn't like the question about the anal part where the girl came up and asked the question. I thought it was a fair question. I didn't see anything wrong with it. I just think it's the way the outside, or however you want to say it, has corrupted intimacy and sex and the talk of it. I think it's a very valuable talk. I enjoy talking about it, and even going back to a live I did a few nights ago where we were talking about some women never have an orgasm. And I'm sure some of it might be medical, but just think about that. Some women never have an orgasm. And to me, that if she's in a marriage, or if it's not medical reason, that speaks to whoever she's with and choosing that time with, as well as herself. But that's all another topic. But I do wish that it wasn't so corrupted. And I truly don't believe anything is off limits to talk about, as long as it's done with the right intentions, with no ill will, no malice, and things like that. But yeah, I do like to have fun, and I've always kind of been known as the guy's girl, but always girly, but like I could fit in, and not fit in. I don't want to say that. I could I'm not so easily offended. I'm not so easily what they say, butt crack hurt. Is that it? I think that's the saying. That type of thing, because give me a minute or two, I gotta come back. Sometimes I need a minute or two. That's it. Yes. Just popping in. Yes, he is. He needs to get some rest. Most definitely. No, trash can waves, channel wave. Oh, I did do that too. But don't forget, over here too. Absolutely. Hi. Before the billions. Hello, sir. I appreciate you for stopping over. I think you're mad at, well, no, not mad at me, but I don't think you realize I was as silly or joke as much as I did. So, hi, thanks for coming over. You're more than welcome. The link's there. I'll put it again. Free night, hangout night, answering all questions. I have fun philosophical questions and everything. So, yeah, come on up. Come on up. I don't have, and it's no naughty questions really, but they're good philosophical type, fun type, interactive questions, you guys. So it won't get started too bad. Not too bad at the beginning. It just depends on where y'all take it. It's where y'all take it, okay? Like I said, this is us. If y'all think I'm in trouble, no, we's in trouble. It's a collective effort. It's all of us, not just me. Mrs. Married at Kaya. I was going to go to bed, but saw your notification. I had to stay up for a little bit to show my support. I appreciate you. I really do. I thank you for staying up a little bit longer for me. We're gonna have some fun. And what is this? This is like open mic night, open question night, or whatever you want to call it, just hanging out and having fun. So I will be glad to say you won't miss anything, well, no, amen. Take that back. Rewind. Everything that we say and do over here is pertinent and valuable information. Yes, even if it's silly, because you need that laughter. So that's pertinent. See how I flipped that? What's that, Missy Elliott? Flip, flap it, and backtrack it and rewind it. I can't remember songs, but I hear it in my head. It's me, and yet it's me, and yet. Okay, let me stop. Salute Wally. What does Wally do? No, I'm kidding. I'm jealous, Wally. I'm so jealous. Okay, you guys, over here on my channel, we get stars. We have nice stars that show up over here, and it is my pleasure. We have another star in the house. Let me bring him up. He is well known. He is one of the best storytellers that I have heard in a while. He's very transparent with his information, and we all can say we knew him before he got to the billions. I don't have the. Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Glad that you brought me up here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like
You
the
got a
introduction.
whole new setup. I'm looking at it and admiring.
No, I got a new webcam, so it's gonna look a little different. And
Oh,
I got a new chair.
not well. You got a new background too.
That's the same background. It just looks different because the
Oh,
the field of view is different.
nice. And your camera is very nice. Looks very clear and crisp.
Well,
I
thank you.
like it. Yes, absolutely. I'm following your examples with my lives, but I chose nighttime because I'm a nighttime person and less competition.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny because I always try to go live, and then I see five people going live at the same time, and I'm like, okay, all my followers are coming from these people, so I know they're gonna be checking them out. So
Mm-hmm. So what made you come over? You seen the notification, or you just knew it and you was like waiting anxiously, for the red light to come on to come visit me.
yeah, so what happened was I was browsing on YouTube, and I saw that you were gonna go live. So then I set my reminder to let me know. And for some reason it still didn't let me know.
See,
I had to go back to your page to see that you were going live. I was like, isn't she going live at this time? It's like 2 o'clock already. And
now
so
for me it's not. It's only 11:40.
yeah, no, you on the west side, so West
Yeah.
Coast.
Oh, I just thought of that. So what were you up so late for and doing?
I just got off another live stream, so I was like, okay, let me go ahead and join on and say hello. First time up here on your channel.
Okay, so since you're here, I'm gonna stop going through the chats for a moment. Is there anything else you want to share or say at this time?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you meant earlier about me being
Oh,
or something like that.
yes. So remember when you did your 24-hour live?
Yes.
And that lady, that girl, I guess she was a friend. I didn't realize that. I realized it later because she was on there the most, a long time. And I came back, I said, oh, she's telling the story again. I said, oh, maybe that was his friend. But I said, Lord, please let him know that I'm just a jokester, and I didn't mean, because I was in the comment, I make silly comments and all this stuff. But really, her story was very elaborate. It was like, girl, and then I said, okay, Kai, you can't say it didn't make sense because everybody told you your story didn't make sense. But then I came back. This is really how I was thinking. Then I came back. I said, no. I said, she's telling her story, taking her time, telling it in the order she wants, and getting the whole story out. So her story don't make sense to me. Mm-hmm. But it did, but it was, and I was just, I guess I got to the point where you was like, stop, Kaya. I was like, oh, sorry. Okay, went too far. Even though I didn't say anything, but yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, I think the second time she told it, I fell asleep on her, but she told it again today.
You was asleep.
She told that same story again today, and we talked about it again on somebody else's platform, our Trash Can Ways channel.
I'm okay. So I didn't need to show. I know. Yes, I sat through the whole first round, and then I left to do something. I went on a couple of other. Then I came back. She had a whole new audience. You was asleep on the table, and I said, "Wait, I've heard this before."
Yeah, that's why I had to get a new chair because on that old chair, man, it was hard to sleep on. I was like, I got to get a chair I can sleep in. You got a footrest and everything.
Yeah. Oh wow. Cool deal. So was she like what? So what? So that you went 26 hours or 25 hours?
You went 29 hours, almost 30.
Wow, really?
Yeah, because I fell asleep again, and then people were just talking, and then it was 5 hours later. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, that's cool. That is cool. So how does it feel? Was it worth it for whatever you was did you get the 200 likes?
No.
You got over 150, I think I remember.
I got 160, yes.
Okay, amen. So what did you accomplish? Was it just a matter of the time process of it, or was there some other things that you wanted to accomplish with that?
Yeah, it was just I was talking about getting my watch hours up. It actually did not bring my watch hours up. It was
Why?
Yeah, so the way that YouTube works is they have something called video on demand. And what happens is if you go over 12 hours doing a live stream, then YouTube will not have it up on either. It'll trim your video to where it stops at 12 hours, or what it's going to do is it's going to get rid of the whole video. And right now, that video, nobody can watch it. I don't get any of the other views or the likes or anything like that. It's just up there. And the only option I have is to delete it.
But I remember you saying something about 12 hours because you said that while you were doing. That's why I purposely over here never went over 12. I purposely look at that. I'm like, okay, he said never go over 12 hours because it doesn't benefit you. So I remember you sharing that, but you didn't know it would go that far.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna just cut it. Right? I thought it was just gonna like after when I got to 29 hours, I thought I was gonna cut it to just 12 hours. And then I would at least got the 12 hours, and everybody could just say whatever they wanted to after these 12 hours, and everything.
That is yeah.
But instead, they said nope, got rid of everything. And
I'm never going over 12.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort doing that.
It is on your body too.
Yeah.
Especially hello, Sir Hell. Speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, just Kaya. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for coming up. How are you?
Extra before the billions. Salute, my G. How are you?
Salute, sir. Thank you for coming up. Glad to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. So
Mhm.
Kaya, I'm not sure what your topic is, but I got questions for you.
Okay, there. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, here on the news at 1:47 Central Standard Time. Here we go. So I got a couple questions for you. So
Yes.
I looked at why you started your YouTube, and I was curious, like what was the uh what happened? Like what put it on your heart to make you want to reach out to people and use your channel to inspire?
Initially, the very beginning, the very genesis of it is, I had to be early 20s, and at that point, actually, no, okay, at that point, I realized that I've never had anyone, and I do mean anyone, instruct me, give me information about life, what to look for, what possibly could happen, avoid this type of thing. No, nothing, no type of mentorship, anything. And then as I was going through life, maybe 19, early 20s, I realized at that moment that everything that I am experiencing was preparing me for the next thing I was facing. Even though I didn't know what the next thing was that was going to come my way, but I started noticing that. I started noticing what I'm going through now. So when it first started, I was like, oh, wow, oh, this rough, Then I know, oh, if it wasn't for that, I'm getting through this a little bit easier. And it was just a process. And I noticed that very early on. And when I got into like my 30s and a lot of things that I went through, I'm like, oh, this could help someone. This could help someone. So at that moment, in my faith and in my personal relationship with Christ, I truly believe that's what he told me my purpose, my whole purpose is. And I thought it was supposed to happen then, but it was very evident because the way my life was going in the relationship I have with him, he made it quite clear, I'll let you know when. And then literally, I was like, okay, let me know. And here we are, what, 30 years later, just about. So, yeah. But I always knew
Excellent.
I would do this. Mhm.
So in the world where we look to put our best out there, and we want people to see our highlights, what gives you the power and the courage to be as transparent as you are? Because I noticed you were transparent about yourself, and that gives you the ability to let other people be transparent. And I notice you don't see people any differently when they share what they feel. So how have you always been that way? And if not, what was your journey like in order for you to get to that place to where you could be transparent and own your truth without feeling ashamed about it?
Um, Actually, I've always been that way, and I got ridiculed for it. I've always been very open and honest, even though I wasn't believed when I was younger that I was being honest. But I've always been that way, and because of that, as I got in my late teens and before I got put out at 18, um I would tell people, I don't know how I would say it then, but this is what I was getting across, that I don't have respect. You're doing this, but you're showing this. And I don't know how I was saying it then, but I was letting them know, and no one liked that because they were doing things like in the dark. And when I say they, this is like my aunts, my uncles, my cousins. And I'm like, and I was just very observant. And I was known like big mouth, but I wasn't, because I wasn't running telling. I'm telling you, like, no, you just said this, but you're doing this. That doesn't make sense. So I was just kind of that, and I was only child, so I'm always like in my head, I guess, or just very observant and just seeing things. But I just didn't like that, and I did forget your question.
Oh, well, you answered it. Well, so
Okay,
you said
good, good.
so you said, so you were put out at 18 years old? Like you were put out.
Yes, my mother put me out at 18 years old.
Was if you don't mind me asking, was there like a reason for that? And do you
Yes.
have any resentment because of that?
No, I don't have any resentment because of that. Like I said, I know that was preparing me for the next step. But no, I didn't know it at that time. But yes, that was the beginning of me discovering the preparation for the next step. So my mom put me out at 18 because her husband came on to me, and he tried to kiss me. He was like giving me compliments and tried to kiss me. And I was like, wait, hold on, because my mom was at work and I was at home. And it had been other times that I noticed things, but it wasn't like right there. So I just let it go. It wasn't as apparent. And then when he made the step to kiss me and gave me all these inappropriate compliments about my body and stuff, I just said, I said, please stop. If you stop, I won't tell her. I'm not about that. Something like that, I said. So my mom came home and she was very upset already. Looking back, and she told me later, she said she was jealous of my free spirit, my free thinking, my freedom, kind of is what she said. And so this was she brought this up. So she was mad, and I had this boyfriend at the time. And actually he ended up being my second husband. That's a whole nother story. So I had this boyfriend at the time, and he never did anything for me, never took me out and nothing. And she knew this, but she would never tell me. So when she came home mad that day, she's just going off on me. And I really don't know why. You got this boyfriend. He don't never do nothing for you. He don't take you out, blah, 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 blah. Don't nobody want you. I said, well, your husband want me, and I said it just like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Kaya.
Yeah. I'm telling the truth. That's what happened.
Oh, snaps.
Yeah. So I said, well, your husband want me. And she slapped me. And then I just sat there, and she ran out the room. And thank God he did not deny it. He was truthful with her. He told her yes, or whatever he told her. But I know when she came back, I knew he had told the truth. And then she came back calmed, and she said, well, you're 18 now. My job is over. You need to move out. So I moved out that day. That was that. Nothing else was said.
That was interesting. Like I looked through your videos, and I'm like when you're around people long enough, you realize people's joy and their smile and their ability to accept people. You don't just get that. That comes from a place. You have to have experience stuff in life to be able to meet people on their level and accept them. So that's why I wanted to ask you, and it makes sense now. Now I have more information and context. You've been through some things in your life, and that's why I rock with you. I know I rock with you for a reason, but now there's context to it. So I think that's dope.
Yes. Yes,
I think it's dope that you still got a smile on your face. Like that, it happens a lot. Like I didn't realize a lot of that. This happens a lot to people, and this is enough to break families up forever. And for you not to have bitterness and resentment, and you still got peace and love and joy, and you're using that to help other people, that is fantastic. So I think I think that's dope, Kaya. I mean, that's dope.
Thank you. But I will say I do not talk to any of my aunts, and I talk to one of my uncles because as time went on, I realized it took a long time. But and the only reason also I want to share with people, my mother has passed away. If she hadn't passed away, I wouldn't be able to share this because it would hurt her too much. She's very sensitive. But yeah, her and her husband has passed away now. But it took me a long time. And then it took after the death of my mom for me to realize how much I was being used by certain people in my family. And I end up having to cut them off. So, but one of my uncles is still in my life that I allow, and not to say, they try to reach out, but it's for the betterment of me right now,
Sure. So are you open to it changing in the future?
Yes, maybe. I think because when I finally made that decision, it wasn't like just one. I expressed, like, you're not feeding into me. I don't believe you're coming around more so when you need things, I believe, and I expressed this on multiple occasions. and they kept doing it and then acting kind of dumb. And then it was 2 times like talking behind my back, which is juvenile, but that showed me, okay, you don't even have loyalty, to me, even behind my back. So yeah. And then it comes a point where it's weird. Like most of my life, and I say most because it's when I start noticing women, when they first come into my life, they think I'm the most phony, unrealistic, I can't be trusted type person. And I say, well, honey, you just don't know. I am the most trustworthy person because I'm going to tell you everything right to your face. And I'm going to tell you, if you come to me and say, don't tell nobody, I said, well, girl, you don't want to tell me because I don't know how to keep secrets. I don't. I'll forget as soon as you leave me.
Well, at least you're honest about it.
I'm like, don't tell me something that nobody else can't know. Because what happened was a friend told me something that she didn't want me to spread, and I didn't do it, but I still got blamed for it because she forgot she got drunk and told herself. So I said, okay, I will never do that again. I will never put myself in that position anymore. So it's just that type of thing. I gave her chances, and I can't do with that disloyalty. Loyalty means a lot to me, and integrity.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
That's it. Oh, for now. Yes. And before I came over here, and before anything, I was I thought my path was going to be to write a book. And then I did 16 episodes on a podcast that really just I found out later, just really took off for like less than a month. I had over 300 downloads. I'm like, okay. And then that's what led me over here to YouTube. And so I'm going to incorporate those. I've done brought 2 over here, and I'm kind of just doing like a watching, like we watch it together type thing, and I comment on it. And it's all about my life, and it's pretty funny things I've been through, even though I have to continue to say, just because I'm laughing and this is my disposition and it is a serious situation, but if this is the way I handle it, I shouldn't be condemned because it didn't make me go into such a traumatic state just because I went through it, if I'm explaining that right.
I think that's good though.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think like I realized in these YouTubes, like just doing content, and you get a chance to meet all kind of people that you would have never interacted with outside of this. And what I've seen is you can put together like great videos of like a great idea, just great. What people really consume is someone who is honest about something that they can relate to. Right? Like I remember, spending hours on some of my videos like, oh, I'm about to crush. This about to get 2 million views. Like, as a content creator, when you put out something, you like, I'm about to get 2 million views. Like I'm about to snap off. And then that don't hit. But then something you think that it wasn't really crafted, it was just honest. Like that's what people gravitate to. And I think I think when people hear your story, because hey, let's be honest, I got some things like that with people I love as well. And sometimes in you trying to do the right thing, you kind of have to ask yourself, am I wasting time? What if they die? Am I going to regret if something happens? And you got to weave through all of this. And then some of us, you have to be like, you have to choose between, do I want to be emotionally healthy and at peace, or do I want to continue trying to force this thing to work? And some people don't know how to make that decision. And so seeing somebody like you, we get answers in a therapeutic way where we can laugh and we realize that it doesn't have to be as traumatizing as it could be, right? Because now we got an example to look at.
Right. I appreciate that. And it's so true. Just like death, I don't look at death as a bad thing. I rejoice and smile at death, especially if they're have received Jesus as their Lord and Savior. I know where they're going, where they're at. And so people are looking at me, you're not crying. I'm like, it is not going to bring them back regardless. So, either way. And then it's just, I don't know. It just seems so reversed to me. A lot of things are so reversed. And I do say some people, some people I think it's for attention and it's for self-centeredness and I've never been able to do pity parties and That's part. I don't have any girlfriend. I lost my last girlfriend. I had to leave my last girlfriend because I said, "Girl, been 15 years. I can't do not one more. I know your story better than you." So it's that type of thing. But I love life. I love I love the experience of life. I'm loving this, like meeting you and meeting all these amazing people on YouTube and hearing the different stories and the different personalities. It's just it's unbelievable to me. It's like what I keep saying, I'm not doing one tomorrow. I keep saying it and it hasn't happened yet. I'm not doing a live street tomorrow. Not doing it tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet, but I look forward to it. And I
Well,
really
you got to
enjoy
market for it.
Yeah,
you got to market for it. People are up. Like I know for me, I work a lot. Like I'm actually working right now, and sometimes you just need to have something that you can have some comedy. Like I saw a show. I think it was Saturday. I forgot what day it was. I took like a 2-hour nap, and y'all was still on, still getting it. I'm like Kai in here. I'm like Kai putting work in. I'm like I'm not working hard enough. Kai is still on here.
I'm still on there, and I had Uncle Stu up here cracking up. We literally laughed for over an hour straight. Like me, Uncle Stu, and Trash Can Waves just cracking up, just going at it. My side started hurting.
Dream Out Loud said it correctly. Insomniacs will be here. Absolutely.
Yes. That's good. See, I can't. You know what? Okay, so you guys are here, right? So it's like I can't look there because I've taught, and who I am is like you guys have to have my undivided attention.
Well, appreciate that.
Oh, now I see it. Yes. But yeah, then I'll go back and look at it. But yeah. And then because in college that was considered and not saying about you guys, it's just the way I was trained. Like you give your attention, then you give that positive active feedback and stuff. So but I'm gonna learn that because I have to pick it up. I need to pick up how to stay engaging here and keep going with the comments and everything as well. I'll get it.
Well, Kai, I want to say thank you for sharing your story. Like I said, I'm learning. Like you got to get to know people before you make assumptions. And I think just in the world we live in, we just make so many assumptions so quickly, and good or bad. And I think the best thing that we can do is ask. I think the most intelligent thing you can do is ask a question. And so thank you for obliging and sharing.
Can I share one more thing with you if you haven't known already? So like I was sharing with you how one thing prepares you for the next and the next. And when I say 100% everything in my life, whether someone can take it as negative or positive, it's always been a positive for me. So I'm not sure if you know this, but you know about the Kevin Samuels thing though, right?
That video.
Yeah, when he came for me.
Ma'am, I mean, I'm trying to absolutely, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so my point being, that was the very first time I've ever cammed up on YouTube. I literally just started thinking about what I'm going to try to record and figure everything out. And that was the very first time I came up. That literally from that, it hadn't even been a week, just took me from there to here. You see what I mean? So it was like, I look at it maybe not so much of hard knocks trying to, how I get it, No, it's just like I was prepared. I believe the Lord allowed that to happen. The Lord sent him for me and got me in this community. And here I am, So that's what I believe. So
excellent.
So what happened with the Kevin Samuels thing?
Oh God. You know, I have 3 videos of it. I did 3 reaction videos in there recorded, but he came for me because I was sharing some things, and I didn't even go on that show for that. Amira asked me questions and about my ex-husband, and I shared quite candidly about my ex-husband, and then here comes Kevin Samuels for little old me. I'm like, what? He lucky my comeback. I got to think a little bit, but I have respect. See, I have respect for me, and so I didn't have my comeback, but that's all right. I got it on my platform.
Yeah, that's what I do sometimes. Maybe I had said something wrong or something like that, and then some I should have expanded upon something. And then I'll do a reaction video to my own reaction. They're like, oh,
Right.
and further,
Yeah.
we can do this.
Exactly. But he wasn't even letting me finish the questions that he was asking me. And then I am the type of person where I really don't like over talking people, period. But especially I do have respect for, I'm just going to use the word authority for a lack of a better word, but for men in general, for the the presence of my position that I am. But don't get it wrong. If we're in a setting like a social setting or other things, I'm not gonna be like, oh, men can't talk. Am I allowed to talk now? I'm going to be more me, but on that type of thing, I'm going to, of course, be more respectful, and I'm not going to like be up there and have my ass all out looking crazy. No, that's not going to happen. I don't care. He could have kept going at me. He was not going to get no reaction out of me on that platform or anything like that where I'm going to be looking crazy. So that's just what's in me.
Yeah, because sometimes when people go out there, of course he kind of asks for like people to disagree with him on things. So he kind of asks for that kind of stuff, and then by somebody coming up to disagree instead of like maybe add in to the topic, it kind of does lead to a heated debate about something, or somebody showing off their viewpoint, and then people aren't agreeing to whatever they're thinking. So yeah, that happens a lot, and a lot of people tune into Kevin Samuel or call into Kevin Samuels for whatever like problem they may have and stuff like that. And then honestly, I don't know if you called in for a specific problem. I think you just call it in for I haven't seen
Me?
the video. Yeah,
No,
I
no,
think
no,
you
no,
were calling
no.
in for like the
It was
topic.
a mirror show, and she was talking. What made me call in originally was I don't know how Muslims, their belief or anything. So she was sharing about clothing, dressing appropriately.
Okay.
And at the point where I'm like, wait, what? I took it as because of her religion of being a Muslim, that men, if they wanted to wear shorts, it was measured and it had to be a certain length, and then things were measured and it was so rule constructed. So what made me call in was and then she went on to say something about clothing. So I called in because I wanted to know, well, is if the hem on the shorts are not correct, are you no longer a Muslim? Because it seemed like she was saying you had to do these rules in order to be a Muslim. So I wanted to know, if you don't do those rules, are you no longer a Muslim? But it never even went that way, because it just, well, me, I talk, I ramble a lot. So it just, once I start talking, it just went a whole nother way. And then we started talking about homosexuality. I shared the story about with my daughter, and then in the chat they say, "Oh, she coming for her." But I'm not coming for her. I'm having a conversation, trying to understand. Just like Sir Hell says, you have to ask questions to understand, and that's all I was doing. But they kept, she coming for us. She keep asking questions. She said what she said, but she wasn't being clear to me. And then it got to the point where she asked me, well, is your daughter's father involved? And I was like, well, no, we're divorced. And then it went from there. And then she said something like, oh, what would he, this is the kicker. What would he say about possibly if she was bisexual, homosexual? I said, well, for sure he wouldn't agree with it, but I don't think he's intelligent enough to articulate it. Now, wait. Before I said that, that's what everybody heard. But I had already said 2 times prior, I said I wouldn't want him to talk to her about it because he makes fun of it. He said, ain't nobody gonna be no fudge packer. You come out. He has these little stupid jokes about men and that type of thing. He's never taught. And I'm telling this, before I finally get to that part, because I'm like, these people are not understanding what I'm saying here. So I broke it down to he's not able to articulate why, because he's going to make a joke of it that's insensitive, that has nothing to do with a person being a homosexual or a lesbian or anything. That was my point. But then all they held on is to, because Kevin Samuels came on, you're disrespectful. I'm like, oh, really? You're so, you're a horrible person. I'm like, he talking to me? I'm the least horrible person you will ever be. So, and that was another reason why it was so easy, because I'm like, this man don't know me, and he for damn sure ain't talking about me, because that nothing he's saying is anything of my character. So that made it easy also, not to really react to him. But yeah, so that was the kicker. The first part was me saying that he wasn't intelligent enough to articulate it. And then I said this. So I said, because he's taught like on a high school level. They took that in general. But see, I'm talking about what we're talking about. We're talking about homosexuality. We're talking about lesbian and, practices and things like that. So I'm specifically talking about that with these statements. You know what I mean? So that went there. And then finally, when Kevin was on, he's like, well, you still shouldn't have got divorced and blah, blah, blah. And so I said, no, well, that's not why I got divorced. I got divorced for a lot of reasons. But finally, because he's smoking weed all day on the couch playing game. Oh, Lord, everybody exploded. I'm like, dang, is he the only one that smoked weed? I'm like, dang, and, oh, where did he get it? Bet you bought it. I said, I sure did buy it. I gave him the money because also I'm the only one working, making money. So it was all these things that people are acting like they never heard of this before in their life. This is not possible. There's so much higher than smoke weed. Oh my God, who does this? And she bought it? And I'm like, y'all old phony ass so-and-so. Y'all need to go look in them. This is really what I'm thinking. I'm like, that's why it doesn't bother me. It's like, y'all lost something wrong with y'all. Y'all can't even be real with y'all self, but y'all worried about me up here telling the truth and y'all going all crazy. And then at the end, everything, I kind of seen the comments, and they were saying, and I was getting comments at, on my page, and they were saying, you're such a horrible person, and this, that, and that. I can't believe you said it. I said, well, would you prefer that I lie? Would that make you feel better? You want me to make up a story that would make you feel better because I'm telling the truth? And then it went from there. And then this guy contacted me. He said, you need to make a reaction video. And then that's when I made the reaction video. And I had fun making the reaction video because my personality got to come out.
Yeah, I have a question though. Like,
yeah.
Like, how does that, like, reading those comments, does it make you feel any kind of way seeing that, the negativity? Because I learned something. That's what I'm saying. Like on YouTube.
What they gonna do? Until they come to my door, they want to pay my bills. I'm gonna be like, oh, what you thought about that? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry you thought that. I don't give a fly. I don't even care.
I just noticed that people take a clip and then they think that, oh, I know who she is. I do think though, on YouTube, we see situations that mimic other situations. It's kind of like, how like police officers, you see crime enough that you don't even think about that this could be different. It just looks the same. I think that happens in so many cases. And when I think about what you just said, I think a lot of people anticipated that it sounds like something else, and they don't know the nuances to the situation.
But that's what happened with me in nursing too. That's what I kind of started having to check myself because I was tainted. I got tainted. Oh, it ain't true. Oh, same old thing. And I had to check myself with that. Yeah, because it's not the same old thing. You really don't know. And maybe it is the same old thing, but okay, that's what it is. Address it accordingly. But no, it doesn't bother me at all. I really, at the beginning, I was sitting up there, I was getting good old laughs off of reading them. I was responding and everything, but I said, "Oh, this is too much work." I'm like,
Something,
I'm good.
you know, you realize some of your critics, they never, if you ask them a direct question to point out what exactly you said wrong, most of them never do. Like there was a couple of videos I did on somebody's platform. They were like, Sir Hale, you just came off as judgmental and you judged this person. And I said, okay, really, like, do me a favor. I mean, I really appreciate the feedback. Take me to the timestamp and show me where I was judgmental, and I'll take a look. And no response. It's like people criticize because they have feelings in the moment, and people don't think critically about a conversation. They just hear trigger words and then they go off of that rather than actually listen to what you say.
Well, let me tell you, have us Kevin Samuels diehard clone on you. They got timestamps. They sending you a clip of the timestamp of what you said along with their comment answer. So just get one of them on you. Oh, they'll get you well informed what they think, but they still don't have the whole story because I never got a chance to finish answering the question.
Yeah. Now I will say I'm a heavy Kevin Samuels fan, but
I agree with him too most of the time.
But I think some people take it too far. Like I think some people take it too far, and they're so focused on being a fan that they turn off their thinking brain so that they're not hearing it intelligently. And I think it's so important, no matter who you're talking to, even if it sounds the same, give people the benefit of the doubt that it could be different. Because if you listen to biases, you're gonna get biased, and then you're gonna create what you think it is, and it could be something completely different.
So you said they turned off their thinking brain. I beg to differ. Did they have? No, I'm kidding. They had one to turn it off. I'm talking about the clones. It's some of them, I mean, verbatim. They're just saying what Kevin says. And I'm like, that don't even apply here. I know your master's rules better than you. You know, it's like you're not saying it in the right spot and stuff like that. But I have fun with it, you know. It's all good. But before I have because I don't want you to sneak out on me before I get to ask you one of these philosophical questions, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if it's philosophical. I just said that actually. Okay, so I want to see which one. Oh, this one might be good for you. It's safe question too, I promise. Oh, see, now I want to ask you all of them. Okay, let me okay, here's a good one. What would you do with extra time if you had 25 hours per day while everyone else continues to only have 24 hours per day?
What would I do with that extra hour?
Per day.
Now, listen, that's a question that I've never been asked before. That's wild. I would probably rest. I'll probably get some sleep.
We are so alike. I thought that instantly.
Yep.
Even though it's not productive, but I thought I would get rest. I really did.
I only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. So an extra hour could do some good.
But then I started thinking, you know, my thinking brain, my logic kick in. That's an hour every day that you're getting extra than anyone else. So essentially that is 300. How many days in a year? 326, 356 hours? How many days? 365. I knew it was 300.
326.
365. So there's 300. Ask me something medical. Ask me something about your body. I got it. 365 days a year. So essentially, if we use that answer, we're saying we're sleeping away an extra 365 hours. You see what I'm saying? So I start thinking of it that way, but I still, okay, let me give you another one because that's no good. Okay, here's one.
But can I ask you a question to that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think a lot of us aren't getting enough rest. I think with us being so busy, us being so, alerted with our phones and smart devices, with work, family issues, concerns, you got to stay up to, support content creators while you're doing your content as well. I don't think we're getting enough rest. And this is coming from somebody who I don't need a lot of rest, but even with talking with my doctors and with my therapist, like rest I think we underestimate the power of that. And particularly like when you're at a certain age or we have a certain personality, rest is important. It
It is.
really is.
You know what, Sir Hill,
I'll,
you are calling me out because it's already 3:21 in the morning.
Yep, it's 2:22 where I'm at. Yep, so I'm with you.
Yeah, man.
but I'll tell you this before you guys go. I get the hints.
No, I'm
But,
good. I got a meeting in a few
amazing.
hours, so I'm good.
I'll tell you. So being a nurse over 20 years, like I said, always work night shift. I would get, and I worked a lot, and I would come home. I can go to sleep on a dime, and of course, I was only getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep and stuff. And my blood pressure was out of control the whole entire time since college, all the way until I decided to. Well, I guess I call it retire. I didn't retire. I don't know. Stop working. And this is the first time ever my whole adult life that my blood pressure has been managed and healthy, and really and taken off of some blood pressure medication. I'm still on like 3 blood pressure medications, but before I was on like 6. And it still wasn't controlled. And so I will contribute that to rest, because I'm not a stressful person. They kept trying to tell me, you're stressed. I said, I'm not. You're stressing me though now because I'm not stressed. And just from the sleep, it totally, that's the only thing. And I know for a fact that that's what got my body to regulate my blood pressure better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, trust me, for those you guys in the chat, y'all don't understand. Like, I've been to a doctor and therapist, and every one of them, Ernest, you got to get rest because I function off of. I work about 18 to 20 hours a day. Like, this is not a joke. And it's like, for people who are listening, it's like, man, he hustling, he getting it. Yeah, but you might be shaving off years of your life as well.
Yeah.
And that's real. So you got to take some time and get rest. Meditation and naps are also great. I didn't know about that. Meditation is a thing. Like, if you meditate for about 30 minutes to an hour, it'll feel like you had a 2-hour nap. If you do, like I use a Calm app. It is a fantastic thing, right? And I don't think we take enough time to rejuvenate our bodies. Think about this. We charge our phones more than we charge ourselves. Think about that. Right, we always make sure we're charged up at 100%, and we just learn how to be high functioning people at 50%. And so sometimes, now of course, if your life is busy, you can't sleep as much as you want to. But if you have a day, like I schedule a day like Sunday, I go get a 2-hour massage, right, and then I rest that day. You've got to do that so that you are at your peak self. Like, especially as a content creator or somebody, I see somebody who's talking about AWS and Azure. I'm a cloud engineer as well. I'm into cloud computing. And in order to be your sharpest, you've got to get rest so that your mind can operate at its highest capacity. So that's why I said I would sleep for an extra hour. And this has come from somebody who is high octane, who doesn't think that he needs very much of it.
Yeah. What was you saying before?
Yeah, you definitely do need rest. I believe it's like 8 to 9 years taken off your life for a lack of sleep. And then of course it's like 10 years if you live a sedentary lifestyle. It's a lot of time off your life. And I'll say this, that I actually had a family member who had this grinding mentality. He would not get any sleep whatsoever, to where he would go several days without getting sleep, and it makes you hallucinate.
It does.
Yeah, he ended up in the hospital because he almost broke into some cars and all this other. He was just out of his mind. And I'll tell you, like, it is extremely important that you get your rest and take care of your health. I think I would advocate for anybody to, even though I'm over here doing 29-hour live streams.
And it backfired.
So before the Billions is speaking from experience, he is qualified to tell you this.
Yes.
Because I mean, like, people used to tell me, like, hey, you need to get some sleep. And then it isn't, I'll tell you this will make you get some sleep. It isn't until you start seeing things in front of you while you're trying to go to sleep, because you'll stay yourself awake and it'll give you insomnia and you won't be able to go to sleep. But then you'll start to see things in the dark, and then you'll be like, okay, wait, is there something actually there or not? And that's probably one of the most freakiest things, but you're just hallucinating. and you need to get some rest.
That has happened to me multiple times. Multiple
Yeah.
times. I can remember that.
Yep.
Crazy.
So very, very. Thank you for asking that question, Kaya. Thank you for that.
For what question?
About about the extra hour.
Oh, the
About
24 hours. Look, I'm trying to figure out my next question. I'm like, what question he talking about? He hallucinating. Okay.
You need an extra hour.
Okay. I got a different one if you don't mind. I was trying to find the one with time, but maybe okay, yes. So this should be kind of a fun one. What would you do if you found out you could stop time? Oh, before the billions, I should before. Let's not leave them out. I don't want before the billions. I apologize. Where is my manners? I'm not a good old Southern girls, but I do have manners. Before the billions.
That's how they say
If
it
you
too.
had an extra hour and 25 hours per day, but everyone else still had 24 hours a day, what would you do?
Ooh,
And
yeah,
you can't rest.
Yeah, I'll probably work on my business. I'll probably put an extra hour into building my website or something like that. I mean, I just got it to where I'm using HubSpot and stuff like that, and I'm trying to build it up. And I just need an extra hour that way I can knock it out or help myself get this certification and stuff like that. So yeah, an extra hour would be great.
Yeah, but you don't need 365. You know, hours. What is there something else? Because you're gonna have that done in a minute.
Nope, it's an ever
Oh,
evolving
okay.
thing.
Because me
Yeah, I'm only one
and
person.
Sir, we're gonna sleep. It's resolved. It's done. Okay, so the next question. And so before the billions, I will do you the courtesy of asking you this question first.
Okay.
What would you do if you found out you could stop time? Now, I know that I could think of the way I thought of it, but just take it. That's blatantly the question. What would you do if you found out you could stop time?
Yeah, if I could stop time, but can I also then start time whenever I wanted to? Is that also
That's my perception. Yeah, but if
yeah,
you can stop time, so I'm thinking, yeah, you can stop it for whatever period of time, and
and start it
yeah,
back
you would
up?
have to start it
'Cause
back. I hope.
I would never stop it if I couldn't start it back up, right? But if I could stop time,
Oh,
I probably would go and probably travel or something like that. That's probably what I would do. I'll be like, okay, you know what? Let me stop time and let me go over here
well,
and go see like maybe the mountain or something like that. But then the thing is that everything is stopped. So now I have all the time in
no.
the world to go
Uh,
ahead and adventure and see all the everything I want to see. Right. So
why
that's
you
probably
gotta
what I
stop
would do.
time for that? Why you gotta stop time to see a mountain? The
Because you
mountain
can
ain't
never
gonna
see
move.
you can never see everything within your whole lifetime, right? So you can stop time and then go see everything. And because like let's say this is right, is okay, now if I stop time, that means I can you know, do things in life without actually having to, interact with people. Everybody like stopped. I can go ahead and get on a train. I don't have to go into work. I don't have anything really to do. So I'll just go ahead and
Okay.
adventure or something like that.
So you add more to it. So because you stop time, all the people stop and everything too. They stop too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or do you mean like the day
I
just
just
never continues?
I said you could put whatever you want there. I said, what would you do if you found out you could stop time? That's
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah, I would go I would
So
go
you stop
adventure.
it. So your time. So people in time go together. So when your time stop, the people stop.
And I can start it back up. It's almost like I just teleported wherever I'm trying to go. That's pretty much the way I'm thinking of it. I can go ahead,
So
stop time, travel where I need to go, start time back up again, and then it's like I'm there. I'm here 1 second, there the next.
so time and energy and transport is all one for you.
But that's pretty much how I would think about it. Like let's say if
Okay.
I stop time right now and then
Yes.
the very next second I'm in Dubai or something like that, and I start time again,
But
and then
how did you make it to Dubai?
well, as an example, that's how about not even Dubai? Let's just say that if I were to go to Tennessee or something like that, I'll go a state up, and I can just drive my car up there, and then I'll be up in Tennessee.
Okay, I'm gonna go one more step with you. I have to. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. This is how, because so your car is gonna work, but people will not work.
I mean, I can
Because you
always,
said
but
when you stop time, you don't have to interact with people. That was one of the good things you said.
mhm.
So if that's the case, why not just take a plane up then?
Well, then who gonna operate the plane?
Oh, okay. You're a little smarter than I thought you was. Okay.
But,
No,
like
I'm kidding.
I could say this is that if I needed to take a plane somewhere or a boat somewhere, I would take the plane and or a boat, and I would be on that continent, stop time, and then go wherever I wanted to go on that continent. Right. So,
Okay.
anything I can do by land or something like that, I would, stop time there, and then I would be traveling wherever I want to. Right. So
Why ever
if I'm trying,
start time again? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, like if I wanted to start time, then I would want to interact with people again. Right.
Oh,
But
amen.
the way I'm thinking of it is based off of a show called Rick and Morty. And this show, in the show, it's exactly how I was saying is that you can move around, you can do whatever you want to. Nobody else can move. Nobody knows that you're doing whatever. You can interact with people, but they are not interacting back with you. And then you can drive vehicles. You can, presumably fly planes if you know how to. And then you can pretty much do whatever, but just, you don't have to worry about time. So it's not like you age or anything like that. You just do whatever you want to. So if you haven't seen it, most definitely check it out. Check out that show. Oh, I don't know, just kind of you don't seem like
No,
you would
that
like
doesn't.
it.
No, I would be thinking of all the wrong in it. Like this don't make sense. But no, I got these questions off of it's like a trivia type. It's like they give you a bunch of questions for dates or conversation breakers, and never have I ever, stuff like that. Okay, Sir Hell. What would you do if you can stop time?
I would stop it because 2020, I lost some people who I didn't get a chance to say bye to. So I lost a pastor, lost a big brother, lost loved ones. So I would stop time just to give people who I love and I miss a hug, and to forgive more quickly, and to not hold on to petty stuff. I will stop time to make sure that words that I would have spoken that would have hurt people, that I would stop myself from doing that, because the future, you have to eat that up, and it's not a good feeling. So I would stop to make sure that I love on people and not hold on to petty issues that mean nothing. If you could stop time, think about how nonsensical it is, and then start time again. That's what I would do.
I like that. Before the billionaires, don't feel bad. He had a lot of time to think about it because I gave you some questions. No, but okay. But no, okay. So I got a question about that though, just to understand your thought process.
I'm sorry.
So,
I appreciate it, man.
so that means you would have to go back in time too, before that moment that it happened, to be able to then stop time. So how do we get that in this equation?
Well, so sometimes it's coming. So with my older brother in the hospital, we know it was coming, and this happened for two of them. This is real personal now, and I ain't gonna cry nothing like that. But if you hear my voice crack a little bit, what I mean. I'll be back. You know what I mean. So what happened was I made phone calls to both of them. To my brother and to my pastor, made phone calls, and I didn't get an answer. But I was wondering what was going on. And with COVID, you were restricted to go see. You couldn't do much. And once, left the voicemail, wondering what's going on, and then you get the call that they had already passed away. So that messes with you. Like, I didn't really realize how Like you lose somebody you love and you don't get a chance to say goodbye to somebody you care about, and there's things that are left unsaid. That stuff do something to you. It does something to you. And I had to start therapy because of that as well. So I would stop time because I don't think we recognize for people you love that they may not always be here, and like tomorrow's not promised to any of us. And you get used to seeing somebody here, you get used to seeing them and their smile, and it could be gone soon. And so I would really stop time to make sure I let people know I love them, because what good is love that's in your heart that hasn't been given away, right? So I would make sure that I would give it away, and the little petty grievances and stuff that we will forgive easily, because it doesn't matter. Like when your life flashes before your eyes and you're close to death, you suddenly realize how unimportant a lot of the stuff we think are important actually is not, right? So that's what I would do.
Okay, so I have a follow-up. You too? So like 2 or 3 lives ago that I did, we were discussing love. We weren't discussing like just love. We were each expressing and trying to define what love meant to us, or what the definition of love. So I would love if you could express what is the meaning of love, and more importantly, how do you know what is love?
That's a fantastic question. Love is me accepting you in your completeness without trying to change you unconditionally. That's what love is. I don't have to like you to love you. I don't have to get something from you. You don't have to incentivize me. It's just on the merit of you being who you are, you get this love. We don't have to bargain for it. We don't have to negotiate for it. It's just something that you get. I love you completely and unconditionally. That to me is what love is.
And okay, so do you love everybody?
I do.
You love everybody. I'm going by your definition. Really?
I do. Oh, I don't like everybody.
Yeah, no, I got it. We saying love. Okay, can you say your definition of love one more time?
Is loving somebody on the merit of them just being them, a human being, unconditionally. I absolutely do love.
Okay, so them being them unconditionally, you love them. So it's no matter what they do, wrong or right, it doesn't matter. You still love them unconditionally because of who they are.
Yes.
I think I got that right. Interesting.
On the merit of being a person. Now, who they are, we deal with the personality and the nuances of them.
Oh, okay. On the merit of them being a person. Okay. Even though I do want to go deeper with you, if you don't mind.
I want you to go deeper because I got some stuff I want to share.
Even in our nature of being born sinful nature, like that is us. Even with us being who we naturally are, things have happened. I don't know the guy's name, but he touched inappropriately young things he shouldn't have touched, or whoever. I'm counting everything, and then going back. So okay, keeping that in mind. And then your definition of love is, you said, the merit of a person because they are a person. So it has nothing to do with actions. It has nothing to do with expressing. It has nothing, no involvement. It's like it's just nothing. It's no emotions, no feelings, no ties, no nothing. Because you are what you are. That's what love is what I'm getting from you. Oh, you standing by it. Elaborate, please.
For God so loved the world that Amen. He gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever should believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. It didn't say for God loved the world who did well, or who had good character, or those who didn't break the 10 commandments, or those who were of a certain race, or those who were of a certain ethnic class. He didn't say that. He just loved the world. And if The creator can love people on the merit of them being people. And he's omniscient. He's all knowing. So he sees the ugliness that we hide. He sees our sinfulness, our deceitfulness, our wickedness, our hypocrisy. He sees all that, and he can choose to love us with his all knowingness. With me and my limited knowledge, I should be able to love as well, since I don't know completely who a person is, both bad and good. So yes, I love a person on merit of them being a person.
Yeah, you should be able to. I agree with that. But since we can't and is unable to do what we want to do and should do, that's the only reason why I kind of challenge you there. Not even challenge you, the wrong word. That's why I kind of like, okay, I give you the side eye on that, because
let me give you an example.
I'm totally with you on that. I feel the exact same way. Go ahead.
17 years old, we moved from Indiana to Texas because the preacher at that church tried to introduce me to perversion.
Okay.
As a young minister. Mm-hmm. Taken out of the school in the 3rd grade, talked about all my life, wanted to commit suicide. I'll never forget, there was one day, I was 17 years old, and I had to preach a youth service, because I was a youth minister. And an hour before I had to preach, I almost committed suicide. I had a knife to my throat, and I was about to go, because what was the one thing I was missing was love. Mm-hmm. Was for me not to have to prove my worth. I didn't want to have anybody to try to take advantage of me to get something. I wanted a person to see me for who I am, not for my skills or my gifts, or because you thought you can get something out of me, but just me for me. And so me with a lack of love is what I believe God used to help me to understand what love is, and to realize that love is not for people who want it. Love is for people who need it. And so that is why I love people, because it is not something that they can do to merit it. Because heck, I could hate this person. Let's just be honest. There's some people who've done things I could absolutely hate them, but those are the people who need love the most. And my love does not justify what they've done wrong. My love for them frees me from the venom of what they did to me. And so I love them, because in loving them, I express God's love to earth. And if I can't love them, I can't receive God's love. It has to be a flow. So if my faucet for love is blocked and I can't give that love, then my faucet is blocked from me receiving that love, because love has to flow. So this is why I love everybody, so that I can continue receiving that love. And as I receive that love, I give that love.
Okay. So yes, exactly. So that's what, okay, let's go with the flow part of it. So with the flow part of it, and you saying everyone, and I just had said, isn't love kind of an action, is some type of expression? Because the way I'm getting it from you, when you get to your flow part, it don't have to be no expression, nothing tangible, no feelings or anything. So how do you express it once you get to that flow part? And I'm talking about the person maybe necessary who you just shared the story with us about, like in that, not when it's easy, but when it's hard.
I'm going to it's really hard. Let me start back. I don't want people to think that this is something just you easily do. This crap is hard, but you have to practice every day. This is why our word teaches us to love your neighbor as you love yourself. In other words, you practice on you first, so that you are able to perform that and be excellent with how you give it to other people. So it's not easy. But so the person who did wrong said to say that they're going through some medical things now. And part of me could be like, you know what, this is what you deserve. No. Because if I treat you like that, I've done wrong too in my life, and it ain't been that. But if I treat you like that, then the same condemnation I give you. And I do believe that we have to deal with our consequences. But dealing with consequences doesn't mean that I wish that upon you. Does that make sense? Like I don't wish, totally. I don't wish bad on you. I don't wish that. If that's the outcome of your decisions, that's different. But I don't wish that on anybody. And I think that takes a degree of love, and that's the action. The action is it may not be what I do for them, but the action is making sure I keep my heart clean so that I don't have these thoughts. And that's an action. It's just one that can't be seen. So it's not easy, but it's practice every day.
I appreciate that, but we're not done yet, but I do appreciate that. I totally appreciate that. And okay, so the only reason why I said, because I totally believe you know my faith. I wear my faith on my sleeve. I'll tell anybody. I might not get all the words right, but I know what I'm trying to say, So totally believe all that. And I am sitting here today saying I do not love everybody. And I know I don't. Yeah, and even though I say it jokingly, I do be meaning it, like, oh Lord, please, you pray for me. I be telling Lord, please pray for me, because I want to say something, and I ain't feeling her or him or whatever, and I be serious, but that's just the way I deliver it. But so I say that, going back to this love, and I appreciate the way you expressed it, and how you just explained it there. Even though I heard you say, like, it's hard, I get it. Logically, I am getting it. I'm not all the way there, but I'm getting it, and I can see that. However, when you had shared about, and I'm talking personal, I'm not like, when you shared about when, like, he's going through issues, medical. Now, you tell me here if I'm right or wrong. I can legitimately tell you, more than a handful of times, when people have done intentionally wrong by me, and I'm not even kidding, I say, Lord, I'm giving that over to you. And I do this. So y'all don't judge me out there. Don't judge me, because I do say this. I said, Lord, I'm giving this over to you. But if there's any way that I can see, for me, not saying he's answering this, guys, please don't take it the wrong way. But when I tell you, I don't get pleasure, joy out of it or anything like that. It's just another confirmation for me in my spirit. And I just wanted to share that, just to be sharing it. But my point here is, okay, even though I don't want anything to happen to them, I say good for them. And it's not with bad intent. It's because I truly believe that they can learn from this, that they need to learn from this. But I still don't love them. I don't. And maybe I put too much emotion on love. That might be my problem with this, because I believe the same thing you said. But I don't feel love from them. But I truly believe they needed that to happen for whatever reason. Maybe that is that last little bit of hope. Maybe you gonna see, maybe the bareness of your ears or your heart, you're gonna be relieved and you can accept and receive Christ or something. But I do get a little pleasure out of it, just a little. I don't want it, but
just do you mind posting the link into the chat?
The link. I just learned what that meant last night. That means they want me to do these, because I'm like, what link? Where am I gonna go get a link? Yes, absolutely, I will. Okay, so I don't know if you got, so my question is, like I said, I really appreciate the way you describe that, because that does help me logically a lot.
But I want to respond to what you said, though. Okay. So first of all, your honesty is just dope. Let's just start there. Your honesty is dope. Yes. But I don't. So you got to separate love from emotions. So love is a decision you make. Your emotions are going to color the decisions. So think about me saying this, Kaya. I don't like what you said to me. That's me saying a lot of stuff. Kaya, listen, I don't appreciate how you came at. I said the same thing, but you see how the color changed the context? It's the same thing with love. So if you put negative emotions on love, it changes the context. It changes the soup. And we've got to make sure we don't put that on there, because you got to love people. I do agree, however, though, that sometimes God allows certain pain in our life as a way to correct us, to bring correction. And so for that, you can't get in God's way. But again, I
Yeah.
don't wish hurt on anyone, because in my
Right.
head, I think that people who do some of the most heinous crimes, I think, depending on what they do, is different. But certain people, if they could understand the impact of what they were doing, I don't think that a lot of people would do it. I think some would. I think
Yeah.
is a significant amount of would. But some people, if you really knew the damage you were doing and the what you would have to deal with in your future, let's stop time. If you could
Mm.
understand what you would do, I know you wouldn't have done that. And so with that, this is why I pray for God's grace, because I can't be so arrogant to think that if a lot of those people who did that, I found out that it happened to them as well when they were at the same age. And what a lot of people don't realize is we perpetuate in others what was done to us. And so this is why I give some grace. Now, it doesn't take away from what you did. You got to pay the price so that you can learn. But we got to have some grace, because is a whole reason why we have our faith, right? If we could do this right by ourselves, we would have.
Yeah.
It takes God, it takes his love and his transformative power for us to be who he has created us to be, and then to take us out of our sin nature. So this is why I say I have to love. Now, I don't like everybody. I don't
Right.
like everybody.
Right.
Sometimes personalities clash. Sometimes I don't like the way I don't like when people disrespect other people. I don't like people who are bigots.
Say
I don't
that
like
again.
people who talk badly about homosexuals and transsexuals.
Right.
We may have different beliefs, but if we can't talk from a place of love and respect for everybody, I'm not talking about what you think morally. I'm talking about what we think decently. And our Bible teaches us to love everybody without discrepancy. And if we can't do that, then I have a problem with that. So I don't like people on the basis of that. But
Yeah.
love, I love everybody.
I love you.
Okay. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jedi. Please. Go ahead. Because I keep going with, I love this type of talk. And,
That was magical.
Yeah, I know. But it was.
That's perfect. I gotta get one of those sound effects.
I know that's why I gave you I tried. Yes, Jedi.
How you guys
What's up, my
doing?
brother?
So
Doing
Jedi
good.
Mike.
Yeah, I just came from a long show I was part of, and on a Leaf network and everything. Man, that was a long show. But anyway, yeah, I was.
Well,
I
we
didn't
are
want to know.
get rejuvenated now. We talking about the word, and fill
Right,
you
right
back
ahead,
up.
speaking my language. Thank you.
Man.
And I at the same time was editing videos and won't be kind of getting posted next till like tomorrow. But yeah, this is exactly want to get in this conversation because I know, Sir Hale, I know we're nothing not set in stone, but I know we had like probably some plans eventually. We'll probably talk about like you, me, and like on filter or something that have like a kind of like a Christian type of perspective on this in this space and everything. But you mentioned this thing about grace because and forgiveness and stuff because with me I you talking about how God can allow certain pain to reveal like no certain season that you're in that maybe that he had to reveal that pain to you so way that you can act accordingly or change or leave a certain environment, and that's what happened to me. I told Kaya this previously, like another stream last or I guess this morning I guess, but that I'm a two-time like self-deletion survivor, right? And the reason for that came because I was part of a campus ministry that was basically a cult. Um, Now, and it's not denominational, and I'm not gonna. When I say cult, I want to use that term very lightly because a lot of people make the generalization of that, and I don't. And I want to make sure that the people in that ministry, some people are not horrible people or anything like that, but the spirit there was very religious and not really like I said, controlling, and they were kind of controlling things about certain experiences that I went through um, that led to me basically going to like a mental decline. Like when you mentioned about what your uh, mental health experience or hell, that's basically almost verbatim, basically what happened to me. Um, and this happened about 2 years ago, and I just recently left that entire friend group when I should have left like years ago. But it took me time because I had a lot of, like, I don't say unforgiveness, but like bitterness in myself because there was no sense of accountability in the ministry. Like they'll encourage me to go out to uh, this retreat and basically where I almost had like a basically a traumatic experience that led to me, doing what I did. And basically, they when I came back, it's almost they try to rewrite saying, "Oh, this is your fault." When they were the ones encouraging me, the leadership was encouraging me to go to this place. They didn't know what they were putting us into. Um, I was in a space where I I was like I won't say sleep deprived. I was malnourished. I dropped from that time. I was 180. Oh no, not 180. Excuse me, 162 pounds, and then at the end of that experience, I was 119 pounds. Right, and so I was like, a lot of stuff was like very traumatic for me when I came back, and it felt like the leadership in the ministry had took no sense of accountability on terms of who they were covering. When you're sending your leaders out there to war, like to battle and warfare, and when they come back, you know, with trauma, it's almost like there's a certain level of responsibility where they didn't feel like they were taken care of. But I knew now that I had to walk away from that experience because that bitterness is like it's going to consume you, and realize that whether you call it maturity, whether you call it um, like lamenting to God and giving up your pain and sorrow to Him, and just like I just couldn't hold that in because basically it was like life or death for me holding that bitterness in. But yeah.
And then I'm like, I'm sorry you had to go through that. I
Mhm.
mean, that's absolutely horrible. And it's even more scary knowing that you guys have similar stories, like almost word for word, and it's just and then I'm sure that there's plenty of other people who have experienced similar things as well. So I'm glad that you're still here with us, but also that you're not in that same situation now.
No, and I appreciate that, and I also want to say like because of that experience, I was becoming a negative factor in people's lives too. Like because like I was having panic attacks and everything, so there were people that were feeling unsafe around me, and I'm not gonna act like I'm not holding myself accountable because you're right. There is things where um things can actually lead to consequences, whatever, right? But the point about it is that I know like not wishing on anybody is like I have this type of like my friends have this type of rage with them with this ministry, but I don't because much as I have that um like I can say have a good reason to say like you guys put me through this, you guys lied on me, try and make a put like some stigma on top of me like I'm this person, but when I'm really just like suffering and but I just couldn't. I don't know why it was just no bone in my body just make me like put a curse on them and everything because my mom both my parents being in ministry, my dad being pastors like that they also told me, listen, there's consequences when you mess with a man or woman of God, anyone, you know. And I just think that regardless of what they have done something to me or not, I mean, I just know making sure I can't cross that line, you know.
So what do you believe like are I'm sure you've been a Christian because your parents are in the ministry, if I'm
Yeah, my
remembering
parents pastors.
correctly. Okay. So okay. Okay, so I have two questions.
Okay,
How do you think you got into that initially? And how old were you, Max?
so you
When you
mean
got
how I
into
got into campus ministry?
Yeah, but before you start answering, how old were you when you got when you went found yourself into the camp ministry that is a cult like
So
thing?
that was my sophomore year, so I was about I was 19 going on 20. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming you were saved and you went into this youth ministry thing. So my question is, how did you find yourself in there? And also, ultimately, what was that moment that either you didn't, go over, or however you want to say it, or if you did, what got you out? Ultimately, like the moment or event.
Okay.
I'm like pinpoint because I heard your story, but like the moment or
So
what
yeah,
happened.
and I know the story I said was kind of like a little bit disconjointed because it's I'm trying to come back like 2.5 years of stuff
Yeah.
when there was like obviously red flags that I was completely
Oh.
oblivious to throughout. If looking back at it, but to
Okay.
first answer your first question, how I got involved. Just one thing, being college campuses, you being a Christian student, whatever, you are targeted. By many different
Mm.
ministries, by many different organizations, whatever. So this is one thing I'd encourage your parents when you have children going there, that they're immediately gonna be going to in that environment, people recruit them for anything, fraternities, sororities, whatever, anything what might be. Um, and they have to just have increasing discernment on what works out for them. But
Fact.
um, with that, how I got in was because like my first freshman year, I was part of engineering LLC, and none of my friends were faith based at all, but yet we were doing things obviously as a sheltered or a Christian only child and preacher kid. It's like we weren't doing, and I just was feeling like I belong here. But then you had ran into these other people that were doing this like kiosk talking about do you believe in God and everything, led to discussion, and then they invited me to a small group, right? And then we had like a Bible study. Then the rest was history. But over time, I realized like that's when one of my closest friends, since we've been friends since the third grade, we go way back like chiropractors. So it's like um, when I got in, he started identifying. See, these people, they're very clicky and they're a cult. And me and him got into it because it's like these folks, they're believers and all that stuff. So we start having a rift in our relationship. But he identified the traits of it being like a cult because he had experience with his family younger in other ministry, right? And so one of the things that the moment that happened was one when I saw terms of controlling a leadership where they say we couldn't sit here, we couldn't, do this, whatever, some types of authority that was implied but was never stated. Like, you're a small leader where you run the Bible study, but you feel like you have more authority where there is none, saying like, getting involved in my personal life, relationships, and you call me to be vulnerable, but then end up weaponizing the vulnerability just to get your way. And uh, but the point was the moment when I was at this internship. This was the moment I was talking about with my girlfriend, Sir Hale, about when we talked about last time. We went to his internship in Richmond, and the process was we were learning about racial reconciliation. I'm in a PYI, so predominantly white institution. So you already know I'm only a few black folks in that ministry. Um, and they basically saying that okay, we're having racial reconciliation, so we're going to this thing called slave trail, where we're walking by the James River, we're holding each other's hands, act as like acting like we're chained as slaves. So like, yeah, this is low key traumatic, but yeah, you being naive of it all, you don't even notice it. Um, and then there's other things where they were controlling what we eat because they want us to live in community. So they told us to give us like our money to them, like our wallet. We couldn't go out spending anything. Um, yeah, and then we could give up our phone. So we basically I only had to contact my family like once a week or something for like an span of 7 weeks of this internship. And the whole purpose, they said they just want us to live in community and everything, which I mean, the word community, like especially in scripture and stuff like that, can get very broad and vague, when you imply it by that. But um, but that's what happened to me. And when they insinuated stuff about with scripture, talking about certain basic doctrine that I'm not really gonna go over to because it's just basic. Like uh, I'm trying to think of one. Like what was one? Oh yeah, like with prayer, right? Like I mentioned what I mentioned with Sir Hill in the recent live stream that we did. So they had issues like well, men we can't pray with women, right? Because they said that insinuates something as sexual or that you're trying to get with somebody, whatever like that. So that was one thing. Um, they didn't really believe anything in terms of we're talking about denominations because it was non-denominational, whatever. But and they were saying about how conducting how we act, how we dress, and stuff like that. It was a whole bunch of mess that really were just red flags. I just couldn't. And I'm looking back, I get frustrated just how naive I was, you know. And uh, so that moment at the internship was when I basically got sleep deprived, malnourished, and then like I lost almost about like 20-30 pounds, and uh, and that's when like when I that moment where it's like I broke because of the race. I guess you say the trauma that are making us go through the slave trail and everything. And I'm like, what are we doing? So, uh, and it made me at that time made me kind of lost faith in just terms of church community at that time. Like I just gave up faith in it in general. Never gave up on God. Just I didn't just trust the people. Cause I thought it was just demonic. But that moment for me was at the internship when they was telling us to control every aspect of our life and what we're doing, and so that was that moment for me.
You know, two things there. That I never even thought about this until you brought up about college, and that is so true. My first semester in college, soon as this girl, I was in a class, and somehow she found out I was Christian, and literally the next class that we had together, or that next time, she invited me. She said, "Oh, you're a Christian?" I'm like, "Yeah," and she invited me. She said, "We have this small group
Yep.
that meets up together, and we'll love if you come." And me, I'm like, "Oh, I'll be there." You know, I went that very day. So I went in there. First of all, even though she was white, I didn't care. I went in there, and it was maybe about 25 people or so. So I walked in, and I'm looking. Okay, I don't see no other colors, but okay, amen. She invited me.
Right.
So I go in, ain't not one person spoke to me. I'm like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
nobody, you
Yeah.
know, it ain't the friendly ones. Nobody ain't speaking there, two, three
Right.
paired off. And then so I sat down, I said, okay, what is this? You know, I'm curious. So I kind of sat next to her and two other girls. So they're kind of interacting and looking, you know, but I don't even believe they probably didn't think I was going to come, I guess. But then I don't know what her name is. Betty, what's the belief? What do you guys believe? Oh, we're Christians. I said, oh, okay, amen.
What's
And then I said,
domination?
but what? Yeah, no, I didn't say domination because I want to hear them, you know. I said, but what do you believe in? Like, what is like, you know, what happens? Like, what is the purpose? Because I want them to say, I don't want them, you know, to lead them basically. Because it was like it was just weird. And she's like, no, yeah, we're Christians, and we read the Bible, and then you know we have teachers, and so I was like, oh, okay. So I hung out a little bit longer. Then my final line, because some white guy walked by, looked at me crazy. I'm like, he want to eat my black butt, but he walked by me crazy. I said, okay, I got one question. Do you believe Jesus Christ died on the cross and that is our salvation? And is that what you believe here? She said, yes, we're Christians. I said, no. I said it, and I said it again. She would not say that. I said, girl, I said, the devil is a lie. Goodbye. And got right on out of
Well,
there.
what means she wouldn't say what? Like,
She wouldn't say Jesus. She wouldn't say that they believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross, rose again for our sins, and that is our salvation. That is how we're gonna make it to eternal life. That's what I need to. I need to have that up front first. And then we can work in if we, you know, might be a couple of things we don't agree on. We'll see, and I'll weigh that on a case by case, you know, situation. But that one, that's like a what they call it. What do they call it?
Non-negotiable.
non-negotiable.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. That's one. If
Deal
we
breaker.
can't even start there, devil is lie. Bye. So anyway, so I said no. I said, you know, devil's lie. I gotta go. And they looked, and then she came out after me. She's like, what do you mean? We're Christians, and this. I said, I said, and then I said, so do you believe in God? She said, oh yes, I believe in God. You see how quickly she said that. And then it's like, what God? You know? And she's like, well, I believe in the God. And I said, well, what about Jesus? Do you believe he? And I said it one more time. Once again, she said, yes, we are Christians. It just wasn't right. But I wanted to share that just to confirm I had that exact same experience, right? You know, in college. It wasn't a piece, whatever, predominantly white, but it was predominantly white, but it probably wasn't maybe as white as yours. But anyway, it probably was. It's Long Beach. But anyway, the next thing I had wanted to I forgot. Wait, the next thing I had wanted to share when you had expressed about when they started saying things like we need your wallet, we're a community, we need your cell phones. And I know you said, looking back, this was a telltale. You kind of kicked yourself a little bit for not recognizing it sooner. which, most people by now know my belief is I believe you had to go through that to get to where you are today.
Right.
But I wanted to say I'm so glad that you shared like those clues. That's what I wanted to hear. So, people can hear that these little telltale signs that don't seem like anything, because you'll be like, yeah, I need my phone. We're here on this camp. I don't have nobody, to call. You're like, we're here to free up our time or, whatever it is. So I'm glad that you shared that. And then with the food, it seemed like that went into kind of like abuse type thing, but still I'm glad you shared that. But I wanted to ask you, did you tell your parents
Yeah, I
like
did, and they told me get
as
the
it
hell
was?
out of there. Like,
Oh, okay.
um, and
Because
like
that's the
really,
part I didn't
my
hear you
dad,
say if you told
my
your
dad,
parents.
and quoted saying that, right? The pastor saying, and because the thing about it is, um, the thing about it is this is like the reason why, and I'm actually gonna make a video about this because I'm targeting
That'd be I
younger
think.
audience about this because like signs of when identifying you're probably in occult organizations, and I'm not talking about religious, just
Mhm.
anything. This in terms of like
Yeah.
student organization bodies. This mean for like
Mhm.
fraternities or whatever it might be. Not saying that in as itself a fraternity is a cult or organization is a
Right.
cult, but certain of them
Right.
they exhibit traits in a way to control their narrative or whatever they're trying to do that ultimately is not going to be for your benefit. Um, but I'm saying
Mhm.
with children, when they kind of go into this space, a lot of young college students, they left home, so they get into this place where there's culture shock depending on the location. So what happened is they're trying to look for a new social group, whatever, and their main thing they're trying to look for is acceptance, right? And that's one of the driving things that these organizations will
Mhm.
do is that they'll try and get you say, hey, we will accept you, whatever. So then now attract you for coming to us to our events and everything. But once we
Mhm.
got you, then we're able to put our narrative and in terms of controlling
Mhm.
everything, whether it's like, all right, we go out to eat, we go out to lunch, whatever, we do things together.
Everything's together.
We go to class together, whatever it is, and to the point where it become ingrained in your lifestyle. So when you notice anything behavior, you can't see anything you know, as absurd because you now automatically your brain's conditioned to seeing it as default. So and hence that's what happens,
Mhm.
and really a lot of things preventing actual help can actually when people are trying to talk to you, you think oh you're just being naive and oh it's just some foolishness. Like these guys, they're for me and everything like that. Um, wait, what's that? Hey, Uncle Stu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He he teased me about the other night. He was up here laughing all that night. I think he came in at
Mhm,
the end. Okay, but
mhm.
oh, sorry, not to cut you off real quick before I take Uncle Sue. You see what he's saying, right? Sir Hal speaks. Okay,
I
he was in there. He wasn't in for the sex talk. I will admit that, but he sure was in there later on, laughing all night with us till early in the morning. I just wanted to say that, put him out there. Okay, I'm sorry, but go ahead, Jedi. And I really do think that that is a great idea that for you to make a video, especially for our Black community, because it's like, a Black person say, I ain't, ain't gonna get involved in no cult or anything, or
Because it
cult
doesn't have
or
it
any,
doesn't have the skin of it because it's not the
yes,
fact of, oh, you can things are obviously what you might see predominantly white. The mission statement of this campus ministry, and I'm not gonna say the name, but the mission
yeah,
statement is
oh
that
yeah,
we're a multicultural ethnic community. Like multi yeah, no, we're a multi-ethnic witnessing community, right? Well, really, you only got about two black folks in there and mostly white and a subsection of Asians. That's it. And but what happened is with the black folks, when you get in there, you basically become the complacent Negro. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that
mm-hmm,
they'll use certain topics when they kind of bring to attract you, and to a point where you might see that you see some type of promotional things they do for the organization. They start putting you up on the pictures, and so to
mm-hmm,
attract other folks. That hey, all right, let me try to join this space. But really, once you get there, you're like, where they at?
mm-hmm,
Exactly. So it's the whole
mm-hmm,
thing. But the point, even then too, because it's a whole thing, even ministry where they also discourage you from even questioning leadership or even discourage you from
mm-hmm,
studying and reading books. I mean, like, oh yeah, you don't need to read this part in Revelations. I'm like,
mm-hmm.
excuse me, no. And I didn't, and it was just like weird because they were just kind of strict in like terms of what the gospel was and or what type of information they will or will not allow us to like have because they think it might be too advanced. I'm like, this is like, are you serious? But um, Yeah, that's what I was gonna do because a lot of people I saw they have like left God unfortunately, and
Mm.
not only left the organization, just left Christ in general because of that. Right. I just think one of the greatest, just like, I don't want to say you say greatest sins, whatever, just almost the greatest like form of disrespect to the Lord was when because of your behavior, they walked on him. They just didn't walk out of you. It's like they left Christ because of your actions. They can left you in terms of relationship, but if they left the entire body of Christ because of you, that's I mean that's the greatest sign of disrespect to the Lord, in my opinion. In my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Because just like regardless of that, there's certain things of we have to hold ourselves to a certain type of accountability, even just as a college students too. It's just like you're being manipulated, and all it is not really kingdom. Is all just a social hierarchy of popularity contests, and people who are being leaders, they're not even equipped to be leaders at all, but they just want to say, "Hey, I'm a small group leader, and now I'm popular," and then yet they're not nowhere equipped of even covering you as someone in their Bible study or actually being a what they call being actual disciple when in terms of like shepherding somebody who wants looking for leadership training, whoever it might be. It basically becomes just another form of dictatorship in the skin of we're a small group leader and everything like that. And but to me, I just saw it was really just wicked and demonic. And my father, he saw that, well, my mom actually my
Mhm.
mother saw it because she's more of a prophetess. So she saw it way before my dad did. But when that happened, he just straight up told me like you need to get up out of there, but it then took to like maybe 6 months later after he said that I finally got out because it's still like it's your entire like it been ingrained in your life for almost 2 years and a half, and now you're trying to walk away. You feel like you're alone. So hence the mental health illness and stuff comes in, thinking that like what I'm doing right now is actually it's like not what God's calling me to do. I'm actually disobeying God, leaving this group. You know?
Can I
You
answer
know.
that, just Kaya?
Hmm.
Yeah, one of the things that I don't think people realize is, particularly, as you're transitioning from the young adult to adult, and you're going through school, and you're trying to figure out your personal life, right? So you're going through physical changes, you're going through mental changes, and then you throw the spiritual the spiritual stuff on top of that. That could be overwhelming, and I don't think people
Yes.
understand the level of stretching you go through when you are trying to be a good believer, a good believer. So I mean, you read the scriptures, you're trying to do the scriptures, you're trying to aspire to live at a certain level. And as a preacher's kid, which I am one as well, um, that pressure of having to be upright, and there are certain things and mistakes you can't make, because if you make the mistakes, not only are you going to shame yourself, but you're going to shame your parents and your community. So it's like you got pressure in different areas, and I don't think a lot of people understand the impact until later. So I got a question for you, Jad. Are you able to, right now, you're able to explain and articulate what the experience was when you were going through it? What was that like? Were you able to understand what you were going through, or is it now that you're out of it, looking back, now you can kind of interpret what happened?
Yeah, during it, I absolutely had no idea. I thought I was losing my mind. Um, okay, so how can I put this in a way that um, so the time frame I went in terms of my sophomore year, got into leadership. I was like I basically I'd say climbed the top of the social hierarchy of where I was like a leader and everybody you're popular. You're like, oh yeah, Mike's the cool guy, blah blah blah, whatever. Then go on to his internship. That's where I met my like girlfriend at the time, and we get there, and uh, right as soon as we had end of the year treat, we got in a car accident, right? Tire blew and basically the car was total. I didn't know really there was any type of injury, but I realized later that that car accident kind of affected me, from sleeping and everything like that. I was having panic attacks during the internship right after the car accident we had. Then during the internship, as I stated before, all that mess happened, and I had my self deletion attempt, right? Um, and then going into that following semester, me and her we broke up for the reasons I talked to you, Sir Hale, about, and then all of a sudden her mother passed away. Then 6 months later after that, her father passed away. So and she's now raising basically her two younger sisters and her older brother who has autism. Um, so yeah, and uh, as I go into that semester, there was a whole stigma about me because of that whole experience at the internship, and then I was going through a lot of other attempts throughout the semester, and that was affecting a lot of people and feeling unsafe around me, and I take no full accountability for that. So during that time, I was not in the right state of mind at all. But it was also the group as well enabling dysfunctional behavior, um, and not really being honest with me. Like because regardless of situations and now knowing when people go to mental health, the worst thing you can do to them is lie to them. Like that's the worst thing. Like you have an action that they're doing something, whatever. Tell them, be direct with them, not talking at them, but to them. You know, and whether it might be a state of disarray where they might be, uh, hyperventilating, going through a panic, or having high anxiety. You just have to, when we don't have actually interventions like sitting somebody down and talking directly, like, listen, your patterns of behavior, this is not you. No, this addiction, this whatever, this trauma that you're going through, this is not you, and this is not my friend, but I love you, and I need you. And you're gonna get out of this, and you're gonna be healed in Jesus' name. X, Y, Z, and almost speaking into existence and or say commanding that, listen, this is not you. And the problem is the people going through these mental illnesses sometimes not realizing there's another way out, nor thinking that this behavior or this season or this illness that they might be going through is just only temporary, and not trying to give a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And so hence at that time I did not know. I thought I was losing my mind because a lot of people weren't being honest with me. But yeah,
Can I jump in on this conversation real quick?
sorry
First
about
of all,
Absolutely.
let me say salute to the panel. I'm glad that I was able to get up here and I didn't have to worry about before the billions. We got holy ears, Jess. Y'all gotta watch it. Y'all gotta watch it. Nah, I love
I keep it real. I keep it real.
but Jedi Mike, what I'm going to say to you, is the only reason why I jumped on. Cause I'm working on a video, and real quickly, Sir Hell Speaks. Send me that clip via by email. I put it on my community tab. That's the one that you did with Omawali.
I'm sorry, my earphones cut out. Can you say it again, Uncle Stu?
Oh, when you get a chance, send me that clip that you did with Omawali. I put it on my community tab. I'm gonna take part of that clip. I'm gonna do a big video out of it. For the billions, I appreciate you, putting me on your community tab. That was a big shout out.
Yeah, no problem at all, Uncle Stu. I always do that.
Yes, sir. Jedi Mike, I'm gonna say this because of part of the platform that I had yesterday. First of all, I'm gonna tell you take a breath. And the reason I'm gonna tell you take a breath is because a lot of people probably didn't know what the heck you're going through. And a lot of people can't identify what they don't really understand that they see. One thing about I learned leadership in the military. And one of the things about leadership coming from the military is the ability to train down. And it is the ability to understand what's going on down. In my generation, mental health was not talked about. We didn't know what the heck that was. Me and Jess is in the same generation, so I'm quite sure she can relate to what I'm saying. First of all, it was stated in our community, we don't self-delete. Other people self-delete. We do not self-delete. So that concept of self-deletion wasn't even in our vocabulary. It wasn't even in our language. The first person that ever talked about mental health was the lead singer of Dreamgirls on a Broadway show. And when she came out with it, she got major pushback from the Black community. Okay. Even in the 90s, when Black mental health professionals was trying to talk about it, they got pushback. So really, mental health is just now being discussed. When I did my mental health platform with a real mental health professional, Sir Hale Speaks was there. My numbers wasn't high. And we're planning to do it at least once a month for the next 12 months. So even the fact that there is help out here, my people still ain't going. They still not learning. There's a difference between mental illness and mental health. Two different words, two totally different meanings. So I don't want you to really be hard on people that really don't know the difference between seeing someone who is mentally sick and seeing someone who needs mental health. You understand? And one of the two reasons is because if I'm gonna just use Before the Beans, that's just an example. If Before the Beans acting crazy and I'm acting crazy and we both been acting crazy, to us we normal. You can't tell us we got problems. You can't tell us we sick. Just come in and say, nah, y'all not acting right. Guess what we gonna do? We're gonna cuss her out, fuss her out, scream her out, tell her she every word in the book, and we're gonna go about thinking we normal when we're really acting abnormal because we don't know what normal looks like. You understand? So a lot of times people don't know what normal is so that they understand that they operating outside of abnormal behaviors. And you can see it right here when you look on social media. Me and Jess, I can grab Jess being over 50, me being over 50, T. Randolph being over 50, Vaughn being over 50. We can sit down and have a big platform and say, okay, we're here to listen to all you young people. We're going to educate you young people. And you know what some of y'all will say? Honestly, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all, oh, we don't want to hear from you. Da, 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 da. But we're trying to explain to you what you're doing is abnormal. This is normal. You might need mental health treatment because there's some issues that you're dealing with that you need help getting out. We'll get a pushback. Second thing that I notice is, and this is not generational. I keep saying to everybody, stop blaming the entire generation when you don't know what that last generation went through.
I agree.
The thing is, do you really know leadership when you see it? Do you really know what a leader looks like? Do you really know what wealth looks like? So you have a delusion of what money is, a delusion of what leadership is, and a delusion of knowing how to discern good information from bad information. You get it? So some of this stuff, I'm not blaming you. You know, you and Before the Biggins is in the same age category. You see what I'm saying? But if you've never seen leadership, you don't know what it looks like. So you don't really know what to follow. If you've never seen, what a healthy family looks like, you don't understand what dysfunction looks like. If you've never seen good, you don't understand what good is. So it's not always about people that can identify. You can't identify something you ain't never seen. If I said, hey, Jess, boy, I just got finished looking at a tree that is the tree of life. Jess gonna look at me like, okay, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, it was in San Francisco. She gonna still look at me like I'm stupid because she ain't never seen what the tree of life. She don't know what I'm talking about because she's never seen it. Now, if I say, hey, I took pictures, let me show you what it looked like. Hey, let me give you my description of what it felt like. Let me give you my description of what it smelled like. Well, she'll have a pseudo understanding of it because now she has a picture of it. She has a pseudo understanding of it because she touched it. I mean, because she heard how I said it felt. But then when I give her the directions to go and see the tree for herself, and she says, hey, I saw it. Now I know what you're talking about. Now she can go and repeat it. So I say that to say, if you've never seen something before, you can't identify what you can't see. It's a UFO, an unidentified flying object in your face, because you don't know what you're looking at. So a lot of people really don't know if they're looking at depression, If they're looking at, anger, what are they looking at? And they don't know what they're looking at half the time. If you listen to a lot of these spaces, no matter how many times you say something, no matter how many different ways you say something, somebody's always going to identify it as, oh, you hate black women. And it's like, wait a minute, I never said that. All I said was, hey, I'm going to school. I want to get my degree. I want to kind of build up my wealth. Oh, well, you hate black women. Well, you ain't never said that. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a disconnect and a dysfunction, because one person is functioning in one area where another person is functioning in another area. You understand? I'm just using that
Yeah.
as a model example.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
this is what I mean by, there's a disconnect because of what's being seen. And again, it goes right back to, and I can only speak on for, let's say, for my platform. There's a whole lot of stuff that's been coming at me in the last 2-3 days.
Yeah, I was about to call you about that, but now you're here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we can have that open discussion, and it's perfectly okay. But I did jump on because I heard what you said, and I was like, okay, let me give a little clarity to a lot of things so that it can alleviate you from being angry at so many people.
Well, I want to phrase like because I'm kind of I have not talked about this for so long
Mhm.
because of the fact that there was a time this was like an ongoing narrative in my head. So it's just like in this discussion right here, like I just want to kind of contribute talking about that, the releasing that anger because like I see them all the time, like some of my friends, right? And I won't say now I say it breaks my heart. It's almost like um it's the moments like you can't fix everything, even though you just gotta move on. But I still love them, right? And I'm just looking at like now I had right. God had to put me through that situation, knowing. And you're right. I've never seen this before in my life ever. I never understood. Um, I never seen this before, like the situation and how to handle it. So I know I didn't go about it the best way, right? Um, but now knowing, okay, I'm at 23 years of age and this is like now I now have more like knowledge about this way, that not saying it won't happen again, but I can just be more self-aware if this happens again, especially with people. Because like I mean, I'm not knowing me personally. I mean, you guys already know me, but like personally here, like nobody can really think of a time where I was like really really angry. I don't cuss people out or anything, and I kind of just take it sometimes. But uh with terms of forgiveness with people, it's just more a thing of like we my biggest frustration is that I never have a time where one person where we just kind of like decide we both just part ways and leave. It's almost like either we just cut off all communication and that was it, you know. Yeah.
Let me say this. Since you brought God into it, so let me hit it at two different places. You said, "Oh well, God brought me through this." Let me humble that statement. We have freedom of choice, and every time we make a choice, there's a consequence behind that choice. So God doesn't always lead us into negative choices. What we have to say is, I made a choice, and in my choices came these consequences. And by the grace of God, I didn't get destroyed by the consequences. Book of Romans teaches us very clearly that for the things we did, we should have been gone. For our rebellious acts, we should have been gone. But by his grace, we are still here. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
As Kellican being in California, me being in New York, we grew up in a time where we should have been gone. People talk about, oh, your generation this. We came up in a time our parents could have never, ever phantomed. That was the crack era. And that
Wow.
was a serious era. That era, that era took out the middle class community in our cities.
Someone's mic is buzzing. Okay. Oh,
All right.
yep.
You
Perfect.
know, that era took out middle class communities in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. Compton wasn't the way it was until that era showed up. You understand what I'm saying? Compton used to be just a nice city that had middle class black people in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of things, you know, that happened in that era was what? Choices that was made. Wasn't God, was, you know, it was choices. Men made choices to sell a drug because it was making them faster money than they ever could even imagine, but they wasn't prepared for that money, and nobody was prepared for what that drug was going to do. I watched teachers who got college degrees fall to that drug. We watch actors fall to that drug. We watch. So it was so much that there's no way in the world one generation could have prepared another. There's no way in the world Kayla and I could have raised kids and said, oh, yeah, we're going to raise you to be in a pandemic. And we're going to teach you how to stay isolated for over a year and a half. Do you understand?
Right.
So you can't even sit there and say, well, you didn't prepare me for this. How can I prepare you for something that I ain't never been through? In our generation, we didn't have the internet. So how in the world are we supposed to know anything about the internet? I always tell people, do you think that if my generation had something called YouTube and all these social network, shoot, in the 90s, we all be sitting in the house right now. You talking about, wow, we can actually make $1,000, $2,000 just opening up a platform and just talking. We can actually make money just talking. Dang. And you mean if I got a little skill like nursing or a math teacher or this, we can make some good money?
A
Oh
little
my
skill
goodness.
like nursing.
You see how I did that,
A
right?
little. It took me 5 years to get that degree.
I know. but do you understand? So that's why I say, Jedi Mike, if you've never seen something, then you don't know.
Right.
Okay. And then on the other side, you know, you talked about anger. Anger is a good emotion. It says, be angry, but sin not. Don't let your wrath go down before nightfall. Anger in the right place is good. We get angry and we what? We want to do something. You know, you get angry about homelessness. You go out there and you start doing something for the homeless. You get angry because maybe you didn't pass that exam. So you go and you study a little bit harder. You get angry because you know you love this woman and she did something that you upset about. It makes you communicate, may make you, you know, you can love somebody into your own anger. You understand what I'm saying? There's different ways of handling anger. You know, you don't always have to handle anger in a violent way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unfortunately, you don't see the few of us that's over 50 having platforms. You want to know why? Honestly, most of us over 50 would not have a platform because we don't want to sit there arguing and fussing all day.
Mm-mm. I ain't gonna do that.
We ain't got that kind of time. We ain't got to. See, and that's the other part that is not understood. Over 50, we ain't desperate for money.
Oh,
No, no,
okay.
no. Let me yes, you know you ain't desperate for no money.
I need some money, but okay. Uncle Stu speaking for Uncle Stu. Kaya broke. I need money.
But you know, I say that to say, you know, we don't have to set up platforms to argue with everybody. We ain't got to debate everybody. We here just to educate and to love. And the question is, are you willing to come to those platforms to be educated and loved on? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's where we have to start directing young people too. If Jess set up a platform and just talk evil about black men, she just started her platform at 12 o'clock midnight California time, and just said black men is this, black men is that, just probably have 100 and some people in her chat right now. She opened up a chat and talk about, well, let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk about mental health. Let's talk about healing. Let's talk about love. She ain't got nobody on her platform.
Yes, I
do. With 100 and some people on her platform.
See, and I 100% agree on what you're talking about. Because, and I also want to clarify, like right now, like I mean, I know I've been up all day, but it's kind of like I might be late me talking and stuff. But I because one thing that I mean, I know like a lot of things have been happening a lot for me recently. Obviously you've seen, and I just making sure that I'm make sure I'm conducting myself accordingly and stuff. And when I get in these certain discussions and stuff and get heated, and sometimes it gets to a point where I just step back and I be quiet, not because like I'm retreating. It's just almost like there's certain conversations or arguments that's not worth having, in my opinion. It just I know I learned that from just folks who are older than me that they just don't waste their time because I just believe my time is valuable, but I'm just not gonna waste on energy on certain conversation just to argue because we're both angry.
And some arguments isn't worth having. But see that you'll learn in time. This the again, what did Paul say? Paul dealt, matter of fact, I need to go find that scripture. One day they was the I'm gonna just sum it up, but I'm gonna find it so that you can actually look at it for yourself. But Paul talked about not arguing with a Roman, a Greek, and him being a Christian, or quote Christian converted Jew. And he talks about not arguing. He just left people in their arguments because there are some arguments that is not going to go anywhere. You understand? And that's when you got to say, okay, this is a fruitless argument. If someone want to argue religion, I don't argue religion. Why? Because either you believe or you don't. Fine, you have a right to your decision. I'm not going to argue with it. I'm not going to sit up there and debate it. Either we're going to have a back and forth understanding, because to me in communication, I want to have an understanding. I don't want to sit there and debate. Jess had a situation. Me and her as grown adults, we looked at it, we analyzed it, and guess what? It was time for her to move on because she was hanging out with the wrong crowd to begin with, in the sense of trying to get understanding. And all she was trying to do was get understanding of certain things that's being said in the quote manosphere and on other platforms. But if you got people just using talking points and nobody talking from an intellectual experience, it ain't going nowhere. You see what I'm saying? So that's the same thing as you. There's a difference between a talking point and having experience. There's a difference between quoting a book, quoting a statistic, and when you're not part of that book or part of that statistic, what do you do with that?
Right.
So just like you, the reason you're not in certain positions because why? Okay, I recognize I got a mom and a dad, so you're already out the box in a lot of conversations. You came from the church, so you out the box in that conversation. You align yourself with positive people doing positive things, so you're already out of alignment there. So guess what? You're no longer part of the masses. You're a part of the minority.
Right.
23, heck, was I thinking about engineering and all this other stuff? No. But that's why I always push you and say, hey, them 7 jobs, nah, man, drop them 7 jobs. You only got a few more months to get your degree, get the degree, because the money ain't going nowhere, especially in the profession you going to. You don't need to worry about YouTube so much and getting sucked into conversations with people that ain't never been nowhere. They never traveled, so they can't even talk about outside of their own 5 block radius.
They all travel. What you talking about, Uncle Stu? They all travel to 11, 10, 7, 13 continents. Now, come on now.
They call the passport bros.
No, I'm not talking about passport bros. I'm just talking in general. You got people that will believe that what's going on in Compton, California is going on in San Francisco. You got people that believe what's going on in San Francisco is going on in Chicago, what's going on in Houston, Texas, what's going on in Atlanta. And I'm sitting up here saying, these are all 7 different cities. Have you been to those cities?
Right.
You haven't. You
Can we
haven't.
change it up a little bit?
Yeah. You the
I'm going to
host.
ask you. Thank you. Thank you. I was about to say, giving my elders their respect, but we the same age. So anyway. Okay. So did you hear the previous questions? Oh,
No.
wait.
I only
I got
jumped on
something to
because
do
I heard
first.
what Jedi Mike said.
Okay, wait. Okay, Dream Out Loud said words have meaning, Kaya. Don't say that you're broke. Okay, girl, Roy's got meeting. I got my first cash app. I got my first. Wait, how do I show it? I got my first cash app. I'm not broke no more. Oh, wait. Yeah. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. You are awesome
Yeah,
and
Big Bad Bull with
amazing.
the honestly though support. Got me
Thank
cash
you.
up the other day.
I appreciate you so much. I really do. Okay, so dream out loud, see, girl. Sometime the word, the Lord, he flip it around. He heard me say I'm broke. He said, "Let me help Kaya out." Yeah, Big Bad Bull send me $50. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Okay, so but thank you, Big Bad Bull. I really do appreciate this.
Hey, how it go, Jedi? You know you're supposed to give 10% to the church, so Jedi might be waiting on this 10%.
I'll be waiting.
Amen. Church right here, the body of Christ, the temple. So there you go.
That's right.
What does it say? She said, "Would you like to show gratitude?" Oh yeah, amen. There you go. Amen. Thank you, Sunbreeze 322. I really do appreciate it. Let me get rid of that thingy there. Okay. So you guys, Uncle Stu, so before you came on, we were talking, and I had some questions that was asked of me from Sir Hell Speak. So we started there, but then I had came up because I didn't even have a topic tonight, so I had looked around for some questions. So the first question that I had asked the gentleman was, what would you do if you had an extra? Wait, let me find it. Where's my?
Yeah, but not another sexual question.
No. I'll wait till y'all leave. No, I'm kidding. I don't have any.
You know, I'm a virgin.
Me too. I got a chastity belt. I told you.
Yeah,
I told you my husband got the key. Yeah, I know. Okay, so the question is, what would you do with an extra time if you had 25 hours per day while everyone else continue to have 24 hours per day?
Wait, you repeat that again?
Yes. What would you do with the extra time if you had 25 hours per day while everyone else continued to have 24 hours per day?
I mean, other than I guess either one would say be productive or working, but I mean, for as a student, that would be very convenient for me. But
Working, huh?
I said for being a student, that 25-hour would be very convenient for me. But you're saying so you're asking like what would I do if I had 25 hours, right? And everyone else had 24. I'm confused.
Well, if you want, I know you're tired. I forgot, Jedi. You need to go get some rest.
I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
You should be. I know you're already. You are overload. I'm sure with input at this time. So, why don't you go ahead and get some sleep, my love?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, but no,
Yes.
I'll talk to you guys soon, okay?
Yes, thank you so much for coming up, and I really do appreciate you. I did want to speak to you off the platform about something you mentioned, and I just wanted to share something with you. It doesn't need to be shared up here, but just something with my son I wanted to share with you.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, no
we'll link up.
rush,
We'll got
no
you.
rush. Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Love
But
y'all.
thank you so much. Take
All
care.
right.
Get some rest.
Yeah.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Okay, Uncle Stu, did you understand? And if anybody else wants to come up, let me put the link in. And anyone is more than welcome to come up if you have questions for me. I answer any and all questions 100% authentically me. And I have some fun questions to ask if you would like to come up. And whoop, got number 2. A second cash app. Okay, let me see. Thank you so much, Dream Out Loud. See, sister, there you go. I appreciate you. Another cash app. You guys are so wonderful. I thank you. You know, it's just so crazy for you guys to send me this and to show your gratitude and your appreciation. And it's just like so crazy. It's like I should be doing more. You know, but I do love this. I enjoy this. I love sharing my life and what I've been through. At any time, at any point, if there's any questions or anything that I can say, or even just be a listening ear, believe me, I am here. It is my purpose to serve others, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it so much, serving others. So that is what I'm here for. So, Uncle Stu, did you understand the question?
I did.
Okay.
Probably at my age at this time, my extra hour would probably go for reading, prayer, and study.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I
Yeah.
use it more as where I'm at in my age. So I wouldn't even say that's a universal answer.
No, I never gave my answer when the fellas are up here. Was up here, and I'm not gonna give it now because you up here. So that wasn't mine. Okay, so the other question I had asked, it was a good one too. What was it? Oh, I can't even remember what it was. Okay, so I'll just oh, here it is. Okay, so the other question was, what would you do if you found out you could stop time?
You
And
said
Sir
what?
Hill gave a great answer to this. But
Okay.
the question is, what would you do if you found out you could stop time?
That's a good one. I've never thought about that one.
Yeah. I can share. I will share with you. It is a good
Yeah.
one. I'll share with you what Sir Hell Speak said. He
Okay.
said that if he found out he could stop time, he would take the opportunity to stop time. And he just had an experience. Oh, please don't. From what I remember, had experience with the passing of his brother, I believe he said, and he would
Okay.
stop time to spend expressing and showing love and forgiveness, and use the time. He would stop the time to express like gratitude and love and forgiveness towards people that are no longer here with us.
Um,
His family members he was speaking of.
I think out of all my family members, I wish I could have stopped the time for me and my last grandfather. So yeah, I can relate to that. I think out of everybody that has passed in my life, it would probably be my grandfather um because of family situations, I wasn't able to get to him because of where I was in my life. I wasn't able to get to him. And my attitude is there were some questions that I had, and I was trying to get to him to answer those questions. And now he's gone, and I can't get those questions answered. So, it's a lot. So that's why I always say to people, individuals are not your statistics. They're not your books. They are living books. And if you don't learn from these living, walking books, you don't know. And if you don't ask certain questions, you'll never get the answer. That's why I try to explain to people, you got to sit down with certain individuals. They just not going to up and give you answers. It's not how that works. You got to inquire.
Just a little off topic. Why you up so late? You always up late with me, huh?
No, I just woke up. I'm working on this thing,
editing.
so I can't go back to sleep. I just overheard Jedi Mike, so I just had to speak a word.
Yeah.
I'm actually getting ready to get off so I can finish up this video and go back to sleep.
And then we'll see you again in the morning, right?
Yeah, about 11 o'clock, because I gotta get ready for another interview I'm doing tonight. So I got a security boss coming through.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do an interview with her, and I'm probably gonna go more at the angle of how she handles her spiritual walk in life, because she's Christian too, but she speaks about it almost as strongly as Amira speaks about Islam. So I'm probably go that angle, and it's like just deal with those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I love talking about my faith. Quick question: what does the TM stand for? I've been seeing that a lot recently.
Trademark.
Oh, amen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I run a business, so that's now become my trademark name, and whatnot.
Well, congratulations. I like that.
Thank you. Now
You're welcome.
You gotta get Haley Adams up here. Tell her to come up here and rap to you for a while, so I can finish up.
Well, I put the link in. I'm seeing who's coming up. No one's coming up yet. If I could talk their ear off, I'll talk to them. They'll be like, "Oh, let me get up here," so she'll shut up.
Yes, you have a good one.
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye. You guys are gonna make me cry. I heard the ching chingy thing. Oh, you remember that rapper? Chingy? Oh, poor thing. Marion. I've never seen that name before. Thank you. Silent guy. Oh, I can't believe this. This is like, that's M3. M3 in the house. Come on up if you hear M3. Thank you so much. I got 3. Oh my gosh. I feel special. It's like, our time is valuable, and of course our money is valuable. I really do appreciate this. I amazingly do. Look, little tears. It's real in here. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but thank you guys. Oh, what is that on me? See, this is why I got mirrors around, guys. Y'all ain't got time to tell me. I need to see. Okay. All right, guys. So I have questions. Nobody wants to come up. Okay. Well, there's something else I can talk about since Mrs. Carrington. Oh no, she told me next week. I remember that. She said not. Wait, is this next week, Carrington? Was that last week you were saying that? I can see what's going on in the chats now that I don't have anyone up here. Was it supposed to be today or yesterday? Anybody's welcome to come up and dream out loud. Most definitely. I would love it if you would like to come up. And okay, is Uncle Stu still here? I think they ran away, my crazy guy. I think where's Trash Can? I think they always like, we out with deuces. We'll catch you later, Kaka. Yeah, it didn't slowed up. We go, and I'm not making fun of them. They, I'm just saying. It's okay. It's all good. I love conversations. I can, but I'm just saying them. I'm talking about them. Because Trash Can, Deuces, who else? Is Wally still here? Did Wally leave? No, my Wally here. Oh, no, that's a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, M3 in the house. We got another store. I think I can ask him my questions too, you guys. He won't be afraid to ask. We'll see. I got to feel him out a little bit more. Let's see. Hi, M3. You didn't hear that, right?
Good morning. I'll pretend I haven't.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yes, good morning. And may I thank you. I thank you so much. I really appreciate you so much for, supporting the sister. I love it. Thank you.
Anytime. Use some money and get somebody some coffee,
Right. Why do they say that? Why is it called give somebody or give coffee or what? Huh?
I mean, it's just like a certain term. I usually hear people say like, well, donate a stream to like buy me a coffee or so, assuming that they're coffee drinkers. So.
Okay, man. Mm-hmm. Well, it's safe to say you don't know why, so we'll just leave it there.
Right.
Okay, you know what? Did you you were over at Lipstick Diva? I'm so bad with names. I get until I get it in my head.
Lipstick podcast?
Yes. Were you over there?
Not
today?
Recently. Oh no, not today.
Oh yeah, she had her stream tonight about the blueprint of men's thought. Part 2 is tonight. And I was over there, and since she wasn't there, it was yes.
Okay, I remember now because one of my friends sent the link to me. I kept trying to click the link, but it wouldn't go through for some reason. Like I couldn't get to it.
Yeah, that's a good excuse. Yeah, stay with that one. That's a good one when you talk to her. Let her know that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so on there. They were talking. It came to a conversation that I really wanted to have with Mel. Are you married? Do you have kids?
I'm married, but no kids.
Unless
you want to count my 11 birds, then we could count them.
No, not this time. Okay. Not this time. Next time.
All right.
That's a lot of cleaning. Are they pigeons? What kind of birds?
They're little budgies, like little parakeets.
So they're in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 birds, and that's a lot of cleaning.
It is. It is cost consuming when you have to feed them all, but
you enjoy
it's worth it. Yeah.
So what is it about birds? I'm curious. I don't meet too many black men with like birds, and 11 of them. Yeah.
I was just always fascinated with birds since I was a kid. I mean, since I was little, I always had parakeets growing up. I had cockatoos, little small parrots, a lovebird, which unfortunately the lovebird did die the next day when I first brought it. But that's a different story. But anyway,
you need 2.
You need 2 lovebirds?
Yes, you can't have 1.
Well, I didn't know. Nobody taught me anything. It was just okay, here's a lovebird.
You said I had a lovebird and he died. Well, yes, you need 2 lovebirds.
Yeah. But yeah, and then I had I had so many birds growing up, and after a while I was like, you know what? I miss having parakeets or cockatoos or whatever. So let me go, buy 2. Well, actually 4 of them was given to me. Then the other 2, 4 of them was given to me. Then we found out that we had 3 girls and 1 boy. So we try to make it even so they could kind of breed. Okay. Every time we buy a bird and the gender reveal comes in, because with parakeets, they start off when you go to PetSmart or Petco, you'll never know the gender of the bird until 6 months later. So the nose looked like it could be a boy at first because it's kind of neutral. And then later on, it just started turning to girls. And I was like, oh man, we got too many girls. Long story short, we have 7 girls and 3 boys.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, but I like to like make it even. It's like I don't know. It's just something to me. Like I will rather have like an even number of boys and an even number of girls.
Oh, you want them to marry up and link off that way to have the babies.
Pretty much, but I mean, by the end of the day, they kind of whore around a little bit, so it doesn't really matter.
11.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. So how many cages do you have?
I just have a big cage, and so we live like in a 4-bedroom house. So
Okay.
I gave one of the rooms to the birds, so they have their own little space so they can fly around. Yeah. So
fly around free?
Yeah.
Like they is free.
Yeah, like in the cage. I'm sorry, not in the cage, but in the room. So almost like kind of like cage free at certain times,
It's almost like that movie Bird Box. Once they got to the end.
Right.
No, but I'm serious. They're really free like that, just to chill.
Yeah, they're very chill, and they stay in their room too. They know when it's time for them to go back in the cage and they sleep. Sometimes, and the cool part is that one of my birds sometimes she'll try to stay on top of the cage overnight. Then I have to turn the light on, point my finger to my bird and say, okay, go in the cage. And then she'll be a little stubborn. She'll like hop up sideways a little bit, this way and that way. But then after a while, she'll fly back in her cage.
Wow. Like, okay. So how long? Wait, this is great. I mean, I love it because to me, I hope everybody else love it too. They still here, so
yeah.
I'm gonna label black man with 11 birds. Have you ever heard of this? But no, okay. So how long have you had them?
I had them since
4.
Yeah. I had them since 2000 and I want to say either 19 or 18.
Okay, so a couple of years. Okay, so I have multiple questions. So they fly around in this room. So that means they're flying and pooping because birds don't have a box. They don't have like
they fly, they poop, we clean, we vacuum. I mean, the maintenance is not too much.
It's not.
We'll clean up at least like once a month. And it's not really that bad.
Really? With 11 birds. Wait, we talking about one birds, 11. Yeah. After 10, there's 11.
Right. So we have like I said, we have a huge cage for them. And then inside the room, the room that we gave them, it used to be our library room. Where we stack our books, so we kind of let them fly around.
Yeah, I think most of my audience know what a library is. So yeah, we're up to that level of education.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. You're gonna get used to my jokes one day. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So we let them fly around, and of course they poop all over the place, and then we just do like light cleaning, maintenance work. But the big heavy duty work we try to do that once a month because that way everything's all part of into one, consolidated. And it looked like you froze for a little bit.
Okay. Did I freeze?
You good now though? I was getting kind of worried for a little bit.
Yeah. Thank God I got a cute face. I ain't looking all ugly. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Shout out to all the cute ones out here.
Oh, the one time. Oh, you like, right. Oh, he gets that one. All of them. He right on time with that one. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I had to come up with a little something. But right. Yeah, I could be talking about birds like for hours, but but anyway.
I haven't stopped yet.
So okay, each and every bird have his or her own different personality. One like some could be aggressive, and usually the aggressive ones is always like the female birds. The male birds, they just chilling, trying to eat the bird seed. When it comes to like maybe if you give them a nest, so then they could try to lay their eggs and all that, they'll fly over the nest and then they'll tear it down. So we always have to try to buy a new nest, to the point where it's all right.
Maybe those are blackbirds and they need to build their own nest. it sound like they got a little DNA of, African American in them. So maybe they need to build their own nest instead of you providing it. Maybe just supply you.
I tried, but they're lazy though. They don't have time
so
for
they
that.
are black ones. No, I'm kidding.
Like, I ain't got time for that. You're like, man, just get a new cage. I'm not no cage, but new nest, and it just happens.
Have you been successful in any laying of eggs and hatching of birds?
Only one time. And so we have 2 twin birds. One is a boy, the other one's a girl. So it was successful at that point. Unfortunately, the papa that had the good genes, you know what I mean? He passed away like probably like a year later. But the funny thing is,
the good genes. The good genes were
because he was the only one that was successful as far as impregnating like one of the birds and having her lay some eggs. All the other guys was probably like spermless or something.
Okay, quick question. Mm-hmm. I know you're about to go somewhere else, but I gotta ask this. Now, do the female bird get impregnated by some type of connection and then lay the egg? Ooh, yeah, or what?
So basically,
what does that process look like?
So basically, you asked me how they properly mate. In other words.
Not even how they mate, but how do they get to the point? Yeah, how do they successfully mate and drop an egg, and then there's a baby, a chick or a bird in the egg?
Well, okay, as long as you have a nest a designated nest for like that particular bird, they'll do the little whole mating process, and of course, some doctors will say. You want to get a nest because usually they say birds will try to hold the eggs. Except for my birds. If they can't hold the eggs, they're just going to just poop them out, pop them out, and then they just break them and all that. But the way how that works, I believe, is that when they mate, of course, one's on top, and it's like a. Have you ever heard of oh, this is going to be a funny one.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, have you ever heard of a duck hook? I'm trying to be appropriate with this one because I can't really say like the exact, because you know how YouTube is, right? But you know how let's just say when a duck penetrates a bird.
I don't even know when a duck penetrates. I don't know when a duck does it either. So you're gonna have to go before that.
Okay. So. What it's called is like a duck. We call it a duck hook, basically. So when a duck hook. So
hook.
Yeah. So you know how normal human beings they go in, right?
Yes.
But the duck hook, okay, it's like this. But you will barely see it. When it hooks in, it locks into the bird. So what I'm assuming is that maybe one of the parakeets, which you can't really see it because all the feathers and all that. Maybe they probably have those little tiny hooks that connects to it. Because we be trying to figure out ourselves, you don't have ain't no thing that's showing. So how do you?
We ain't found no show that with that man with the low voice and he's talking through the whole thing. We haven't found a video that shows the intricacies of the hook. And
the only video I saw was like for the ducks though, but for the parakeets, no, I don't know.
Really? Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna get you back to what you were saying about old Strongbones who should have survived, but he passed away. So before the egg comes out, do you think that it is mated inside of her, and then she drops the egg?
Well, it's so at that point, once they already mate, I think it will take like a couple of and the process is really fast. I think it takes a couple of weeks, and then that's when they formulate the eggs. But as long as they're in like a nest, then they'll pop the eggs out, and then they'll have another bird right to assist them. So you'll have like a what do you call those,
like a sister wife.
A sister wife, right? So, but in a bird fashion. So you'll have two females. They'll come in. They'll protect the eggs, and then once they hatch, but see, it has to be in a certain type of room temperature as well too.
I know. Yeah.
So,
okay,
so
wait.
Right
This is getting more
temperature.
fascinating because I wasn't even thinking of it that way. Because now what you have me thinking, and literally, I'm looking in the camera. I'm gonna sound really crazy right now, what I'm about to say, because now something you said made me think of it differently. I'm gonna say what I thought first. First, my vision was that she has the egg, the shell is in her.
Okay.
But nothing's in the shell. And when he get the hook, the semen goes in the shell. And I really was thinking that until something you just said. So what you just said is in her in a couple of weeks, it develops. Something you said. Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe that's when the shell develops too. So it's not already a shell there because an egg comes out.
Yeah. So within the bird, so of course you have the chick, right? And then I think what it is, you have the shell that formulates around with the little chick, with the little bird.
Like the shell is not there, it's formed just like our so what is I can't even remember. So it's our umbilical cord, and then it's the sac is the whatever. So that's probably like the shell development because the baby is in the sac. So maybe that's like I wasn't even thinking that way. My mind was like there's a shell in her. Okay. So which came first? The egg or the bird?
and that's where we'll never know, right? That's where we'll always get stuck at.
Okay, so let's go back to King of the Mountain and
the Bible that was a fittest,
but he died.
He had a heart attack, and I tried to resuscitate him.
Did he really?
Yeah. Imagine okay, you trying to do now. Look, I'm not about to stick my mouth in my bird's mouth, okay? But
your mouth is supposed to cover the whole beak, and the nose, and the beak, and everything. Yes.
Yeah, and so when he was going through his moment, and here's the thing: the worst day for your pet to die. Matter of fact, let me ask you something, right? What do you think is the worst day for your pet to get sick?
The worst day?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just in general, the same day that I'm sick, but or when your kids are home, but you don't have kids. So the worst day. You got to go to work?
The worst day is on a Sunday. Because
I was going to say Sunday. Okay.
Well, you said you had about work, so I don't know if you work on Sunday or not, but I was thinking you was talking about weekdays. But the worst day is on a Sunday because all the veterinarians is closed. Especially near our area, as far as the bird hospitals. So the nearest bird hospital was freaking 40 minutes away from our house. But by the time we're doing phone calls, trying to find one vet to another vet, it already took an hour. Mm-hmm. And then I'm still doing chest to chest compressions, and it seemed like it was working for a minute. And then by the time when we got outside and we was about to drive off, he already gave his last breath, and I was like damn.
You didn't give him no breaths though, huh? He might have lived longer if you would have gave him some breaths.
Well, it was in a Sunday morning, I ain't trying to give him my hot breath and all that. I think
he didn't care. He just wants some oxygen. He don't care if it's hot. He want oxygen.
Yeah, I should have asked my wife to do that. But yeah.
Wow. So how did you know originally he had a heart attack?
It was okay. I was hearing a loud chirp, and then I got to the cage, and all of a sudden all the birds were surrounding him. They wasn't fighting him. They was trying to resuscitate him.
Like,
so then and so it was just the way how he was panning. I was like, okay, like I could tell he was like really going through it and heart wise. And anytime I was doing chest to chest compressions, it seemed like it was working for a minute. So I just kept doing that, kept rubbing, just trying to.
So I want you to think about this now. I really do, seriously. Okay, what was his name?
Oh, Courtesy.
Courtesy? Okay, so think about this, M3, Mr. Mario Marlin, okay?
Marion.
Yeah. So you're giving him the compressions, right? So that's like if you're in this, let's use a comparison. That's like if you're in school and you do all your schoolwork, right? So you're giving him the compressions. And the only way the teacher can measure whether you have retained the information is that you take a test, right? See how you do on the test. So you're giving Courtesy.
You're close to Courtesy, yeah.
You giving him the compressions, doing half the job. Just imagine if you would have gave him even maybe 2 breaths. 2! Instead of him passing away, he could either be here today with you, or he could have made it into that veterinarian's office and then let the veterinarian take over. So who is to blame most likely for this situation that we find ourselves in?
That's a good question.
You could have blew.
Yeah, probably so. You know.
Did your wife blame you? Did she blame you?
No, we didn't. Like none of us like blame each other for like his death. We just. Oh, okay. So you would have been like, this is all your fault.
I would have teased you for sure. I would have teased you. I would have said, "Give him my breath. Give him my breath." Right. I'm trying to think. Okay, do I have? So now you're down to 10 birds.
Well, no, we still have 11. So originally, we would have had 13 birds.
Oh, see, now Kevin Samuel will be calling you a liar. Now we can't believe what you're saying. You're changing things, okay? You said
I said we have 11 birds, so that means currently we have 11 birds.
Okay, initially you had 13, so you killed 2 more?
Damn. Well, the other one had, the first one who died, right? And his name was Casanova. Casanova died because he had, according to the veterinarian said that he had like 11 tumors, different tumors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, I never knew birds could just have a whole bunch of He
had a lot of growth, abnormal growth. Okay. You couldn't see him poking out the feathers to get him to get treatment earlier before the tumor spread more so.
Now, the doctor said there was nothing that you would be able to do anyways. Because, because she said like because he had multiple tumors and his tumors was already so severe, like even if you had took him to the vet earlier, they couldn't like do anything about it. And the only way how we knew something was wrong, his little feet like started to it started to freeze up, like almost like it got paralyzed. And it was odd because now he started to like, hop around, move like with one leg. And we thought like, okay, like one of the birds like did some damage to him, or he probably fell and broke his foot. We didn't know what the cause was, but we just know that our birds, when they see something wrong, they'll peck at it and then they'll alert us, and then we're like, okay, what's going on? And the birds their little beaks will like just pull it out. I was like,
I like that. I like that. Fell and broke his foot. Okay. And he got wings, but fell. Okay.
But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So that was just
so that veterinarian felt some sympathy for you and relieved you and said there was nothing that could be done. So she knew what happened. Oh, I know. No, it's a bird, not a duck.
Yeah, it's a parakeet.
It's a
I
very
know because
decent
we're
breed.
talking about like the duck hooks for the example, and
The duck was low, yeah. Okay, so that's 2. So now, okay, one more.
No, that was, remember, I already named Courtesy, and then the other one was Casanova.
Oh,
So
I
yeah,
thought you said 3 passed.
no. I said no. I said I had 13 birds, right? So I'm gonna give you a math equation. So we had 13 birds, right?
Oh, you catching on. You're catching on. Okay. Okay. 13 minus 2 is 11.
Yeah.
That's how we get back to 11.
Mm-hmm.
So your wife, did she know that she liked birds before she got with you? Because you established you like birds since she was a little kid.
Well, you know what? My wife knew that I like birds, like, that I was always fascinated about birds. And so she the one who got the initial 4 for me before like it grew to 13.
Oh, okay. Well,
11.
that ends that conversation right there. This is all her fault.
Yeah. We could blame on her.
Yeah, we're gonna blame her. It is. It's all her fault. I hold accountability where it needs to be held. Okay, so I do have if you have time, let me know if
Yeah, sure.
I know it's like, okay. So going back to red lipstick. Is that red lipstick, right? Yeah, red lipstick.
Which also keep in mind, I haven't watched her recent podcast.
No, you don't need to. Yeah, from what I'm going to ask you don't need to. Okay, so keeping that in mind, I mean, I was over there, and it was great conversation, great questions, a variety. I am that person that likes having conversations that pushes the button. I don't like just having the old mundane, same old, conversation. Not that this is what this is, but I do like having conversations like that. So what had came up was about the young boy who was at school, and the security guard, he was kind of getting swole on the security guard, so he checked checked him, right?
The security guard checked the little boy, you say?
Yeah, he checked. He was I think first year high school or something, like he was big like that. So he checked him with his chest, like, letting him know, hey, type of thing. You're not gonna disrespect me. You know what I mean by check him. Chest, right? And so so he checked them, and then one of the men on the panel, he's a father, of course, he said he doesn't care no matter what happened, don't put your hands on my son. I will deal with my son. I will handle him. And then so another man father spoke up and said, well, yeah, I will handle him as well, but just think about it. If my son was there, and this security guard, both of them are black, the security guard's black and the boy is black, and he said this authoritarian figure, he talking using his mouth, disrespecting him and stuff, and he said he chest checked him, he's like, he would be okay with that. And then another father on the panel said, yeah, he would be okay with corporate punishment from, what would happen. So you see 3 different views. So after the conversation continued, it led to, I think, how old are you, M3? You're young, huh? 30?
I am 37.
37. Okay. So I'm sure you heard of the term, it takes a village. You heard of that? Yeah. Okay. So the guys on there are not, well, it was a few of them on there that is like in my age group, Generation X, to where it was like, yeah, it was consensus that we need to get back to it takes a village. For sure, I'm going to ask you about that, but just to add a little bit more context to it, and that's going back to like in school, like your kid acting up, like it needs to be disciplined, and we're talking about some type of physical, like it takes a village back in the day. On the way home, you're getting your butt whooped. When you get or butt whooped, whatever it call for, and once you home, all of that. What is your thinking about that, given your age, if you had kids right now, or if you in the future? Okay. Do you agree with it takes a village? And first of all, do you agree with that type of punishment for a child as well?
Well, Well, one, right, I do agree that it does take a village, and I do believe that in shoot back then, like kids used to have like three different destinations, like to get their butt whooped, from the
Mm-hmm.
school to the neighbors to the parents' house. But
Right.
it brought structure for that kid. It let that kid know, hey, you don't disrespect these, authoritative figures. You don't disrespect
Mm-hmm.
these adults. You treat them
Right.
with the utmost respect as much as possible, unless they give you a really legit reason why you should try to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know too much. Well, because I haven't really visually witnessed that story, the only thing I will say is like it depends. Like, okay, who was like in the wrong in that situation? Now, you gotta understand that when it comes like to like high school now these days, these kids are like probably twice as big as us. So,
That was one
make yeah,
that was true there in this situation.
okay. So maybe the
Mhm.
security guard himself already felt threatened by the kid's presence, and you
Okay.
already know by state laws like we're not supposed to part hands on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
They're liable to get sued. But imagine getting your behind whooped by this big old like 16 or 18 or 17-year-old kid, and you're an adult, so you can't put your not only you can't put your hands on them, but you could barely even defend yourself because that kid's probably like so strong. It's like it's a lose-lose situation. So maybe
Okay.
by him trying to puff up his chest against the kid is to hopefully, show some type of intimidation that the kid will probably stand down,
Oh, he
and
got
just
his
fall
point
back.
across.
Yeah,
Yeah, he got his point across. That wasn't the issue, but the
yeah. But
issue,
it's
the
just it's
thing
with the
was
with the father,
that he
right?
couldn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna get to
Yes.
that.
Okay.
So
I'm
so
sorry. I'm
then
sorry.
so then no, you're good. So the
Okay.
issue is that okay, now these days most parents they don't value the whole
Mm.
village raise a man type of mentality. They feel like, well, I'm the only disciplinary figure on the mom and dad could fix this, and that's it. Because we grow up not trusting each other. So
Mm.
when you grow
Mm.
up not trusting like in your own people and your own people's judgment, you're gonna be defensive. You're like, okay, why this person, run with my son like that? And most
Mm-hmm.
most people will be like, well, they won't think highly of their own children anyways, because they want to feel that they raised their child to be the best that they can, and they don't want to get let down by that. So instead of just like fully investigating and really talking to that officer or the school system and figure out, okay, what is my kid doing that is causing you to feel threatened? Instead of just having those type of conversations, your pride comes in, and then you're like, you know what? Like, I'm gonna step to this dude because I'm the one who should be the one that's gonna be disciplining my kid. So that
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? When that pride kicks in, it just gets all bad from there. And by the end of the day, the kid doesn't really learn anything,
Hmm. But that
as
he
far
can
as
get away
respect.
from, get away
Yeah.
with it. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I am totally in. Okay, so let's put the parameters on that. It takes a village. We're
Mm-hmm.
saying in that we're saying the person ain't beating them half to
Mm-hmm.
death. It is within whatever. I mean, I am all for it. I know it probably would be different if someone was to hit my kid. I'd be like, I don't know if that was called for, but that ain't gonna kill my kid. If anything, it can make up for something else he didn't get caught for or whatever. But I truly believe that it does take a village, and it does go back to what you said that we just don't trust each other. Back then, back in the day when that was going on, it was trust, it was community trust, it was that we're in this together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that sense of togetherness anymore. Like even right now, where I live, it's like I don't even think I know any of my neighbors' name. I speak, but I don't even think I know their name per se. And it is a form, and this is going to be so sad for me to say, it is a form of, I'm not sure if you're given the opportunity, you wouldn't steal from me. You know? Because I saw a neighbor steal from another neighbor, stole the package. And I'm like, yeah, something so simple. And then me, okay, I found out I can't even tell. You know what I mean?
Oh, you ain't trying to get no snitches in my phone. Because they all say snitches get stitches, right?
Yeah, but even, yes. And believe me, I'm the type of person, I'm telling. But then I told my son what happened, and I said, he said, you better not say nothing. My son only 17. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, I bet not. I get packages delivered. And, but it was crazy thing that I couldn't even, let this lady So I say all that to say this. I don't trust my neighbors.
Yeah.
And I don't trust my community. And is there any coming back from that? Is like what I'm thinking now is like, is there any coming back to where is there anything? Because we're always talking about solutions. We're always talking about, is there really any solution? This is a great question, M3. Do you think it's going to get better before it gets worse?
And now, are you talking about just the neighbors, or are you talking about in general?
I'm talking about all of this effort. Well, not even effort. Okay, all of this talk about we need to do this to help. And I'm talking about us as Black people. I'm talking about us as a what they call community. I'm talking about us. Like all the talk. And I don't see no solution that ain't been said before yet, but I'm doing my part, whatever, as far as what I can do, as far as put myself out there, and I'm open book and all that stuff. But I've been doing that forever since an adult. But my question is, do you think that it will get better before it gets worse, especially given what you see now? What's going on in the communication, in the everything.
Okay, so in general, as the Black community as a whole, in my opinion, I feel like, unfortunately, it's going to get worse before you see a positive change. Because so far, what has been working so far, if you think about this, even within like the smaller communities, that we're going through, we could use the YouTube community, for instance. What have we ever done to really bridge these gaps, stop these like YouTube wars, stop like these, I can't trust you type of mentality? We've been preaching about this over and over and over for centuries. Everything that we've been saying is nothing new. But yet there's still, I feel like where there's a slow growth, you make a few steps forward, but then there's also going to be someone that's going to take you 100 yards back. You know what I mean? And you keep moving forward and you keep going back to the point that you have to realize that, have we ever even got a chance to even move forward at all? Because we keep going way, way back, down to the bottom of the pit. So I think it's going to be something that's going to be really dire, but I have no clue how it's really going to end out. It's like you talking about like, okay, the plot of the movie, but you don't really know how it's going to end. You just know there's going to be a good ending one of these times, one of these years.
Oh, so you still have hope.
Yeah,
okay, I still have hope. So you think it's going to be, so I heard you say, because you did say it's going to get a little bit more worse before it gets better. I heard you say that.
That's right.
So you ultimately, you think it's going to get better.
Yeah. We may not live for us to see it get better.
Okay, there you go. Okay, you put it okay.
So that's the realism part of it, but I still believe that it will.
Wow.
It just.
And I am such a optimistic person. I really am, like everything. And I honestly do not believe it's going to get better. I do not believe in the least is going to get better. And I know it's not going to stay the same. So I guess this will be this is a first, you guys. Everybody listen. This is a first. I've never say anything from a negative perspective. Never. I can always find the glass is half full, the other side. I truly do not see or believe us as a community, meaning we use that word as Black people, getting any better. As a whole, that is. As a whole. Now, as an individual and maybe small little group, you know what I mean? But not as a whole. Okay, so like, they were saying on one of the shows why people are not going back to the hood and helping these people and going back to your community, helping and bringing them out. It's like, shit, I got out. It takes steps and effort. And I'm telling you, they either do it or they don't. And then most of the time when you go back, it's like what they say, when someone show you who they are, believe them, they showing me that they good and who they are. So it's like, I think I do think as it will get better as groups of individuals. And
can I say one thing about the hood?
Yes, absolutely.
So, okay, people who left the hood and came back to try to help is not the fact. Well, okay, for the ones who, I'll say who tried, okay, because there's a key component to this.
Okay.
People will say, oh, well, now this person made it, but yet this person doesn't want to go back to the hood.
Yeah.
It's not that the person don't have love for the people that they grew up around, but they just know that the hood is not going to show the same love back to them in a certain type of way. Remember your friends when you was at a certain low part of your level. So when you have friends that you met at an all-time low, and now you're moving up to an all-time high, is your friends following your footsteps? Are your friends by your side as you reach up to the all-time high? Because if not, all they're going to do is bring you down the moment you try to help them out. And so people who come back into these hoods most likely are going to get ridiculed. They're going to get hated on, or some will get deleted. In other words, because they can't fathom the person that they used to know back in their level, and they can't see nobody moving up like that without. What's up, Mr. Best in the World? Hey,
what's going on?
Look, M3 got too happy. He like, I got help. I don't have to deal with Kai all by myself no more.
All right, man, I can switch still from that.
84. Look, I can relax a little bit.
I'm in M3. Going on just side.
Hello. Go ahead, M3.
But yeah, so that's the unfortunate part. You could barely come back into like your own neighborhoods because it makes you feel like you're not wanted.
Well, yeah, well, I don't think it don't make you feel like you're not wanted. I think it make you feel like you unsafe.
That too, I guess. Mm-hmm.
But I do have this question. So what I was saying when I was leading up to like as a whole, I don't see it getting better as a community at all. So with all this talk, especially against, and this is the talk I'm hearing, against Black women, all this talk, what I want to know, what I want to ask, it's kind of like a 2 or 3 part question. For one, and do not elaborate yet though, okay? For one, do you think in general that the Black woman is more powerful, but when I say powerful, maybe like in a better position overall, kind of in general, than the black man?
As far as like maybe success wise, like
In
career.
general, overall, in general. Okay, so if anything that you're thinking,
Mhm.
just list everything that you're thinking and
Yeah.
in your head quickly, like who do you think is up? So in general, do you think the black woman is more powerful or in a better position overall than the black man?
Well, okay. Well, I'm
Excuse me.
just gonna say this from my first thoughts.
Okay.
My answer would be yes, because of where the majority of black women are at. Black women are more educated than black men. So there's a lot of opportunities for like successful jobs, good careers. And unfortunately, the roles nowadays are pretty much switched. You have more, and I'm not saying like, insinuating like as far as black men are not educated,
Oh, yeah.
mentally or lazy. It's just
Yeah.
that there's certain opportunities and there's values. Most of the time back then, black men, we really went for trades, where it'd be like engineering, welding, those type of things. But those programs was free for our fathers and grandfathers. And then for us, we had to pay for our education. And so because we had to pay for our education, there's so much like high interest and loans and all these other things. And yet alone, if you was the type of person that you also had kids, it makes it hard for you to try to pay for those certain programs to get those trades and get those skills. You don't agree?
I have some pushback on. I have total pushback on that.
Okay.
For one, if the man, if he really wanted it, you can get it. There, that's a no brainer right there. And I believe I'm going by what you said though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going
Yeah.
by also they don't have the hustle and the grind. They in general, and of course not all, as a woman, because we have to, especially if you're a single mother, you got to make it happen. So I think that determination, that hustle and grind going off of your answer. And then I have total pushback on the okay. So then with
that's why I said like in the beginning, I also mentioned like the value systems as well too though. Because for women, most women, I believe they value like, education. And so
I think they value survival. I think it's survival.
Okay.
I think they value. I got this child. I need to make more money than I'm making. I'm gonna make it happen. I think that's what it is, because the consensus is that women, we don't want to work. We want to be that stay-at-home mom and stuff. But okay, whatever life's choices I've made, I want to live better than this. I want to be able to eat tomorrow, and I want to be able to feed my baby. So I think it's more so that for the majority. But of course, there is those that that's just them. They a boss bitch or whatever you want to call it, and they just that's all they want, type of thing. Okay, so I'm sorry, 84. Would you like to give your perspective on that first part of the question? If do you believe women, black women in general, are either you can think of it more powerful or overall in a better position than the black man?
I think both people of color are in a state of emergency.
Okay.
I think we all in a state of emergency for real. And that's because we have lost how to really love each other. You know what I'm saying? I think we always had a sense of that. You know what I mean? Whether it's through our music, literature, movies, everything else, politics, social things. We've always had a sense of that. But now we're losing that little by little. And I think the thing is that I think we have to really, and I love the fact that we did a show on this on Monday, because we was really, me and them three was really trying to speak to a bigger issue. I don't know if people were really paying attention to what we were trying to say. people were joking around and laughing, and that's cool. Bless you, M3.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? But we were trying
Are
to
you
say,
talking about on your platform or over here?
you know, on our platform on Monday.
Yeah, the manosphere one versus
feminism.
the feminist.
You were saying
Okay,
that both need to die. You know what I mean, or at least be reformed, and it's true, especially for people of color. You know what I mean? They both need to, you know, be reformed or at least die completely because we've gotten to this point where, you know, everybody's out for themselves, and you know now, and it does start with the men. I know the men don't want to hear that. I know they get defensive. Oh man, nah, man, she did this, she did that. I know she did it, bro. I know. But hear me clear. You are a man. You are a leader. You set the tone. You know what I'm saying? And if we set the tone, the women will follow. They will. They will. Some will get left behind. Some will get left behind. Some will. I mean, some women will get left behind because they just want to do what they want to do. You know what I mean? That's just life. You know what I mean? But for the most part, no, but I'm getting to it. For the most part, no, you're good. For the most part, you know what I'm saying? The women will follow. And I think that now in society, you know, they make it seem that like women have more of an advantage, right? They say women are more educated. They say women are making the most money nowadays amongst women of color. They say all these things, but when you look at it relationally, you know, both men and women are suffering because the divorce rate is sky high, right? You know, we can't even have regular conversations. You know what I mean? Everybody's backbiting each other. You know what I mean? We've gone through so much trauma just through our history in this country. You know what I mean? Just based on just the social stuff that's going on, but now within our own fabric. You know what I mean? So now it's spilling over to we always had each other, right? You know what I mean? No matter what, you know what I mean? We could have been the slaves. We could have, you know, been through the Reconstruction era, Industrial era, you know, Jim Crow era, civil rights. You know what I mean? You know, the 70s, the soul era, then we went to the crack era. We went through all that. We always had each other. Right?
True.
Now we don't have each other, and that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? So now that we don't have each other anymore, you know what I'm saying? Now, you know what I mean? The woman now is without her leader, and the man is without, you know what I mean, his peace, his woman, you know what I mean, his earth, you know what I mean? The one who brings some comfort, you know what I mean? Because the man is hard as steel. He's the protector, the provider, the leader. You know what I mean? When he speaks, the ground shakes. You know what I mean? Before he walks, when he speaks, the ground shakes. When he walks, the earth trembles. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? He's the one that sets the tone. He provides leadership. You know what I mean? He provides logic. He provides structure. And then a woman, when she comes in, she provides, you know, both provide love, but they provide in different ways. You know what I mean? She provides that motherly love. She provides that love of a wife, of a mother. You know what I mean? The guidance and the love of a wife and a mother, of a sister, of an aunt. These are things that nowadays are passe. Men and women ain't doing that no more, you know. And what's making it even worse for men and women, the reason why neither one of them are at an advantage, you know what I'm saying, is because they both think that they are at an advantage and really at a disadvantage. So the man thinks that, yo, I'm a high value man, yo. I got this, I got that. Look at my this, and that, blah, 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 blah. And the woman like, shit, well, I'm an independent woman. Look at this, I did that. I got my hair done, nails done, everything did. I'm chilling, I'm fine. And they both doing that, but yet they both are miserable, right? And they both are not truly satisfied. They're not really with each other. So I traded in my love for just stuff. You know what I mean? I traded in, you know, my relationship with the opposite sex for just me to gain resources and money. You know what I mean? So I made that trade. You know, even if I don't really see it, right? I made that trade. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, it's like, okay, cool. We have way more stuff than we had than our parents and our grandparents. We know that for sure. You know what I mean? That's an afterthought. We got better technology, better everything. But neither one is at an advantage because we lost each other. We're losing each other, and we got to gain that back. You know what I mean? Or if we don't gain it back, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be rough out here. It's gonna be real rough out here. You know what I mean? So to answer your question in full, I think right now, the women are given more advantages because society doesn't want the black man to really be at his apex, because they know if we are back in the homes and we're bringing back structure, we're being more the protectors, or we keeping the enemy out now. We keeping the oppressor out now. We keeping all those things away from our women, because now because now they're not gonna come in here and try to dictate things, because now we actually are really in the home. But now, you know what I'm saying, since they kind of done little things that sabotage our relationship with her, and we done things too as men. You know what I mean? Let's not get it twisted. Men are not perfect. We done things too. You know what I mean? So now they've told women you don't need a man, right? They told them, you know what I'm saying, you can do it on your own. They told them, okay, well, girl, if he ain't got that, then you shouldn't be dealing with him. Listen, he better come. He better be a 6 foot, tall, dark, and handsome man. And if he ain't that, girl, you don't need to be listening to him, because he ain't doing. It's like, do you know how many 6 foot, tall, dark, and handsome men out there? You know how small of a percentage that really is. Not saying that you can't have that, you could, but understand it's going to really, really lower your chances of finding somebody you care about. You know what I mean? Because there ain't that many brothers out there like that. But so now.
So what's your answer again?
I say women have the advantage right now.
But you had a but on there.
I said women have the advantage because I said they've given women the advantage because they don't want the black man to really unite with the woman. So they put in her mind that she doesn't need a man, right? So they put that in her mind. They put that in her ecosystem. So now she feels like, yo, I don't need him. I can do it without him. You know what I'm saying? So they've given her advantages, and everything is a man's fault too. A lot of times they blame men for everything. A lot of times
84. How is she given an advantage if what she does has to be done with effort? You have to make a conscious effort to do these things, and then you have to go back to her motives for doing it. So it's not given to her, I don't believe.
No, but you gotta understand that, okay, if you have women who, I can use different examples, but I'm not gonna say these people's name, because I'm being respectful. So you have different women, whether they're in the industry, I'm just using the industry for example. They'll be in the industry and they have done things to men. They have drugged men, they have used men, but yet these women are thrust in the spotlight, right? These are the examples that they're giving you now. You know what I mean? Yes, they're gonna give you the Michelle Obamas too, right? But mostly, people listen to Michelle Obama, but Michelle Obama is not what's playing on the radio. You hearing this woman, you seeing her on TV. You see her, she's the one that's giving you the message. She's the one that's being the spearhead. So you have her and you have all these other women that's coming in and they're being a spearhead of what women should be, or what they believe women of color should be. You know what I mean? So I could twerk, I could do all these different behaviors, I could do all that. I call myself a bad bee. I could say Negroes ain't nothing. I could say all these things. You know what I mean? And this is what's put in the forefront a lot of times. You know what I mean? Yes, it's up to women. It's up to women to digest this. Of course, it's up to them to either digest this or not. You know what I mean? But a lot of times they are doing that, unfortunately.
But I don't get the correlation. I don't get the correlation at all.
Because they're not held accountable for this behavior. You know what I mean? A man can't. If a man, let me say this: if a man acts outlandish, you know what I mean? If a man is a little too assertive, you know what I mean? If he's a little too opinionated, if he's a little too anything, you know what I mean? He's told, "Oh man, you're wrong. Oh, you need to be a good boy. Or you need to be this. You need to be that." You know what I mean? They're already going to put you in a box and they're going to make you feel like you have toxic masculinity. A lot of times that happens. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of toxic masculinity that's deemed on men who is just trying to be men. They're not even trying to hurt women. They've never abused women. They never did anything wrong to a woman. But they're going to be put in that label because they actually you know what I mean, don't want to be a part of that culture of toxicity. You know what I mean? Whether it's being ratchet or even putting that box by them in, oh, you ain't a real N, you're not this, you're not that. So they put in that box as well. You know what I'm saying? And so then it's that extreme. But then you also have the other extreme too, where they're like, okay, you know, if you're a high value man, you have to be a high value man with money. So if you ain't a high value man with money, you ain't this, you ain't that. So we're doing all these extremes and putting each other in all these boxes, and we're just not letting people just be themselves and have healthy relationships. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that. So a lot of times what happens is that, you know, people don't feel safe to be themselves. They don't feel safe to express themselves. And if a lot of times if women are not held accountable, you know what I'm saying, and they're not held responsible for what they're doing, then, you know, it always goes left. So I think that's the thing. So if the women nowadays are told you can do nothing wrong, no matter what happens, you can do nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? And the men are held to a standard where if they slip up and do anything wrong, they're the worst guy ever. You know what I mean? They're too loud, or if they're not loud enough, then they're soft. It's just mixed signals a lot of times. You know what I mean? That I see for the men. Both have their struggles. Don't get me wrong. And me myself, I don't have this perception. I just see how people react and deal with things. But I don't have this perception. I think both of them are equally, like I said, at a disadvantage right now because we're not united. So I don't have that view, but I just see how people react to certain things and how their views are of things. So yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I do agree with you that both are at disadvantage because we're not united. Totally agree with that. So going back to my question, just in general, do you think women are more powerful or like ahead of black men at this time? And then you went on to give the example of something with Cardi B and doing that, and women not being held accountable. They're able to do these things.
I never said Cardi. I never said Cardi.
Well, these rapper women or whoever they might be are out here doing these things and not being held accountable. And women, so you use that for an example to say that women are able to do things and don't have to show accountability for it in general. And then it seemed like you also was saying, going back to your example of things are given to women, and I took that more, you were talking about like the society and stuff, so women have more opportunities than just men. And so I think that's kind of what you were saying on the woman side of things. So I would say, in comparison to who this artist is that's on the stage doing these things and not being held accountable, there is, for every female twerker or rapper, there's at least 10 male, rapper, and they get paid more money, and this is their field for one. And the only reason why I'm bringing the male in is because at the beginning you said that we're both at a disadvantage because we're not together. So that's on the male. So that's the comparison to the rapper part. And then going back to what you said, that women are given more opportunities. I'm going back to like community, and they got a chance to go to school, is the way I take it. They got a chance to do these things that they do and take advantage of. Well, I push back there is a man could do the same thing. Do what it take. It might not be given in the same way, but he still got the same opportunity. And we read the other day that only 10% of men is single fathers. So most likely he don't even have a child with him and don't even have to worry about that as well. And then there was one more you used. It's going back to when I said that has nothing to do with it, but just using that. And then in the end, you said, yes, women, I think you said women are in a better position. So when you say all of those things and you went on and gave these examples, I give you pushback for one, because you had said that if a man does what he's supposed to do as far as that leading, a woman will follow, and I do 100% agree with that. Okay, so the reason why I give you pushback on your examples are because you're going back, and it seems like you're blaming the woman. And not blame, that's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. Wrong. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing yet. Not blame. It seems as though it seems as though credit is not being given to the woman for doing what she feels needs to be done to survive and better her situation. Meaning, if it wasn't for the men giving what they're giving, looking and doing these things, it would be no market for that, in another place. So I want to say there, it seems like you're not giving women, Black women, you're not giving them not respect. Gosh, what is the word I want to use? You're not giving them like the credit that
Yes.
I believe that they deserve. When you give all those other examples instead of just answering my question, is the woman more powerful or in a better position than the Black woman? I mean, the Black man, because I 100% believe that we are, and it's not good, and I don't like it, and I wish it wasn't true, but that is what I believe as well. So I say all of that to say, why did you feel the need to express those things, all those things as well?
No, but I'm not talking about strong women like you, Kaya. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about women like you at all. You're not a part of that. You are actually a real woman. I'm talking about these grown females who are acting, who are grown, but they're not acting as women. They're not getting in their own. They're not doing it on their own in a respectable manner. They're doing it in a disrespectful manner. And I hold men to the same standard when they're out here doing this childish behavior, calling each other the N word, doing all this stuff. But then they also take it to the extreme with the high value men stuff and the manosphere stuff. So I hold both accountable, and women with the feminism stuff. So I hold both accountable. It's not that, but the thing is that with the women, they would be giving women who choose to do this are given more leeway. They're told that, oh, it's okay, girl, go get your money, go do this, go do that, blah 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 blah. But for a man, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. So I implore the sisters who are doing it on their own. Okay. I implore the sisters like you and the other ones who are working hard and y'all doing it. I look up to you. I salute you because my mom had to do that. So I would never look down on that. You know what I mean? My dad was not there, so I definitely would never look down on a woman who has to do it on her own. Not that at all. But I'm talking about the women who are not doing it in a disrespectful way, who's making it harder for these sisters like you, to shine and to look good. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm speaking to. Salute to Sunbreeze. Salute to the brother Yella. What's going on, Yella?
What's good, y'all? What's good?
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. I'm going to ask Yella the same question, but there's another part to this that I want to get you to. So, Yella, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you once again for coming over and hanging out with me and, all us melanated people. I know you're trying to get something to rub off on you, but it's all good anyway. So you don't have to throw a joke in there. So did you hear the question initially?
Nah, I missed the initial question. I heard I heard Mr. Best in the World giving his answer. And
okay.
So if we could repeat the question, I can probably give you a more accurate answer.
Okay, so absolutely. So the question is, do you believe that women, Black women, are more powerful or are in a better position than black men, just generally overall. And you don't have to give such a long, eloquent answer as 84 did. But if you feel inclined to, please feel free, because I have another part to it as well.
Okay, so on the surface, it might look like that,
Okay.
but I think that is a image that black women have built for themselves to make them feel like they do. Because if you take a step back from it, it's really not like most. And I ain't trying to be like that either, but we're just gonna call it what it is. Most black women think because they got a small business with an LLC, they doing better than a black man. No matter what it is. Like hey, you want the answer? I'm gonna call it what it is now. I'm gonna call it what it is. Cause I don't know how many people need to sell plates. I don't know how many of the same clothing lines we gonna have to see. I don't know how many in the same lash business we gonna have to see. I don't know how many times I gotta hear I got a hair care business. Every other chick on Instagram got entrepreneur in their description. She got entrepreneur CEO in her description, she capping. So
Okay.
it is a an overinflated sense of control and power, but honestly it's a lot more even than they want to think. So
Okay, no, so I don't mean control, like control and power. What I'm okay, you missed the beginning part of the conversation, so I think you were a little bit at a disadvantage. But I hear what you're saying, so let me put a little bit more on that. So the question, the way I'm asking, and if your answer is the same, please, I understand. I just want to make sure we're on the same page before I go to the next part of the question. So what I mean by that, not that they have like power in the sense to where we're running things and this, that, and that. I mean in a better position as far as like a better position than if you take all of like middle class. Like you're gonna find more black women making more money than black men in a better position, meaning they're kind of set up, they're not living in mama's garage or whatever. And I'm not trying to put shit, I'm just trying to give you more of a visual, kind of what we were talking about leading up to this. But meaning like she's just overall like most likely she does have a degree, went to school and kind of have a professional job, have a sense of direction of what she's doing and what she wants in life. And whether she's a single mom or not, she's making it happen versus the black male. That's kind of, and if your answer is the same, I get it and respect it. But I just wanted to make sure you kind of knew where the question was coming from.
okay, well if we talk about a certain specific group of people, I mean at the end of the day, I still think it's I still think
Okay.
it's I still think it's a I still think it's just like small group, if anything. And if we
Okay.
talk about the middle, and if we talk about the middle class, it might be more women involved in it. But on
Yeah.
average, even in the average range, the black men still make more than the black women. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we want to talk about other stuff like, now if we want to go into other stuff like the court system and fathers'
No.
rights and all of that other stuff, then we gonna talk. Then we can talk about something else. But
No.
what I'm getting from the question is, are black women doing better than black men on a certain level?
Basically, yes. That's
And
exactly it. That's the
and
question.
and I will respectfully say no,
Okay. Amen. Okay.
because it just, I don't know. There's just something, and don't take it personal, but it's just something cringe about a woman trying to make it seem like being a responsible adult is something you should hang your hat on. Like men don't get the credit for taking care of themselves. You don't. It'd be weird as hell hearing a man talking about I got my own car, my own house, I take care of myself. I'm a strong, independent man. That shit sound weird as hell. But
Mhm.
only our women seem like that's a badge of honor and something to kind of like feel like they're doing better than us. No, y'all just actually figuring out how to take care of yourselves without totally leaning on anybody. Now, that I will give black women credit for because they have kind of separated the idea of black women being on welfare and being dependent on the government. Now they just depend on their internet boutique, which is cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I like that. I like that. Okay. Wow. Okay. So this is gonna be good. So the next part of you could come up, Miss Red Lipstick, if you would like. You're more than welcome to. It's because of your show while we're on this topic anyway. So there's the link if you'd like to come up. And we would of course. Oh yeah, I'm the only female up here. It looks like your show. Have all those gorgeous black men around you, but even though they're married and stuff. Okay, so now, so building off of that, what I really want to know then is going forward. So I think 84, you missed this part too. Me and M3 was talking about sharing if we thought as a black community, if we was going to get better or worse as a black community, meaning in totality. I said no, basically, and M3 said yes, basically. And so with all of that being there, going forward, do you think it would be better run? And now it's just me asking this, do you think it would be better run us as a community if black women continue to step up and be vocal as far as trying to reunite the black community together? Anybody can go first.
Go ahead, M3.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. You said, do you think that pretty much our community would be better if black women were more vocal?
More vocal in organizing the community to come back together, or to come back together. Basically, yes. If in bottom line, if the black women would take the lead in that aspect of things, yes.
No, because you guys are not designed to take the lead. Mm-hmm. Like no woman in general will want to be the lead of anything. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, this is a responsibility that black men need to come together to try to fix. Now, however, women are very good as far as organizing, having a structure, which means that, you know, a woman's best asset is being the suitable helper. But as far as the lead, I won't say dictatorship, but the direction, you know, comes from a strong black man. Because we could logically think, now, if as long as we're not in our emotions and our feelings, we could strategize what will be best to help build the community up, you know, and get great counsel from wise women who are into following the lead and into like creating ideas, you know, like ideas that will kind of help make our how should I say this? Will help make our steps a lot more easier. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think, like I said before, the responsibility should be taken on the role as the black men, which, you know, goes back to like why we need strong leaders, you know, strong male role models in the black community to try to provide direction when the young black men or the women are going off track or getting misguided.
Okay, real quick, I do agree with you, Wealth Talk Production. And just to make sure I understand what you're saying, M3, first of all, you're saying that no, it's not even in for the woman to lead the community. That's not her position or role. However, she is good at organizing, so that brings in to be that helper in it. But the bottom line is no, as long as men don't get in their feelings. I think you said something like that, right?
Yeah, and the reason why I put it out there because, you know, I'm not trying to cap and act like, you know, men are not emotional or men can't be emotional, but a lot of times what you see is that when you see a emotional man, that man can be dangerous. You know what I mean? And that emotional man, unfortunately, won't be able to help lead or help guide better solutions, or guide or provide better solutions for our community.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have so many sensitive, you do have a lot of sensitive men, in this community that are too unstable to help lead, which is unfortunate. And that's
Right.
why I put out there, if you're a strong black leader, that has a good head on your shoulder and has the right mindset, yeah, you should take the responsibility to help lead the community. I think that will be best. Now, a woman could try to lead, but I mean, realistically, how often do you hear women that will say, "Look, I want a man that's a good provider, a good leader, someone that will be able to protect me."
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, as a role of, a strong black man, my role and duty is to protect the ones that are around me.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, those are my ideologies.
And real quick, I want to put in there, I do like the way WTP put that, just small groups. And you can add this, the other two gentlemen, if they like an M3, if you want to. I wasn't even thinking of it like in small groups, which I think it would be better. But I was talking about a whole, like all of us as a whole united. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that up in there. So who would like to go next?
So okay, I'll answer the question in a different way, and I'm just gonna reiterate the question. Right? The question
Okay.
is, overall would we be better if black women kind of led the show? Right?
Well, okay. I think you are saying what I'm saying, but just to make sure we clear, I'm saying not led the show. I'm saying, what do you think it would be better if black women came together to lead and aid in rebuilding, restructuring, or bringing the black community back together? Because earlier we established, and this is through 84, that when we were together, we did a lot better. Meaning, through all the different phases we've been through in the past, we were together, united, as husband and wife and family. So do you think it would be better if the black woman, we come together to reunite and bring the black community together back in that aspect? Not taking the lead where, come on,
Right.
baby, yeah, might be.
Okay. Now I'm glad you put out there what 84 had said first, because there was a point in time where we was good as a people. You know what I'm saying? We was working as a community. You know what I mean? We would functioning as a unit. Everybody would help everybody. Like that point in time where if you walk down the street, you got your ass whooped by everybody on the block, because it was like that type. You know what I'm saying? Like if you messed
Right.
up down the street, you get ass whooping at every house on the way home. Then you get your ass whooped at home too, because Miss Betty didn't told on you before you got to the house. You know what I'm saying? So,
That
but
village.
there's where the drop off comes at, because at that point in time when we was good, the black community was led by men.
Mm-hmm.
You had our male leaders on the forefront. You had those calling for change. You had those orchestrating. And don't get me wrong, they had very, very capable black women behind them supporting them. But I would argue that for maybe the last 50 years or so, black women have kind of been in the forefront. They have been orchestrating the black community, because one word that likes to get thrown around on YouTube is patriarchy. Right? Now, everybody who don't know, patriarchy is loosely just basically like a structure designed for men, right? The structure designed for men, led by men. To which I would argue that the black community for the last 50 years has been exclusively matriarchal. Most of us, most people 50 and under grew up in single mother households. Most people 50 and under in our community probably never met their daddy before, for various reasons, whether he was there or not, whether she kept him away, whatever. So would that help going into the future? No. Honestly, it would kind of just be like promoting the same thing we in now.
Okay, good point. Amazing point. I didn't even think of it that way. And literally, I was up here trying to think of, an opposite of it. But when you say it that way, it has been most, as far as the community aspect of it, led by women. You're right. Absolutely. For the most part, from what you're saying, and it got away from the men. Good point. Appreciate that, Yella. Go for it, 84.
So your question is repeat your question in full so I can fully understand it.
Absolutely. So my question is, do you think that we will be better off as a whole, as a Black community, if the Black woman took the lead on bringing us back together, of being the front of bringing us back together as a whole, building the community of Black people?
Do I believe women can do that? I believe they can help in that, but I believe ultimately it will come from the man doing that. And I think that, you know, the reason why I would say that is because, when I look at other nations or I look at other cultures or other countries or wherever else, they get respect based on the male leadership. You know what I'm saying? They get, whether our leadership is leading them in the wrong way or the right way, they get respect based on that. You know what I'm saying? And, men are looked at as leaders, whether we want to or whether we like it or, we don't want to own it or whatever. That's how we looked at. You know what I mean? So for every woman that says, I don't need a man, for those who do see that they need a man, whatever spectrum you stand on, you all know that you look at a man as a leader. It's like how everybody knows they don't want to be alone. It's the same thing. We all know that men are looked at as leaders. We know that. So, but it's up to men to take that mantle. You know what I mean? But I also believe that there could be a slim chance that we could be wrong in our thinking. Whereas we're thinking that it has to be a man leader, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it really could be a woman. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a woman could step in and be that. You know what I'm saying? Because the way I've seen is that most of the stuff that we've adopted, you know what I mean, especially if you're talking specifically our community, we've adopted a lot of the things that we believe in. You know what I'm saying? So we don't really have our original culture, original language, original anything. We've adopted all these things and we develop our personalities and our structure, our morals, values, and just our whole ethos. But, we don't really know, if a woman could lead it or not. You know what I'm saying? We know in our perception we view as men as leaders, but a woman could definitely do it if she is, if she has the tools and the resources, and the motivation to do it, of course. You know what I'm saying? She can do it, from a perspective where she's leading it and she's coming up with ways to lead, she's coming up with programs, she's coming up with ways to help us to get economic wealth as far as land and as far as owning properties, as far as having our own careers, own career path, everything. And then she also will cover, other issues as well, like mental health, overall health just for our people. So it could definitely happen for a woman. I don't see why it can't. But will it be respected? It'll be hard for her. I would say that it'd be very hard for that sister, for real. It'll be hard for the men, but it's definitely hard for the sister. Yeah.
Okay, final question about this, and just real quick. What are your thoughts on a woman president? Do you think it would get better? Our United States, our country, do you think it would get better with a woman president in office?
It's hard to give like a good answer on this one, but especially after the way how Mr. Bessenworld broke it down, because now he had me thinking.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Who broke it down?
Oh, Mr. Best in the World. Or
Oh,
84.
oh,
The
oh.
one you call
I
the one you call 84. I call him Mr. Best in the world.
Oh, because I'm like, who? Okay, 84. Got
Yeah.
it. Mr. Best in the world. Okay.
Because the thing is, all right, what if the plot twist was that our ancestors in our community, like whether it be from Africa, Hebrew, whatever, right? Because our history has already been destroyed. You know what I mean? So what if all the time the queens were the ones that was leading? You know, I mean, it could be a possibility. Remember, a lot of times we kind of go with things based off of Western society, you know, or just like worldly culture as well too. And it's always the man that's leading the women. Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying that the world would be better off with just men not leading at all. But my point is, we would never know until we have a female president. And then we could see the reaction of the United States, the United Society.
Well, yeah, and then we wouldn't have no need for this question. So
Right.
So what do you think?
Honestly,
mm-hmm.
I always have an open mind to think that anything positive could happen. But I know a lot of hell is going to be raised. A lot of folks are going to be angry. A lot of men is going to really lose their shit, and a lot of women is going to be really puffed up with pride. I'm telling you, imagine all the feminists be like, yeah, that's right. Like now we got
Yep.
Now they already feel like they already have this much power over us. Imagine a female president. Oh man, it's gonna go to an all-time high, man.
Okay, but what do you think that female president would do a better job? Would be a big factor in contributing to our country and making it better from this point forward?
But like I said, I don't know until that actually happens.
You killing me! You killed me!
I'm not. I can't give you that answer.
Yes, you can. It's either yes or no. You don't even have to elaborate. Yes or no.
Well, does I don't know count?
No.
I said no, right? But I just added I don't into it.
Well, those are two different no's, sir. A-N-O-W and N-O. So it's not the same. No, you don't have no knowledge.
You know what?
No, don't. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say.
Kaya's trying to be funny right now.
I know, right? She's trying to,
trying to be spicy and funny.
Like the knowledge, from the knowledge of relationships, man. Just more relationships. Just call me relationships at this point, because I don't. I mean, that's a serious, tough question, though. You might have to pass that to Yella.
You're not gonna speak it into existence. Just give it
how you know? Okay.
Your boys, okay, I'm gonna make them wait, M3. I'm gonna make both of your boys here. Y'all put your fingers in your ear and don't listen to when he says yes, he believes that this world or this country will be better with a female president. Put your fingers in your ear, okay? Okay, they're in the ear. Go ahead.
All right.
You know you want to say it. Go ahead.
No, it's just okay, look. To me, I don't think it really matters. I think maybe a woman could do a slightly better job as a female president as opposed to the male counterparts, because I mean, so far the men that has been leading it has not really been doing a job. But the reason why I'll also say it's a hard answer it's a hard question to answer, because no matter what, you have to answer to somebody that's higher than you. Okay, being because remember, you're a president, right? Has to answer to like the higher parts like with the Congress, whatever, right? The governmental officials, all this other stuff, and most of them are being led and ran by Europeans. So
that don't matter. She could. Okay, so your answer is yes, fellas. You can take your finger out of your ears now. Okay, Yellow. What do you think? Do you think a female president could be could move our country, propel us better? I forgot my question. Do you believe that a female president could do a better job or do a good job at moving forward with our country?
Okay, well, that's not how you said it, but
that's all good. It's all good. It's basic to say. I kind of get what she's saying, and I guess I'm gonna be the one bringing misogyny to the table tonight. So this is what this is gonna be. The day after a female get elected president, every country gonna try to come try to take over. I guarantee every country we're gonna get invaded by everybody. We're gonna get invaded by everybody.
Well, hell, we got who was that? Who was here? Was that Bush? Where the terrorists came in for New York? So
and you know what? They had to sneak planes into some buildings. With a female president, they gonna walk right up to the White House.
All right. Okay, so his answer's no.
Because hold on, and I'll explain because it's based on example. It's based on example.
Okay.
I'm from Chicago. Chicago's mayor is Lori Lightfoot.
Okay.
Now, you look back at Chicago politics, anybody who know anything about Chicago politics is arguably the most corrupt system in the world. Right? How do you manage to come in and do the worst job of all mayors in the last 40 years and you had all the advantages?
Because she's not crooked.
Why not? Like Lori Lightfoot had been tied into some crooked shit a couple times. You in Chicago politics, you got to be crooked. I don't care if you're the alderman. You could be the dude
she's not as crooked. She's not, she got some moral on her crookedness. That's why it seems like the worst job, because she's not getting in the bed with all of these people where she needs to get
you see all the caveats you giving her. Exactly. That's exactly why females can't be in power. Because other Because other females in the country won't be able to hold her accountable as they do a male president. You'll be looking for reasons. If you look at the landscape now, you can't say a woman did something without it being not all women. Well, damn, if our female president did it, who we gonna blame? Y'all gonna be like, well, she ain't like that. She didn't mean it like that. It was just a joke. She trying. She the first one. Nah, fuck off.
No. Let's go back to your mayor, the female. Comparing to the male, I don't mean getting in bed literally for nookie. I'm talking about they getting in the bed doing crooked stuff with all. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So you're saying then? So it sounds like you're saying in that example that you have a level of respect that these male mayors did what they had to do to get the results that they got, even though they weren't good results in the. Well, were they good results? I don't know.
It depends. It honestly depends on which one. I'm not saying any of them was super great. Okay. But
so the bottom line is you have more respect for them for doing what possibly it took that needed to be done to get the best result out of it, versus a female is going to put her morals or put like, oh, I can't be coming out looking like that. I can't do all of that. And then she doesn't get a good result. So you got more admiration for that male that did that than the female who didn't. Is that what I'm getting?
No, I got more understanding of results. So what I'm saying is that I'm not accounting that. I'm not saying that past Chicago mayors didn't have some corruptness in them, didn't make any mistakes. What I'll say is this: when she took over in Chicago, we was at the bottom floor, right?
Okay.
She was basically painted as the savior who's gonna come in and change the culture. She's gonna come in and affect our city in a great way. She's gonna be able to build and work with other politicians and get some shit done solely based on the fact that she was a woman.
She's a black woman too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. I think I remember that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I remember that. Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
I ain't gonna go in on it because it's a pastime. It's a pastime to go in on Lori Lightfoot out here in Chicago. Like she stay roasted. She get roasted all the time because her. Yeah, because like I just call it what it is. I ain't saying she get roasted because she's LGBT, but she is like LGBT, right? And like her suit game is whack. Like I'm surprised Steve Harvey ain't like called her up. You know what I'm saying? Like suit game be whack, haircut be whack as shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
She's kind of a big girl too, right?
No, she really tiny. She really tiny as shit. So like her suits be looking like zoot suits. They be covering up the heels and shit. Like I'm just calling it what it is. I'm just calling it what it is.
Okay, let's get back to her politics.
But that's the thing. You don't know nothing about it though. You don't know nothing about it. Like since she's taken over, and I get Chicago was violent, but we've had a severe uptick in violence since she's taken over.
But you was already on the bottom ground, so you can't go no lower.
Right.
We're
so
in the basement now.
She let us fall into the basement, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And the idea is because she's a different gender, she's going to come in and take it she's going to come in and do better because of where we're at as a society now. Women just think they can come fix everything.
No. But see, you don't have an official woman, and no offense against nobody, no offense. But see, she's a male, she's that side, but so her she coming across as a male side of things. We need a woman like a woman. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't count yet.
That would be the worst. That would be the worst example. That would actually be the worst option. I would rather have the stud in there as president because she kind of got a dude man a little bit. I'm not finna take a full on feminine woman in the White House. Hell no. Y'all change your mind too much.
Kaya, I have a question to ask you if you don't mind.
Yes, please do.
Because since you asked us about like the female presidents and all that, with you, right? If there was a choice, right, where Hillary Clinton will run for president again, despite of all the emos that got exposed, and then Trump comes back to try to run president again, who would you choose? Will you choose Trump or will you choose Hillary?
Okay, I'm not the
Never
most
forget she poured out the hot sauce on y'all.
Huh?
Never forget she poured out the hot sauce on y'all, so I'm just saying.
Oh, anyway. So I'm not that depth on politics. I don't know that much, but I am a great listener for the most part. So to be honest with you, from what I've heard, in majority what I've heard from Black people, Black men, I will pick Trump because of things I've heard that they say about him and then about the Republican Party. But I don't know anything in depth really how it works and things like that. But from what I've heard in the past, I would pick Trump over Hillary. Yes.
So basically, you yourself as a woman would choose a man over your own woman, pretty much.
No, I just posed the question. I never answered that question. I just posed all the questions. I didn't answer any of them. I was just posing the question, so I didn't give my opinion. Just like when there's a question, because I didn't give my opinion on this other question before you guys came around, because it was a different group of panelists up here. Hopefully they're not back there. No, that I could give my answer on the question. So I haven't even answered any of the questions up until this point because, So.
Well, at least you answered that question I asked you. So
what, you thought I was going to say Hillary?
No. I know you was going to say Trump. I just want to hear it from you though, directly.
Yeah, I would just because of that, but I really don't. Yeah, I would actually.
Yeah.
And another even without that information, I from what I observed on my own from Trump, I mean he's pretty gangster. He don't give a fuck. He gonna tell you, he's willing, he's up there looking crazy as hell to me, but he don't care. And it's in your face, even though he's lying, but he knows that that he's lying and he still don't care.
Mhm.
So essentially he still is being honest because he said, I already told you. Now I'm not gonna repeat it, but because I already said it. So I really actually have more respect for that being open and honest and it being right in my face than me trying to figure out a character or something. So even before that, I have respect for that ultimately.
Yeah. That goes back to like when it comes to like the majority of Americans who they will vote for and what they would prefer to still have, even though that the men, like those men hasn't really been leading the country like they should have. And I can't really fault all of them for it because they have to answer to someone that's in charge.
Right.
It wouldn't really matter whether if it's a male president or a female president because you're under the dictatorship of men anyways that is like ruling over you behind the scenes that you will never see.
But if I'm thinking about it correctly, don't you choose is it a cabinet or whatever it is? Don't you choose the people that you surround yourself with? So you're going to have people, I would think that if I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
But you would have people around there that kind of rock with you, roll with you, that, and then ultimately outside of Congress, I guess if they take a bill or something to it, it's ultimately the president's decision though, for the most part. And I mean, I know it cuts down to, you don't want to, chop off the wrong person because that could be detrimental to you. But ultimately, is up to the president because you're going to have around you, if I'm understanding it correctly.
I look at the president as only like the face of things. So the president could kind of say, well, this is what's going to get done. This is what I'm going for. But from my understanding, certain bills have to be signed. It has to be going through like Congress and other like third parties as well too. So I don't think ultimately it is a president's decision. I just think the president is just the face of the pond that will give the American people the comfort of leadership.
Mhm.
But
I think it's more involved. Yeah. I think so.
Is really not though, because like okay, say and I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to go back to my schoolhouse rock days. Remember how this worked? When the president, when the president wants to get a bill or a law passed, he still got to run it past Congress. He still got to run it past the House of Representatives, and that bill can be vetoed sitting out there on the damn steps singing about "I'm just a bill." You know what I'm saying? So, so
like, whole pictures. Okay,
like they tried to tell us earlier that the president really don't have the structure like that, because even the president is essentially, if the U.S. is McDonald's, the president is essentially Ronald McDonald, and the vice president is the Grimace, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? So it's one part of three branches. You know what I'm saying? And all those branches, they have to work together. So it's not really a well, it comes down to the president thing and they built their cabinet. Now they still got to go through a lot of shit. That's why Obama didn't get a lot of the shit passed that he wanted to get passed. That's why a lot of the shit Trump was trying to get passed didn't get passed, because you had people actively working against him. But I would pose this question before we move on, just to kind of put some levity to this. Do you think a female president would have been able to handle being a president like Trump, like the criticism Trump got?
No. but I would say a female president wouldn't have put herself in that position. She wouldn't have been so overt like him, and basically he was just out there with his Peter out pissing over, So I don't believe a woman would even have, come out like that.
Wow.
And I don't even believe a woman would be as honest as I believe he was.
Shit, hell no. But y'all women not honest in the first place. But
I am very honest, so I'm
okay,
just saying. Go ahead.
okay,
I am.
all right,
Okay.
okay,
All
all
right.
right.
Okay. Amen.
but see, that's what I'm saying. It's like a woman wouldn't do that. A woman wouldn't do that. You not realizing that being the president is enough for people to criticize you.
Yes. Oh
Be-
yes. But
because you gonna have,
you said the way he was. Now he was exceptionally criticized. I don't think a lot of male presidents could have went through what he went through. Let's talk about the last Bush. No, he would have.
right.
So yeah.
So you think presented with that level of criticism because she gonna make a mistake, and as soon as she make a mistake, being that she's a female president, they gonna be looking for more reason to attack her.
Okay, true. Okay, but yes, I think she will be able to handle it because whatever breakdown she needs to have, she's going to have it in the back room first.
She ain't no presidential breakdown.
Amazing artist. She's going to have an amazing makeup artist that get her back into
See,
place.
fail. Ain't no presidential cry room. It's a war room. Ain't no presidential tear room. Ain't no go back and I'm gonna fix my makeup. Let me go to the powder room
I'm the president.
and get myself
I'm gonna
together.
add another room. They added the dish room and some rooms, so I'm gonna add one more room when I get in there.
So let me ask you this though, right? If I make tag team Yellow, so
yes, I can handle it.
So if a dire situation happens, right? That like it usually happens, like every presidency terms. Would a woman be able to hold back her tears in the public eye? Yes or no?
Yes, and I can say that with 100% confidence. You know why?
And I say yes. That's all cap. But go ahead.
Because I am a nurse. There is certain medicines that you can inject into the duct tears that no matter what, not a tear gonna fall. She's smart. She'll prepare. Seriously, she can get emotional, but she won't have a tear fall. You do what you have to do as a woman.
Fail.
There really is medicine that would do.
Fail. Epic fail. All of that, like I'm just saying, all of that is why it's not gonna work. As soon as you be like, as a woman, fail, because now you're making it about. Hold on, wait, because now you making being a president. No, I'm saying now because that's what you're going to hear. You're gonna hear a lot of that. Like it's already sensitive issues. It's already imbalanced when it comes to women's issues in politics anyway.
Amen.
So when you put a woman in politics, like let's take it down. Let's take it further down the line. My I don't want to say the word, but my body, my choice thing. Yo, that's gonna go completely left with a woman in charge. The way the birth rate is low now, I guarantee you it will quadruple.
I don't get it.
I guarantee you because there's already a discussion on these laws, right, and how these laws work. And for the most part, and especially if it's a Democratic president, they don't agree with how it's ran. That's what I'm saying. Like okay, let me just kind of, because I think I'm getting too far. Let me get back to my point.
Okay.
Women would be too connected to the issues to unbiasedly make a decision.
Okay, give me a second.
Ooh, I can imagine when she's pregnant.
Huh?
So I can imagine when she's pregnant.
Hush. Okay, so a woman president. So just from you saying, Yella, you said that she's going to be too emotionally connected. So how about that woman that becomes president? That's not her plight. That's not her fight is pro-choice or, those things. Because that's not every woman's plight or fight, at this time. So
how you think a woman gonna get elected president? Because that's the thing about it. You gotta run with certain policies.
So here we go. Okay, so you're right. Because you're right. She's absolutely gonna need that side. Okay. So she'll do like every other male president that she'll yay, rah, pro-choice, blah blah blah. When she get in there, huh? Oh, huh? You sure? Huh? Act like she never said it.
Okay. And how old is this president going to be?
Okay, that's a good question. That one is good. This female president, and not that I even ever said that I wanted one, but I'm going along. She would have to be at least in her 60s. At least. Yes.
I can respect it.
Yes.
If we looking like that, then I might go with it. I definitely ain't voting nobody under 40 as president. No woman under 40 as president unless she married with like 6 kids. And you know what I'm saying? For real.
Yeah, breastfeeding over here, signing over here.
Facts.
No.
Yeah.
But I would even say 63 minimum, and then we're good. Yeah. But I do see you guys things what you're saying on all the other things, but you got to realize a woman of that age is no longer dealing with that the hormones, because you're out of that stage. It's not the hormone rage anymore, like the imbalance for the most part.
Let me answer that question, Kai, if I may.
Yes, I'm sorry. You were very patient through all of that. No interruption. I appreciate that. You are a patient man. Go for it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I think that it depends on her politics, right? Like, that's what it's going to depend on her politics. So if her politics is correct, then of course you can do it. If her politics is not correct, then it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a huge problem. You know what I mean? And that doesn't just go for a woman. That goes for a man too. So if his politics is off, we're in trouble. You know what I mean? If his politics is good, then we good. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it depends on. That's what we should be concerned about, is if our politics are going to fit what's going to help us to grow as a country, because we do have a lot of underlying issues, especially when it comes to homelessness, poverty in certain communities. You know what I mean? And just overall demographics of our education with our children in certain communities. Like, we have a lot of major issues. You know what I mean? So if she can basically come up with resolutions to that, and she can basically handle those things, then I'll vote for her. I ain't got no problem. You know what I mean? If her plan fits those things and she's able to help out, I ain't got no problem voting for her at all. I don't care if she's a woman, an alien, you know what I'm saying, a dolphin, whatever female species it could be. I ain't got no problem, because at the end of the day, you know what I mean, we need as much help as we can get, out here in this society. So her politics cool, I'm cool with it too. So that's where I stand.
Okay. I don't know how much more time you guys got. I think I'm losing M3, maybe knowledge and relationship. Great, awesome channel over there.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, but so I really had planned. I have these questions that I had got, like
just Kaya.
It's like
Kaya. Can I throw one more in, because I have one more little question for that topic. One more little question for that topic, and then you can move on if you want to, because this I think would be the best measure right here, right? Okay. So historically, I think the last like 3 or 4 presidencies has kind of been thrown off since Bush, probably. But typically, the active vice president is usually the person in line to take the presidency next.
No.
Am I right? I mean, historically, if we look at it, like usually the vice president, unless it was like a shift change, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. So, and if we really want to get technical about it, we've already had a female president, because a month ago, check it out. Like a month ago, Joe Biden got sick and needed to go into the hospital. So for 24 hours, Kamala Harris ran the country.
But technically, she didn't.
Yeah, because if he'd have died in the hospital, she'd have been next up. So
she would have been. Okay.
So with knowing how her politics work and knowing where she's at now, will y'all vote for Kamala Harris when she run for president? Because it's gonna happen.
Okay, so I knew this was coming, because I just been hearing talk. I have no clue what she did and what people. I really don't. I don't know what happened, but I just been hearing the talk, and for the most part, I come in the middle of it, or they're just clowning it all the time. So I really have no clue of how bad that I'm hearing her mess up. So I don't
I'm
know.
surprised you don't, because she
I
was
don't.
the attorney general in California.
Well, because I know that talk how she was helping with prison reform, and then when she was, you know, the attorney, like the best. I think she was a prosecutor or something, the best, and have people on pins and needles with her questions and comebacks, and you know, had some white men scared about if she cross-examined all this other stuff. But see, that's a whole different thing than this arena, you know. For one, in this arena, I don't have a sense of a good foundation at all of knowledge, for one. But like I said, I'm a really good listener and I take in everything. And then this is another thing to me. You know, when they say she's black, so there's multiple reasons why I think she's not black. And I don't even know if she claims black. I don't even know. But she's
She do.
married to a white. Oh, she do. Okay. But to me, she's not black, because I think she might be she might be the one that just have a drop. You know, they say if you got a drop of black, because her daddy's not black, right? Is her daddy black?
I believe her father is, and then her mother is
Her father is like
of some
Cuban
Indian descent. No, she got black somewhere. She got some black in there, but it's
She
more
got a
closer
black
to
somewhere.
like,
That's my point. It ain't like
right.
Obama black, like her daddy black. But
Well, shit,
anyway,
his
so
daddy is
that
from Africa. You can't get more blacker than Africa. Yeah.
exactly.
And he was black as hell too. Like, you know what I'm saying?
He does.
Like, shit.
But she's married to a white man. That kind of for me, I'm just speaking for me. Everybody out there, just me, just my opinion. But I don't like black to me is like Southside Chicago, like Michelle. You know, you don't have to be there. But no, I don't. But I really don't know much. I don't know what she's doing and how she's messing. I really don't know, so I don't have an opinion on it.
Shout out to Michelle Obama, little sexy squirrel looking ass. Yo.
But you know what? And I know people. Michelle her character is beautiful, but initially people would not have considered her a beautiful like face or whatever.
They was hating.
Then, huh?
They was hating. They like them little puffy cheeks. I like the little cheeks. Give me a little squirrel.
I mean, she's not like, to me, she's not like pretty. I mean, she's
pretty. She's not pretty.
Yeah, she's not pretty. No, she's not.
Yeah, but the whole
Y'all some haters.
The whole package, including the face, is gorgeous. It's elegant. It's sophisticated. It is a totality of a woman. Yes, I would say that. But you know how like pretty? No, you know, and it's just facts. It's just the truth. But yeah, she is a amazing specimen of a woman.
If she ran, I'm voting for Michelle.
Well, she would win, and everyone know that.
100%.
But Barack's like, she ain't gonna do. She said she hated being in there.
Oh, nothing about to stress my wife. Hell no. Mm-hmm. Nope. I know what I went through. She ain't finna come home mad at me every day because she came from the office pissed the fuck. No. Y'all not finna do my wife.
And you could tell, and you know another thing, she has a beautiful personality because how they show how Bush always right up under her, and it was so obvious everywhere she went.
Mm-hmm. If you peep though, like, all right, we go. If you peep though, she brought fool a piece of candy like every time. Like, go back and watch some of the videos. That's her thing. She either asked him, handing him a peppermint, a stick of gum, or something. Like, they buddies. Like, they cool as fuck.
He probably had that white man's breath. You know, the white man's breath.
Shit, it's cool. I ain't mad at him for trying to get up under her. Goddamn it, I ain't mad at him. Excuse me, Obama. I love you too, bro. But damn,
it's great to have allies. It's always good to have allies. Okay, I had this question for you guys. I'm so excited to hear your. Don't disappoint me. Okay, I'm gonna use this one first. Okay, each of you guys. So, what would you do if you found out you could stop time?
I'll answer this last question because I have to get ready.
Okay, and I'm gonna give my answer finally. The first thing I thought when I read this, and I'm gonna give my first thing I thought when I read the question. Okay, go M3.
Okay, so if I had the power to stop time, what would I do? I think. Oh wait, can I go back in time?
See, okay.
Because you said stop time, but can I go back and reverse it?
Yeah, I would say that's the question. You can put what caveats you want in there. Yes.
Okay. If I could stop time and then reverse and go back, I would probably catch all the good deals that I miss. Because there's some like certain like food deals that you kind of miss around, and you like, dang man, like I missed this coupon, and like I'm serious, like I will literally go back right now, man, and catch that. So
okay, amen. All right. Okay, so you have to go now, or you can listen to the other two answers? Because if you have to go now, I'm going to tell my answer now. But if you can hang around, I'll wait to say my answer until.
Yeah, if you don't mind me putting the sunglasses on, I can stick around for a bit.
Okay. 84. We haven't heard from you in a minute. Why don't you go ahead and answer next, please?
If I can go back in time?
No. That's what M3 he added. The question is, what would you do if you found out you could stop time?
Ooh. If I could stop time? That's a lot of power. I'm a little too much power, honestly. Dang, if I could stop time, what would I do? Oh, I don't even know. I think that if you stop time, man, you can almost do whatever you want in a sense, but you kind of can't because you still can't. You only can stop time. You can't really control how people react. You know what I mean? So you're just stopping time. So if I could stop time, I mean, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
earlier when before the Billions was on here, I asked him this question, and the way he took it, because I said it's just an open-ended question. He said when he stopped time, he stopped everybody because he didn't have to interact with people. He didn't have to do anything as far as, and he said he would travel. He would go to a mountain. He really said he would go like to a mountain and look and enjoy the mountain. Then he would go somewhere else. And then I asked him, well, would you walk there? Or how would you get there if you're stopping people too? So he kind of went that way with it. And then what Sir Hell
so are people still moving in this? Like, are people still moving around and stuff?
In his, they wasn't in before the Billions, but in Sir Hell's one, he said he was kind of on M3's kind of perspective of it. He said if he could stop time, he would stop time to have more time with his brother before he passed away, to tell him that he, to have the talk, the love and admirations and things like that. So that was their perspective. It's an open-ended question.
Oh, that's easy. If I could stop time, I would just spend time with the loved ones who ain't here no more. That's an easy answer. You know what I mean? I would.
So you're stopping time and you're bringing your loved ones back.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Okay, most you definitely. Added a lot more to the question. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's
I think it should be more present, but I'm gonna let you have it.
Oh no, if it's present, then I'm gonna stop time and I'm gonna just like I'll pick what season it is. I'll stop time, and then I'll just enjoy that time every day. So it'll be like a perfect day, perfect weather, perfect everything, and it'll just replay over and over and over and over again. It'll just be a perfect day. So there's no reason for me to experience anything else.
Why not? If that's your perfect day, why not stop time and just stay there then? If instead of, you're taking a chance to get that perfect time and weather and everything again. So why not just stop time and stay right there?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what it would be. Yeah, I would stop time like all together and just stay in that moment. You know what I mean? Enjoy that moment. You know what I mean? But time will have to go forward because it's kind of cold a little bit right now in California. So time will have to go a little forward. We get to like the summertime and then boom, then I can do it.
Okay. Yella.
Okay, so I'm
You
a
had
bit of a
time to
nerd.
think about it.
Yeah, I had, and I'm glad I did because I'm a bit of a nerd, right? So I'm into like the comic books and comic book movies and stuff. So I'm gonna use comic book logic on this, right? It's been a lot of people who's been like faster than time. You know what I mean? So like Flash and all of them, you know what I mean? So with that kind of deal, you're able to manipulate the environment, but time doesn't move, right? So what I would do is, and I know it's gonna sound really bad, but I would just stop time and rob every bank that I could. I would stop time, go in, take all the money, go back home, store it, and hit the clock again and let the world go back to what they was doing. Because if I'm stopping time, that means I'm stopping the cameras too. And the camera's not gonna pick me up because I'm gonna be either moving so damn fast that the cameras can't pick me up, or that camera is paused because I stopped time.
I thought of that one too. As people, when people were answering, I was like, gosh, why wouldn't no one saying like just rob a bank, get the money? Okay, good. Okay, so M3 waited around, and this was my very first thought when this question was read, and it could be multitude of reasons why I thought of this first. 84, you might want to plug your ears. I'm just kidding. So initially,
as long as it ain't got nothing to do with no water bottle.
No, hell no. So if I could stop time, and it has to do with M3, I literally thought I would stop time right before I'm about to have an orgasm, rewind the clock right at the beginning, and press start again so I can enjoy the buildup again. That's initially what I thought that I would do if I could stop time, is replay that.
So basically, you just create your own loop button where it just loops.
Amen. Yep. Until it gets sore and wore out.
Wow, what in the world?
It ain't gonna get sore because you're gonna rewind back in time.
What did I walk into again? Good grief.
You got my point. Okay, yeah, it's been a year, so that's probably why.
Hey, look, you better look. Be careful what you ask for.
Right?
Be careful what you ask for, because I seen this video of this chick, and she suffered from a condition where she have like infinite orgasms, like all day long, like to the point to where she was curled up on the couch and like being tortured.
You missed it, Yella. I didn't get to the orgasm. I stopped it right before to go back to the build.
Oh, okay, you did say that. I give you that one. I give you that one. Then I got you. Okay, I got you.
Because once the orgasm hit, I'm done. I'm through. I'm out. Bye. But M3, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out. Thank you so much for your Cash App donation. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I got 3 Cash App donations. First time ever. No, you cannot borrow no money. I ain't loaning out no money, so don't ask.
Hey, make sure you use that Cash App donation well. Buy somebody a coffee so they can keep up with you, because man, you was like a night owl. I'm telling you.
I'm wide awake.
I thought I had the energy until I met you. I was like, I can't compete. I'll go back to sleep and I'll wake up like, okay, good morning, Jess. All right, and hop right back in the live stream.
Yep, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna say that joke again. I said the other night. I mean, it wasn't even a joke, but it turned into a joke. But thank you, M3. I really appreciate you. I think you have a show tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Thursday.
Yes, we will have a show like Thursday, 8:00 Pacific time.
Pacific time, 8:00.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So stay tuned, like, for later on tonight. We're gonna be talking about yeah. In fact, actually, yeah. You'll see it anyways. And then
yeah, it is Thursday. Sheesh.
I know, right? It was already like 4:15 a.m. Well, okay.
Like
let me ask you one question before I go.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you have mentioned about the orgasm stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As a fun question, all right, let me ask you this. Do you prefer, if you had the control right now, will you prefer a infinite man? You already know, like, the whole joke about the 1 minute man or the 35-second man, but the infinite man. The guy that just keeps going and going like the Energizer Bunny. The one that will last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Will you want that?
What's your question? No. And he never comes?
No, he's the infinite man. He don't never have to come.
No, because I get pleasure out of him coming. No.
Okay, then this rule. All right, then this rule is my part 2 question.
There's no climax. There's no. I wouldn't want that. No. All right, I would prefer a quickie over that.
Oh, damn. Okay.
No, only because if you have infinite means he never stops. You say infinite, right?
Yeah, but you won't get the pleasure out of it. Like, remember, because every woman always talk about they want a man that will be good at the sex game for like a long time. So that's why
women that mainly say you don't want that all the time. You might want that on like a special, like kind of drunk evening, or you had a little bit too much drinking evening, but you wouldn't. Who would want that all the time? No, because I would have been in climax and done. I don't want to. What we doing now? No.
I heard that one escort back in the early 90s. His was up to like 8 hours, a full workload. Yeah,
like now, continuous.
Continuous for 8 hours. Probably not. 8 hours with different variety of things that he did, right?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But you said he stayed erect basically for 8 hours, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
He must have popped like 5 Viagra pills, but
I got things to do. I'm bored now with the 8 hours. Now, don't get me wrong. If we're hanging out, we're on vacation, or we're in Vegas and we're just having a wild 403 night for me with my husband, and just doing the whole bowdy, we can go, until the wheels fall off. But I don't want to do that tomorrow. I don't want to do it next week and then every day all the time. Like, that's like special. Yeah. But now, I don't want to, because you as a woman get pleasure, excitement, or fulfillment. You're even kind of ready to go again once your husband comes in. It released that fulfillment in like satisfaction or gratefulness or whatever you want to call it, and then be like, dang, turn me on. Then she ready to go. But no, there's a great. Okay, I said it. Yeah, that's what. No.
Okay. All right.
Why? So you thought? Yeah. So you think that women would want to just go on and on? Is why you right?
Yeah. See, I was thinking you probably was going to say be like, well, cap around, be like, I want this infinite man, because then that will live to part 2. But
I don't even want like women be like, I want 10 inches. I'll be damn. I don't want no 10 inches. What? No. Look, even Sunbreeze says, I got things to do. Quote from Kanye, got things to do. No. I don't even look forward to it no more. If you know, too much of anything is not good. But no, thank you for the question. No other questions for me. That was another thing on the thumbnail. I answer any and all questions anyway. But did you want to ask me anything else, or is that it?
No, that's all for now.
Okay.
Yeah, let me hurry up and get to bed. Yeah.
Thank you so much again for hanging out with me. I'll see you tonight at 8:00 Pacific on Knowledge and Relationship. Everybody, make sure you come over and join us. Sunbreeze, if you can put the
do you need me to give me my YouTube link?
The link, yes, please.
Okay, let me do that.
I'll be up here a little bit longer.
I
forgot what the question was. Oh, that was the end of the question. I got to come up with a new. Are you guys leaving or staying?
I'm here for a little bit.
Yeah, I can stick around for a bit.
All right, let me come up. Okay, I'm gonna try to find a good one. Since y'all okay, while he's putting that in there. Okay, and please, you guys, well, Yella, you'll ask question if you want, but I'm here to answer question. Oh, this is a good one. Yella. Have it share an embarrassing moment that happened to you. We're not that open.
Embarrassing moment. Nah, I share some. I'm one of them people, like, I'll tell the bad shit with the good. I ain't gonna just give all my good traits. Let me see though. Let me think, because I've had enough. So let me.
Okay.
Let me think.
Let's see.
I mean,
if anybody else got one, I'll come back, because I want to pick a good one.
Okay, pick a good one.
Okay.
Oh, here's a good one. Why you can answer this in M3. You got to answer this question before you go.
No problem. And I just posted my link in the private chat.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So you got to be 100% honest. Okay, you guys. 84.
I'm here with you. I'm here.
Okay, you got to be 100% honest. Have you ever worn the same pair of underwear 2 days in a row? That should be just yes. Come on.
Yeah. Keep it 100. Shit. Yeah. Look, I'm just saying, I didn't have to be in situations where I ain't make it home for like a couple of days. So hey, look, you know what I'm saying?
So what's the longest? Can we say 3 days?
No, you ain't getting 3 days. No, you ain't getting 3 days. You gotta go somewhere else. But hey, you might have to be out, take care of some business, and just not be able to make it home for for that next day. Right. You know what I'm saying?
But you did the 403 bath and all, but you just had to replace the same.
Oh yeah. You clean your body. Yeah, you clean your body for sure. Yeah. You try to get some soap and water on your body somewhere.
Right. I got you. I feel you, bro.
Yeah, you try to have people think like, "Oh, we're disgusting, huh?" I mean, I'm for sure.
That is not disgusting. How is that disgusting? So if it's disgusting, that means you don't know how to wipe properly. Is that the problem? Or you have multiple drip factors? If that's the problem, I mean, so what's the problem?
No, it just as a man, I just take good pride as far as like switch on undies. If I take a shower,
but why you didn't answer the question quickly? Why are you explaining? Why didn't you just say hell no? But you up here explaining and doing all this other stuff and just.
Why I have to mansplain?
Because you ain't answered the question by saying no.
Well, the answer is no. Yeah, well, the answer is no. Lies. But I also got to top with an explanation as well too. I can't just say
no. You don't, because the question. No, the question is: have you worn the same underwears 2 days in a row? If you saying no, there's nothing to explain. That means you change every single day. You have been perfect that you have changed every single day.
Yeah, because I'm perfect like that. But I just don't really see the logic as far as when people take showers and then you put on the same underwears.
No, you miss Yella's point. No, that's the point. They ain't took no shower. Or they don't have any more underwears. They only got the one. Or you was out hoeing like Yella, and you out in the situation, ain't made it home and ain't got no other pair with you.
Okay, I get that part. Now, if you're at someone else's house or whatever, right, and you just stuck, but no, wait a minute, hold on. No, that gotta be like a yes, because you know what? When you do road trips, you have no access to a shower. You're gonna be wearing like the same clothes and all that.
You can take a shower, but you're still wearing the same underwears. I don't care if you take it, you're still wearing the same underwears. The question is, have you worn the same underwears 2 days in a row?
Okay. So, I'm going to change my no to like a yes. Obviously, because like if you're, like I said, if you're traveling, if you're doing other things, then yeah, like.
but you are not comfortable with this question.
No, because like, no, I'm comfortable, but I'm just overthinking because I heard something about like showers. I heard something about like this or whatever. So look, it's late, so I'm overthinking. I'm in overthinking mode right now. Just don't pay me on never mind.
Okay, no problem. No, never mind. So did you answer the question officially yet?
Yes, I said yes and no. That's
how I think your answer is I have, but I have taken a shower before I put them back on.
No. I'm not going to take a shower and then put the same. That's redundant.
Okay, wait. So your answer is not only did you not take a shower, but you kept on the same underwear, right?
I never said that. I did not take a shower. So you added words to my mouth. What I'm saying is that like I frequently change my undies every single day, but
that's not the question.
Well, I'm adding more context to it so people can get clarification for the other guys. The only times that when you don't change like your undies or whatever is if you're traveling, maybe on a Greyhound, and you have no access to a shower.
We didn't need more context in that aspect. It's either yes or no.
But I gotta add the context to it because I know the chat will be
you're saying then, okay, so let me clarify. So what you're saying is, you're going on a road trip and you didn't bring extra pair of underwear, so you kept them on for more than one day.
No,
there was no Target and no Walmart for you to stop and get a fresh pair of underwear. So you proceeded to wear the same underwear.
And this is why I had to and this is why I had to give this clear explanation or whatever, because I know you want to try and trap us with that. I know what you're doing.
I just asked questions. That's it.
You're adding stuff. But I like that. Those are some fun questions, though.
Okay, you go get you some rest now. That even though we understand you wear underwears more than 2 days in a row, more than 2 days. Okay, M3, I will see you tonight at 8:00 on your platform. I look forward to it. Thank you for hanging out with us. I put your YouTube page in the chat there. What did she say? Seabree says he gonna do it now. He gonna have so many pairs of underwears in his trunk. His wife gonna be like, "What, you cheating on me?" He's like, "No, I had this conversation, and I have to make sure I have a spare pair because Kaya, so I can tell her." I change.
I'm gonna get like an RV so I can have like an attachable porta potty and all that, man.
And a shower and everything.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Get you some rest. I'll see you tonight.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, best in the world. All right.
Let M3.
All right, peace, bro.
Don't be trapping my boys with that same question, though. All right.
Oh, they gotta answer it.
I got an answer already. I'm good.
Yeah. All right.
See? All right. Bye-bye. Okay, go for it, 84.
My answer is yes. I mean, that's happened to me before. It hasn't happened to me recently because I'm very on top of my hygiene. Now more than ever. So yeah, that hasn't happened to me recently. But it's happened before, yeah.
Do you also have an embarrassing moment that you're willing to share with us?
An embarrassing moment that I'm willing to share. Let me see. Do I want to share that?
Yeah, share that one.
Do I
Is
want to
it
share
funny?
that at the moment? It's definitely funny. Yeah, of course. Well, okay. Let me see.
And you have to be 100% honest. You can't leave anything out.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
So there's one time I was trying to meet up and do a business venture with somebody, and I was not. I thought that I was gonna be able to get to the house, use the bathroom, and everything be good, but I didn't make it in time, and I wound up. Yeah, I wanted to be in the bathroom all over myself, and yeah, it was bad. And I had to go to another friend's house across town, and the business
Oh, really?
because of that, yeah, it was super embarrassing, super duper embarrassing. It was something. It's something that I've tried to forget. It's something that I'm not trying to remember this thing, but at the end of the day, this is something that happened, and
Okay. Why wasn't you able to hold it in? Your sphincters wasn't working?
Well, I had basically gone across town, and I didn't realize that in me going across town, that it was going to basically, I thought I had more time than I actually believed that I had, and that's what messed up everything. So had I just stuck to my guns and stuck to me just being disciplined, it would have worked out. But yeah, it didn't work out. So yeah.
See how good Yella is. He didn't unmute his mic or laugh or nothing.
It's all good. I mean, it happens. Had a mistake.
I'm laughing. Don't get it twisted. I'm over here laughing.
It's all good. It happens to the best of us.
What did your friend say when you got to his house to change your?
No, he gave me change of clothes and everything. It was, he gave me change of clothes. I was able to basically change my clothes and get myself right. And then when I got home, I took like another shower. And yeah, everything was all good after that.
It was good that it wasn't a date, I guess.
Oh, most definitely.
Yella, did you think of one yet?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. A couple of them.
Sure.
I gave one as an adult and one as a kid.
Oh, okay.
So I was about 20 when I officially got my license. Right, when I officially went to go get my license. But when I went to the DMV, I did it all good on the written test. Written test was banging. I knocked it out. I remembered all the signs and everything, right? Then it was time to get behind the wheel. So I got behind the wheel, and I mean, it went just completely downhill. I put my seatbelt on, and I think that was the only thing I did right. So I've been driving because, like I said, I'm 20. I'm just officially going to get my license now. So I've been driving, but I'm used to driving like I already had my license. So I definitely ain't doing it by the book. I ain't 10 and 2. I got the seat back a little bit. I got the arm up. I'm looking at food. I got the radio up a little bit. I mean, it got to the point where he told me, we pulled up to the corner, and the instructor told me, he was like, make a right turn up against the curb and then back around the corner. And my dumbass looked at him and was like, is that legal? Fool immediately started writing. Like, he immediately started writing, went right to the pad, like immediately started writing. I was like, all right, cool. And I tried to do it, and man, it was horrible. Like, I have never done that. You know what I'm saying?
Was it like a 360 or something? Like
no. It's okay. So if you pull to the corner, like you pull at the stop sign, right?
Okay.
You can turn the corner. And if you turn the corner and get up on the curb, you can back around the corner.
To come back the way you just came from. Okay.
Right. You can back up and go back around the corner. So I did that all wrong. I mean, completely wrong. So we get back to the DMV, And I put the car in park, and dude give me this look that I had never got from a stranger before. It was like he looked at me like he wanted to beat my ass, but he was at work. And I'm like, what's wrong? And he's like, so who sent you? I was like, what you mean who sent me? He was like, okay. He's like, either you are sent here from the state to test me to see if I'm properly giving the test right, or you got to be the worst driver I ever seen in my life.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
I'm sitting there looking at this dude like, but we good though. I made it back to the DMV. I ain't crashed. That's what I'm thinking in my head. He's like, no. He was like, you didn't touch your mirror. He was like, you had one hand on the wheel. You didn't adjust anything. And I'm sitting there like, I'm like, oh my God, I was so lit.
But
I
we
was
made
so
it back
ready.
safely. You
Right,
should
that's
see
what
y'all
I'm thinking.
from the state, and they said you better pass me.
Right. And I should have been a little quicker on my feet with that shit. Should have been a little quicker on my feet. But it was crazy because I had to go back home, and I had to go back home and get oh, it's
The book.
okay, man. You can go back tomorrow and just go get your license, man. It's okay. And I'm sitting there like, get the fuck off me. I want to hear that shit.
Right.
So yeah, that was probably my most embarrassing one, just overall as an adult. But as a kid, this one was probably my worst one. Like this one had like the most impact on me when I was little. So it's a back to school parade in Chicago every year. Everybody know it's the Bud Billiken, right? It be on TV and everything. So I decided to go. Bud Billiken is usually in August, and I think Mr. Best in the World, you asked this question the other day when you was like, what time of the year would you want to live in?
Yes.
Right. So August in Chicago is hot as fuck. That's the hottest time.
It
Is the hottest time, right? So this was the time where everybody was wearing like fitted caps and do-rags and shit. So I had my little do-rag on with my fitted cap and shit. My shit was backwards the whole day. I just so happened to bump into this chick while I was riding the train. Like she was some random girl. I just happened to talk to. I was feeling myself. That was like 14. It was the day before I started freshman year. So it was like that Saturday, Sunday, and then I started Monday, freshman year of high school. So me and her kicked it all day. Went to the parade. We had some fun. All that. I had a little couple. Mom's hit me with a couple bucks on the way out the door. I bought her some ice cream. All that shit. Right? We was doing. I was feeling myself. So, cut to the end of the day. Get back home. I'm coming up because I've been outside. So, yeah, you got that. And I didn't know until I had kids that outside is a smell. You know what I'm saying? So I had that outside smell on me. I don't know if that's a thing. Maybe that's just, but I don't know if y'all ever been told you smell like outside.
Thing, period.
Yeah. Like, oh, you smell like outside. I never knew what that meant until I had my own kids.
Yeah, it's horrible.
So I go in the bathroom, whatever, and I take off my hat and I take off my do-rag, and y'all see I'm bright as hell.
Yeah.
Yo, when I say I had a tan line across my eyebrows. So like my face and the rest of my body had got a tan. But from my eyebrows up was bright as shit. Like, and it wasn't like you can kind of see it. Like, no, y'all. Like I had this hat and do-rag on for hours. Like it was straight up bright as shit. Now, mind you, I told you Monday I start fucking high school.
You can't wear hats to school.
Yo, freshman year, your first day of freshman year, make or break your whole 4 years, yo. That make or break your whole 4 years.
It could.
I was so pressed that fucking night. I stayed up that Saturday night. I was like, how the fuck am I gonna do this? How the fuck am I gonna do this? Sunday
Oh,
morning, I'll never forget it because my mom's had a Cadillac, like a white and red Cadillac DeVille. And y'all, when I say I sat on that fucking Cadillac all day with my face covered, I had my face covered with a towel from the fucking eyebrows down, trying to at least balance out the color on my forehead to the rest of my body.
Not to say.
I was completely unsuccessful. I mean, I got a little bit of color added to it, but you can still see the line. Like it was just there, right? And my thing is this high school, I didn't know nobody. So you know how you go from 8th grade to high school and you know some people? It was all fucking gonna be new people. Like this was gonna be my first impression in front of everybody.
Oh my God.
Man, when I say I don't know how I avoided it. Nobody said nothing. But I was personally embarrassed. Like I tried to keep my head down. I wasn't really talking to nobody for the first week. You know what I'm saying? Like I tried to avoid all contact with people in the school.
That's a good
But
one.
it was like the most paranoid like 2 weeks of fucking high school I ever had. I was like, please don't let nobody look at my head.
Wow, that's a good one. That's a good one. And high yellow. Wow.
Okay, Kai, it's your turn.
You and I've been thinking about this. I don't have an embarrassing moment. I'm too open to have an embarrassing moment. I've really been thinking about this. Like, oh, I'm trying to think gosh. Oh, okay. I just thought of one. Well, no, that's not gonna be good. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Let's tailor the question a little bit. Let's tailor the question for her.
Okay.
What's the most embarrassing thing you ever did on a date?
I've never really dated because since 20 until last year I've been married. So I've never like dated. Like no, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't. I know, huh? I'm boring. um well, this is the only thing. Y'all gonna just think I'm just so sexual though, but I'm not. But this is the only thing I could think of. So but I wasn't embarrassed. They were embarrassed. Was I embarrassed? I don't get embarrassed. I really can't think of nothing. I'm sorry. Y'all can ask me another question if you want.
Wow, okay. Yes, you do. You know something, Kai. Come on.
I don't. I can tell the one I'm about to tell, but I wasn't embarrassed. It was funny to me. Okay, so with my ex-husband, he's very like particular, like I don't know, just anything like fluids or just anything. If he have like a I don't know, just fluids or whatever, and God forbid that. Okay, so what happened was it was like I wanted to really be intimate, but it had, I had just got off my period. And then so I was just like, and I knew that, the backwash, the back, the right, what I'm trying to say, the ending.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I just really wanted some. So I was like, no, it's been over. It's over. And then so, he believed me. And so I didn't think it would be any evidence of it. And it was. And it was, that's the only embarrassing. He kind of cussed me out a little bit about it and made it seem like I was the worst person because I did that to him. That's all. Okay, I know that wasn't good. That's all I had.
Okay, no, that's fine. What about the child? What about the child?
As a child, no, I was such a good kid. Nothing, no, nothing. Nothing embarrassing. No.
I don't believe
no bogus
I don't.
hairstyles, no bogus looking outfits. Come on now. You done had a bad fashion day at school and they was like, girl, that ain't it.
Um,
Something.
what?
Something there. Come on.
No, my mom bought me. Do you guys know what Stacey Adams are?
Look at her with the flex. Look at her flex.
My mom was into fashion. I've never been into fashion, and she just had to buy me these Stacey Adams, and I kept telling her, I don't like those shoes. They look like men's shoes or boys' shoes. I don't like them. I don't like them. But she's like, no, this is fashion, and no one's gonna be having these. I'm like, I know no one's gonna have them. So she ended up buying them for me, and it was just I didn't want to wear them, so I didn't. So I did. I was in the 6th grade, and I walked around school without the shoes. I threw them away. That was it. I know it's boring.
Ooh.
I know. And then I told a really bad lie, which I knew my mom didn't believe me. But I told her that the kid, they wanted my shoes, and they were going to beat me up if I didn't give them my shoes.
Wow.
She didn't believe me, but she just stood there and looked at me because I was just like, that's what happened, and I wasn't budging from it. And I knew she didn't believe me, but she just let it go. And I was thinking in my head, I didn't say that. I told you I didn't like those damn shoes. I told you. And they were expensive.
Oh, wow.
But I didn't say that. My mom was mean. You don't say that thing to her, but that's it. Nothing embarrassing. Nope, can't think of that. But I have another question if you guys want another one. It's 5:30 my time. Okay, let's do one more.
I can do one more.
Let's do one more. Let me find a good one. Okay. I guess it would be better if I can see this way. Put my glasses on. Okay, that was not good. Okay, we'll take a this is kind of interesting. Just see, have anyone ever had a near-death experience? No. Okay. I know I haven't.
Yeah, in a way.
You have?
Yeah.
Oh,
I guess it wouldn't be like,
sharing?
okay. I guess if you look at it, yeah, like I've never been like in this, knock on wood, I haven't been in a situation where like I've been like, oh my God, he's there and he's about he might pass. Like I haven't been at that bad, but I was in a car accident earlier this year. I had like a little Saturn truck, and I was coming around this turn, and I was going like 80 miles an hour. And
no wonder he flunked you.
Yeah, I mean, I just needed to get past the test. I went the next day and passed the motherfucker, and went right back to driving how I used to.
Right.
Fuck what Buddy was talking about.
Goodness.
But no, it was some bullshit happening, and I was trying to get to a certain place real quick. You know what I mean? So, I was coming around the corner. I was doing like 80, but I was going way too fucking fast. I hit the curb and started spinning, and like I was like sliding at the same time. And what happened is I hit this median. You know, luckily it was like a median there. And when I hit the median, my truck basically went just ass over nose. Basically, it didn't flip, it didn't roll over. It literally just flipped over and landed right on the top of the hood. Now, I was doing 80. I didn't have a seatbelt on. I think the only reason I was okay is because I seen the impact with the median coming. And I don't know if I tensed up, I braced myself, I seen the impact coming. But thankfully I did that, because if that median wasn't there, I was sideways. And if I had kept sliding any further, there was a light pole right there. And I ain't talking about like a regular light pole, but if you know like the light poles that's in like open mall parking lots, so like the light poles with the big, huge concrete slabs at the bottom.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. That was right there. And if I'd have kept going if I'd have kept sliding any further, that median wasn't there, I'd have slid right into it sideways. And that thing would have been big enough to crush that car in half. So that's about the closest I done been. And that
You remember the whole thing though, huh?
I remember the whole thing. I had went out for maybe like 5 seconds. And then I came back. And all I know is I had my phone in my hand. That's real shit. I had my phone in my hand, but I was draped over in the passenger seat, all types of shit. Like the car was all flipped over and fucked up. Somebody had to run over and open the door and let me out. Like luckily it was by an apartment complex and people ran downstairs to help me.
Well, I'm glad you survived it, actually. No scars, no bruise, no cuts, no nothing?
No scar, no significant nothing. I probably had like some, I don't even know how to describe it, but it was like just some scrapes on my foot and my leg. I think and that's just from like glass moving around or something like that.
That's blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Okay, look, I got these quick little things, and then we're gonna shut it down. Okay. So these are like just quick little supposed to be mind-blowing questions. Okay. So where does a thought go when you forget it?
In the back of your mind, because it's still gonna be there.
Oh, okay. Good response. You agree, Yella?
Yeah, I like that. I was gonna say like your subconscious or something like that.
Okay. What are dreams?
Dreams are like, I believe dreams are like, they're kind of like a. Sometimes it could be something that's trying to tell you something, or it could be revealing something that you really feel, something that you're thinking about. Because sometimes you're already thinking about it and then you dream about it.
Did I just found this out that do you realize or did you not guys know when you dream, you cannot dream of a visual person that you have never seen before? Like your dreams cannot make up a person for you. So if you dream of any person you dreamed of, you know them or have met them if it's the actual person in your dream. Did you guys know that? Isn't that amazing?
That makes sense.
Okay, so which came first? Okay, which orange came first? The fruit or the color?
I say the fruit. I say the fruit.
I'll agree the fruit, yeah.
Okay, I would say the color because I would think color because how would you get the name of the fruit? How would you know an orange is an orange without color?
Okay, so I don't normally play the religion game, and I'm just gonna loosely use some examples.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure fruit was in one of the things that God created in the 7 days He was here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It was up to the first one of us to figure out this stuff. Now, whoever he, she, that person,
okay,
had to discover this fruit first. I think our minds are designed to see what, like, how can I put it? Like, our brains are designed to know which fruits, like biologically, we're built to know, like, certain colors of fruits mean we can eat them.
Are we?
I'm not. I don't have the information on hand.
Okay, no, just
I
keep
don't have the
going.
information on hand. But like I said, our brains, because that's like some stuff that like our body has developed over time. Is that our brains is able to analyze stuff like that. But it had to be the fruit.
Okay. 84, did you have something to say?
No, that was it. Mhm.
Okay, so I still say that color, because color was here. Okay, I'll even go this way with it. How do you know oranges was here? It could have mutated to oranges.
That is true. You're right about that. True.
I'm just saying, I never thought about it before. I'm just talking off the top of my head, but I'm just saying, but I think color, and I couldn't think of another response to you, so I came up with that.
No, that was a hell of a response, though. That was a good idea. Like maybe no, because fruits have evolved. Fruits evolved too.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, I'm with you.
So what is freedom, and does it really exist?
Freedom is the ability to be your true self and allow others to be their true selves. Does it exist? It exists, but it's not. It's not a reality in certain ways. So, it's tainted or tampered with. That's what I'll say.
Okay, so push back on that. So freedom is the ability to be your true self. So what about all the people in jail? They have the ability to be themselves, but they're not free.
Well, that's that's a. I mean, maybe they are free. I mean, maybe they
You
get a
know
sense
what?
of freedom in
Amen.
there.
In the mind. In the mind.
Yeah, maybe they are free in the mind. Yeah, exactly, or in the heart, or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, I can accept that. What about you, Yella?
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar. Like I believe freedom is real, but it has to be created by the person who wants it. It can't be given to you. Freedom has to be taken by the person who wants it or created.
Wait,
I'll say
gotta
that's for a
elaborate.
better word. Okay, so
Yeah.
if you want freedom to do what you want to do, you have to create the environment to do what you want to do in. So if we look at the people in jail, think about all the people that get away with the shit that them people in jail witness, because they have created the environment that allows them the freedom to do what they want to do. So whether it's personal freedom where you feel like I'm that man and nobody controls me, whether it's financial freedom because I done went out and made all of this money, or whether it's actual freedom because A and B equals up to me not having to be in jail. I'm that dude and I got enough money to get myself out if anything happens. So I think in this
Okay.
day and age, yeah, you can create your own freedom.
So define freedom.
Free from any direct control. So
Okay.
there's no direct because like if we take a step away from it, we got to answer to our government because that's what we live at. So I feel like we just take them out of the question. But if if the only thing I have to worry about is I'm not worried about where my check coming from. I'm not worried about where gotta lay my head at. I'm not worried about my kids being messed up. I'm not locked away anywhere. I'm not tied into any bad opportunities or anything like that. So I got the freedom to move how I want.
Do you think that you can, with all of that being said, and say you have all of that in your life, do you think that you can be free just in your mind alone, even if you have all those other restrictions?
No, you can have certain freedoms in certain tangible freedoms in the world. Having those things, yeah, absolutely.
No. I'm saying with everything you just said, do you think a person could have freedom in their mind? And how I'm trying to say it is they have all those other um, um, what do you say, strongholds or whatever you want to call them, issues or whatever. But do you think a person can truly, like, they have all of that? They wear, they got the bills, they got the car note, they got the mortgage, they got the work and all of that. With all of that said, do you think a person could have true freedom in their mind still with all of that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because if we look at it from a broader spectrum, like the great thing I can say about the LGBTQ movement is that it creates a sense of freedom for them in their mind. So they're not sitting here thinking that the world is against them and they don't have a place here and they have to be kept in a certain group, or they have to be just kept over here. Like, they can be free to interact and be who they want to be.
Okay.
So something like that.
That's a good example, actually. Yeah, I like that. I like that. This is a good question. So it says, if we are free, oh no, I'm sorry, free, I'm back on freedom. If we learn and improve from our mistakes, why are we so afraid to make mistakes? I'll take a stab at it first. I think the reason why we're afraid to make mistakes, or I would say from a personal, for me, is because I don't want to be perceived as incapable of, I don't want to be perceived as like not as smart, not wise. I don't want to be seen as like, I don't want to be in a position where someone could say I told her, or look at her, like that type of thing. So I think that that's the main reason. But I do embrace so-called mistakes, because I know they make us, we learn from it and grow. But I truly think it's the thought of someone thinking that I'm not as wise as I should be, especially at my age, and that means whatever age I'm at, not just because my age now, but whatever age. So it's just a perception of not being wise, intelligent, for me, is why.
I would say that fear of mistakes can just come from a lot of insecurities, bitterness. You know what I mean? And you just, based on that, you want to have everything right because you're afraid of the unexpected. You know what I mean? You're afraid to learn something new. But the thing is that when you do make a mistake, you know what I mean, it allows you to, if you allow yourself to be able to learn from it, you can learn from your mistake, become better, and basically go to the next level. Yeah, that's my perception on it. With that, Kaya, I'm going to bed.
Okay, wait, let Yella answer. Let's be respectful, and then we're all going to shut it down.
Most definitely, yes. Yella, go ahead, brother.
If he didn't already leave us.
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Okay. Yes, sir. Oh, now we can. Yeah.
Okay. Damn, what was the question again?
I thought you've been over there thinking about this wonderful answer the whole time.
No, because I was thinking and then I started listening. I'm sorry.
Okay. So if we learn and improve from our mistakes, why are we so afraid to make mistakes?
Yeah, okay. That's what it was. I kind of agree with your answer, Kai. Like I like it because people don't want to be perceived, and it's not necessarily you, but a lot of people just don't want to be perceived as imperfect. There's this thing going around where nobody makes mistakes; they just fail up, and that's how everybody wants to perceive their mistakes. Like, and I think that's where the lack of accountability comes from.
Right.
Because everybody wants to perceive their moves as the best moves when it's, you know, it it's really just it's kind of stunting everybody on their growth.
Amen. That is true.
Because some of the greatest inventions and the greatest things that ever been made on this earth came from mistakes.
Yeah. Well, I thank you. I thank you for playing along with me, guys, and
What's
hanging
up,
in there
trash can?
with me.
Sorry.
And yes, everyone knows I'm a night person. So 84, I will see you in what, about a few hours?
Yeah, I know, right? And yes, and I
Yes.
apologize. I apologize if you felt like I wasn't being respectful to Yella. I do apologize.
No. I was just saying it so it wasn't like, okay, forget Yella.
No,
Not
that's all good.
at all. And just to remind who's here, we will be over at Knowledge and Relationship at 8:00 this evening. And I think if Sunbreeze, if you can repost it for us, that'd be great. If not, I can. And anything else you want to share, 84, before you head out?
Oh, most definitely, yes. If you haven't already, people, please like and subscribe to Just Kaya. Thank you for being a part of her experience. Okay, like, subscribe, and hit that bell. If you don't, I'm gonna come by and I'm gonna steal all your New Year's hats. Okay, I know you're about to have a New Year's party. I'm gonna come through, steal all your New Year's hats. What time? Red Lipstick Vibes, 8 p.m. Our time, which will be 11 p.m. your time because you're on the East Coast, so it's 11 p.m. your time. Yeah, like and subscribe to Just Kaya. Okay, hit that bell. You know what I mean? Hit the all on the bell so you get all notifications so you know when she's live. She goes live all the time. You know what I mean? Show us some love. She has some great content. You know what I mean? And she has some great subject matter, great questions as well. She be putting us on the spot, but you know what I mean? We're trying to rise to the occasion. And definitely like subscribe to Yella, you know, at Twitch as well, Twitch TV. You know, like subscribe to Yella's Y3LLA. You know what I mean, on twitch.tv, Y3LLA. I think it's underscore as well. At twitch.tv, you know what I mean, on Twitch. So like and subscribe to him as well on Twitch. And then also, please like and subscribe to us at Knowledge and Relationships. Hit the notification bell, hit the all. I also see Red Lipstick Vibes, like and subscribe to her, hit the bell for her. Trash Can Wave, like and subscribe for him, hit the bell and all for him as well. So yes, with that, Just Kaya, thank you so much for having me on here. I'm so grateful to be on here, so appreciative. We'll see you later on today. And yes, later on this evening, and definitely. All right, Yella. Later on, brother. Much love to you as well.
Bye.
Yes, sir.
Here we are.
All right.
Yeah,
How you doing in here, Yella?
I'm good. About to get my morning started in a little bit. If you
right.
Trying to whip up some breakfast or something.
Something. Now, on this picture, is that a mic or is it a bottle of alcohol? And I'm going to presume is not the last thing that I could think that it is.
Nah, it's a microphone. It's a microphone.
Are you singing or are you?
Nah,
you trying
I'm
to
actually.
Be sexy or?
Nah, I'm actually announcing. I'm actually ring announcing.
Yeah, who are you looking up at? Oh, you're a ring announcer. Okay.
Yeah,
so you're looking up to.
I'm basically looking out towards the audience.
So your voice can go out further.
Mm-hmm.
But your mouth and everything don't look like it's putting forth any effort. It just looks like,
I mean, when you got that voice, you don't have to struggle to put it out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, amen. I got you. Okay.
I speak and let it do the work.
I just had to fuck with you a little bit.
It's all good. It's all good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Go fix some breakfast and get some sleep, I guess. I think people with us probably come see us on here talking about, do these people work?
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
say, yeah, I do. I'm actually out sick now. I actually got to go take a COVID test today. So
oh, good luck.
yeah. Most of the people at work is out with it right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well, I'll see you later tonight over at Knowledge and Relationship.
all right, and see y'all later, everybody. Peace.
Have a good one. Bye bye. Thank you again. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye. Trash can. Where you been? You been gone all you been on your show? Are you coming up or am I shutting it down? Because if you hear, I hear, or if not, I'm about to shut it down. No one else is, unless Red Lipstick, anybody want to come up, have any questions for me? If you want to continue with the amazing trivia questions that we've been doing most of the evening, I don't mind. I'm still awake. It's only 5 a.m. here, so if anybody wants to come up, I do want to say before I go any further, Sun Breeze, my girl, I thank you. I thank you for hanging out all night with me. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you staying active in the chat, even when it got not as many people. You're still, keeping it live and active. Who nasty? Why I'm nasty? Wait. You must be talking to somebody else. Okay. But yeah, I want to make sure I thank you, Sea Breeze, and I appreciate you being here and hanging out with me. Hopefully one day I'll get to hear your voice, or you can come on up and I'm curious, are you white or black? Did I ask you that before? Not that it matters, but I just like asking questions. And I know the 322 is for the angels, and I know a little bit about you. Kaya, what cam are you using? Oh, this is, let me put this up. This is the Sony Z. Wait, the Sony ZV-E10. This is not the one, it's the 10, it's the one that came out. It just came out this summer, or right after the summer. I think it came out in September. So that is that one. Yeah. I bet everyone asked me that. It shows good. My eyes are bad. It looks like, but yeah, that's what it is. And it was also particularly created for streaming, was one of the things that they were advertising about it. And then when I was researching it, it also was saying that it's good for that and photography and different things. So yeah. So I bought this one after doing some research, and yeah, thank you. It's crazy that you could, because I'm looking at it over here as well on my iPad. And I don't know, everything looked the same to me. I don't have the greatest eyesight. So even when I put my glasses on, I don't have the greatest eyesight. But thank you. I'm glad it looks clear and good. And gotcha. Okay, guys. So it doesn't look like anyone's going to come on. So let's do our exit. This is me. I'm actually practicing. I'm trying to get it right. And when I do this, I think about Beyonce in that bomb video, Baby Boy. Y'all lucky I ain't got Beyonce body. I'll be up here baby boying it. I'm just lying, but I ain't. But anyway, what did he say? It's very 4K. Yes, and that's another thing. Okay, I don't know what it means by 4K, but in the settings, you can put it on 4K, and then it's HD as well, which I don't know what really the difference is. But yes, and then I researched what settings would be good for live streaming, and it is in 4K. Yes, I'm almost sure. Okay. And what does it say? Like highest definition. That's 4K. HD is not the highest definition. But wait, so 4K is not as good, but I think it's in 4K. So you're saying it looks very. Why don't you just come on up and talking so I can see your beautiful dog as well? Are you gonna come up or not? See or need or no? I gotta practice my bonjour. Nah. Oh, 4K is the highest? Oh, okay. Okay. So even if I'm not looking my best, it's still pumping me up a little bit, looking my highest, my greatest. Okay. So you've been here since that question? Won't you come on up and let's do one more hour, okay? Because then I'll be set to go to bed. Okay? Okay? Or no? Or no? You know what? Oh, that was a good one. I didn't even think about that. You know, they didn't even have me answer that question. And I'm glad I didn't because, you know, I'm very, very honest. I'm very, very honest. And they didn't even think about asking me that question. So that was, you know, or having me answer that question because, yeah. I ain't gonna lie about it. I ain't got no reason to lie, you know, so I would have told the truth, but nobody asked me that question, so I didn't have to answer it. That was fine with me. And I ain't gonna answer it. Okay, trash can is going to sleep. Okay, so that's fine with me. All right, you guys. So tomorrow night, I'm going. What did he say? I'm going to abuse all that honesty. I'll answer any question. No matter what. Very honest, to the point, with no problem. All right, guys. Since Trash Can is going to sleep, I will wind down and do the same. I will hope and ask that everyone that's here, let's meet over tonight over at Knowledge and Relationship Channel at 8 o'clock Pacific time. 8 o'clock Pacific time. And then most likely I'll go live after that. And yeah, then we can meet here afterwards. But make sure you go over to Knowledge and Relationship. 8 o'clock Pacific. Okay, you guys ready? What did he say? Oh, wait, let me put this up here. Here we go. We got to get it together. Since I got to fly it, I got to build it while I fly it. I don't know why that it really doesn't sound right, but I got to build it right. So here comes the outro, you guys. All right, you guys. It's me. Juskaya, Jusskyaa. You might not believe it, but just stands for Jesus Unveiled Scripture Simply. Yes, I said Jesus. And yes, I do talk like this. And yes, this is me. You ready? I'm so glad we had this time together. Whew, wait, I ran out of breath. Okay, wait a minute. I got to get the ending. Yes, 8 p.m. That's 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. But it's 8 p.m. for sure Pacific time. Okay? So it's later. God, I'm hitting myself all hard. Okay. I can't lose breath at the end. Wait a minute. Put my shorts. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Y'all ready? I'm so glad we had this time together. How's that? I don't see any applause. Trash can, applause. Trash can, you missing a cue. Applause. Hands. I don't care. I apply myself. Yay, Kaya, girl, you awesome. You can sing. Okay, you guys, until next time. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, guys, have a good evening. Oh, good day. I'm going to go get me something to eat or fix me something to eat. What does that say? Elbow cough? Oh, is that what this is? Bye, Sunbreeze. I'll see you tonight. Have a great rest. You do the same. Sunbreeze like, I'm out of here. Kaya, she playing games. Time to go. Bye. I thank you. I appreciate you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day as well. And yes, I'm about to go. I am about to go. Okay. See, y'all gonna start talking to me. Yes. And yes to elbow cough. Okay. All right, guys. Anything else? We out of here? We out of here? I gotta learn a hip-hop song. I mean, not a hip-hop song, but an upbeat song. Oh, quick trivia question. Quick trivia question. Oh, Big Bad Bull's in the house. I was just about to shut it down. Big Bad Bull, I thank you for my official first Cash App. I thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm not sure if you was here when I saw it, and I was just so excited, and I said thank you. I appreciate you so much. And I had shared that I never imagined that me doing something that I love, that is my purpose to do, meaning that it is my purpose to serve others. I get such gratification out of doing this and sharing my stories and feeding into people. But just to imagine that, someone is sharing with me in monetary ways where I know times are hard and we're all, have our own family and things. I appreciate you, brother. And I thank you. I thank you so much for your generous donation. I really do. Did you get some rest? And what is the elbow call? What does that mean? Why are you guys laughing? What is that? I don't even know what trash can. What's elbow call? And y'all laugh. And Seabreeze is laughing. I don't get it. Okay, y'all know I'm a little slow. Okay. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds and see if someone's going to tell me what is this. And what's so funny? Are my elbows ashy? Oh, they're not too ashy. No. I have a funny story. I do have a funny story about this. But I'm not going to share it today. It's a funny story. Okay, here we go. That's when the pastor giving the benediction for 5 more hours. It is called elbow call. That's when the pastor's giving the benediction for 5 more hours. Oh, because of my ending, and I just keep going and keep going. That's the elbow call. Okay, I'm a little slow. Wait, did Trash Can get it? Let's see. I'm crawling on the basement under the pew. You silly. Because I can't go because I keep going. Well, let me get the offer. Wait, let me. You guys are silly. Y'all making fun of me. I'm so glad. We're all laughing together. See, y'all all from the same part of town. Y'all know it. Why is it called elbow call, though? That don't make sense. Is it because, here we go, some more elbow call? Or I don't get it. I'm a little slow. I don't get what makes it so funny. I do get the 5 hours with the benediction. Elbow call emoji. Okay. Is there more? I'm going to stay around. Wait, a gesture to end. What? I don't get it. A gesture to end. Oh, you telling me to end, like to stop? I'm done. Is that what you're saying? Like go, say bye, be done. Is that what it is? Y'all know okay. Okay, bye. Is that what it is? Now I gotta make sure. Okay. This will let me know if the elbow cough is for me to say is your clue to tell me, Kaya, shut it down, say goodbye, be done. If that's what it is, put elbow cough again. Put it 3 times in a row so I'll know. Like elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough. If that's what you're saying. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. Oh, Boys to Men. Okay, I'm about to go. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm getting more and more confused. Trash can. All you had to do was cam up to let me know. I'm confused. Did Big Bad Bull leave too? Okay, I'm about to go. 4 tops. Bye, Trash can. I think you just effing with me right now. That's what I think you're doing. Right. You ain't tricking me. Tricking you for what? Bye. Okay, bye, you guys. Thank you so much once again. I'll see you tonight over at Knowledge and Relationship platform. At 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern. And then after that, most likely I'll go live. Thank you. Bye. Until next time. I'm so glad we had this time together. I love you guys. I really, truly do. Bye.